All right, and we are connected. Return the host powers back to you.
Okay.
All right, and you are all set.
Super. Thank you so much.
You're welcome.
Is there anything else we need to do during, I don't know, I guess the break, or I don't need to do anything, right? Like in terms of recording or.
Nope, you don't need to record. Like with previous semesters, we created placeholder images. I don't know if you or had downloaded that already, but it was the box folder that has the images were nestled into the setup guide. But I can email you that link if you haven't.
If you don't mind, I looked in the box folder that I thought is where I would find it, but I didn't see it. So I just said that's no problem. But yeah,
I'll email it to you.
If you don't mind, that would be helpful. But if you're also busy doing other things, it's not the end of the world.
Sure, I'll get that to you in a few minutes here.
Okay. Thanks so much, Tommy.
Of course, you're welcome.
Have a good day.
Thanks.
Bye.
Good morning.
Hey, Riley. How are you?
I'm good. How are you?
Good. It's been a long week, as you can imagine.
Yeah,
You've had,
definitely.
yeah. Do you want to test your presentation just to see that?
I think it should work for me. I have a question though. Some of
Okay.
the people who aren't going first in this group were wondering if they had to be on the Zoom call or if they were just expected to watch it on the live stream.
No, they're expected to be on the call.
Okay, I will tell them.
Okay. Should I make an announcement of that? Why
I'll put
would
it
they
in the
not
group
be on
link.
the call?
They should get it from me.
Okay.
Hello,
Hey, Varsha.
how are you?
Good. How are you? You ready to start us off?
Yeah.
Good. Good. You look awake and showered and all that. So.
Yeah, I made sure to wake up super early today and
Okay,
prepare
well,
myself.
hopefully you'll be fine going first. Misun. It's my old friend Misun. Yeah, if I'm gonna introduce the project, Varsha, as I've done in the past, so you won't be sharing right away, but just soon after. Did you want to test anything or just see that it's all up and running?
Yeah, I'm gonna share my screen real quick.
Okay, I'll stop sharing mine. Hi, Misun. I can't hear you.
Hi.
How are you?
Good.
It's nice to see you.
Yes, it's been a couple
How
years.
many, 3 years? No, when was it that I
Couple
was in Dubai?
Yeah.
And you're in California mostly now.
Yeah, I moved back right before the whole pandemic started.
That's probably best, right?
Yeah.
I was wondering about you over there, how things were, but it was good to hear that you're at least closer to family and a maybe more known condition of living.
Yeah, yeah. I don't even want to imagine.
Yeah. But you're not traveling much, are you? Or are you?
Oh, total lockdown since last March.
Okay,
Yeah.
good. Yeah. Yeah.
How are you?
What?
How are things over there?
Um, Getting back to some sense of normalcy, actually. I mean, not completely, of course, but I would say most people I know have been vaccinated and um, are kind of out doing things more so than before, So I think it feels like there's a light at the end of the tunnel kind
Yeah.
of thing. But in general, we're doing okay. It's been tough just being sort of working from home and having the kids here most of the time. It's only been until recently that that both kids have gone back to school for me. So that's kind of,
Wow.
different. But
Times.
what's that?
Strange times. Hopefully it's all behind us.
Very, yeah. Yeah, hopefully it is. I'm hoping for a at least in-person semester next year, but we'll
Oh,
see.
yeah.
We've been completely cautious of everything and been pretty extreme about it, so I don't know that will happen, but it's hopeful that we'll be able to experience some, like, at least for me, my professional side, the way it used to be, like going into my office, it is kind of huge. But what kind of projects are you working on?
Right now, we're actually on a project out in Saudi Arabia. There's a lot of things happening, because of the opening of a lot of the entertainment aspect of things
Mhm,
going to Saudi now.
mhm.
So there's a huge boom, like cinemas are going in, water parks are going back in, a lot of entertainment aspect, like
Interesting.
leisure. And I think the whole country is looking towards to opening up more for tourism. So
Interesting. So are you doing more master planning or
yeah,
specific?
master
Okay.
planning that kind of bleeds into architecture. It's
Mhm.
quite interesting. The scale of projects, along with the pace,
Sure.
to say fascinating is,
Is an understatement.
understatement.
Yeah. Now I can imagine. And I couldn't remember, have you been to Austin before?
No, I haven't yet.
Didn't think so. Um, yeah, we'll have to bring you out when we can do that again.
Really.
It's developing at a pace that it probably doesn't compare to what you're speaking of in Saudi Arabia, but it is for the States, one of the cities that's really like everything is being created right now. And to a certain degree, there is a base of, what historical Austin is, and it's the capital, it's the university town, but at the same time, it is the kind of next city of development with tech companies coming in every year and major ones, so there is a big shift in density and definitely in the need for housing.
Hmm.
And so this studio somewhat addresses that, but at the same time, it's a city that's at the scale of, I was trying to think of what I could, sort of give you to imagine, but how like Abbot Kinney in
Mhm,
Venice Beach has got that sort of urban scene, but at the same time, it's sort of small town scale. And
mhm.
that's what a lot of Austin, I would say, downtown and urbanism is like,
That
just to give
sounds
you a
good. Yeah.
sense of scale and sort of um, the way it operates. It looks like we have our other reviewers here popping in. Hello, Joyce and Zeke.
Hey,
Nice to see you both
how's it going?
again. Um, and all the students as well. I think we're all here. So we are right on time. It is 10 o'clock. And so I'll start by introducing our reviewers. We are very fortunate to have with us um, Mi Sun Lim, who is an old friend and colleague of mine. She is a principal with 5+ Design, which is an international firm, both architecture and planning. With studios in Hollywood, Shanghai, and Dubai. And she received her undergraduate degree from UT, sorry, University of California at Berkeley. And then we did our master's together at Yale University. And that's how I know her. And we traveled together and did some housing and urbanism research, if you remember me.
Yes, Susanna.
Yeah. And the last time I saw her was in Dubai when I was doing some visiting crits there. And so she's someone that I've kept up with and that we're very lucky to have with us today. And then of course, Joyce Rosner, our keystone of the school, and who you all know from your own studies, having her in first year design studio. And she oftentimes teaches in vertical studios and other areas of the curriculum, mostly to do with design and visual communication. So her perspective is always top notch and welcome. And Zeke, I had the pleasure of being on a review with you just the other day, and I know you are a graduate of our master's program. And I only see what is written here of you as a project manager at Escher Gun Wardena and Architecture. Do you want to just describe a little bit more about what you're up to? It's not very
Sure.
descriptive
Yeah, I know.
in terms of a bio.
That pretty much sums it up, though.
Okay.
Monday through Friday.
Yeah.
Yeah, I'm working for a firm called Escher Gunawardena in Los Angeles,
Hmm.
and working on some old restoration projects, and some new housing projects, and, you know, a bunch of stuff. Artist studio.
Great. Super.
Yeah.
Well, this studio then will maybe spark something from what you're up to in terms of housing and what you know Austin to be like. I'm just going to briefly go through the, you know, I'm not curriculum, but the syllabus and what the project was really presented to them as students, and just give you a sense of where we started and the project at hand. Can you all see my screen, or no, probably not now. I will share this. So I would imagine that Zeke, and I know Joyce knows Deep Eddy very, very well. But Zeke, that you might have stumbled upon Deep Eddy and maybe even swam there in your time in Austin. Misa, and we're working at a site called the Deep Eddy pool. It was the first pool in Texas, so it has a sort of historical significance to Austin. And what I'm proposing is that we have a kind of urban beach scenario that happens along the Colorado River, which runs through Austin. And the site is unique in that it's both incredibly natural in the urban environment, and then one of the most, or has an adjacency to one of the sort of extreme urban conditions of the city, which is the Mopac thoroughfare, which runs north-south. And so you see the big pool here right in the center of this site. And adjacent to this pool is the Colorado Apartments, which is a fairly large housing development done in the 70s by the university. So it's university graduate housing. And then to the north of that is one of the old Austin neighborhoods, which is sort of quintessential bungalows and, you know, sort of one-off restaurants, things like that, but a very small strip of the street that runs just north to the site is really a commercial area of the project and of that neighborhood. And that road leads sort of directly to the east, which is our downtown CBD district. And the idea was that we not only give or reframe Deep Eddy as an entity and an amenity to the city, but that we absorb this dysfunctional parking lot scenario, which is really the entryway into a Deep Eddy proper. And in the summertime, it's sort of like a congested nightmare. Getting in and out, or even being able to park here, is impossible. It doesn't lead to a very sort of celebratory experience of going to Deep Eddy. And so we were really thinking of how we could redevelop this area, which has very low density in terms of any building at all, but then also recognize and respect what Deep Eddy is to the city, and how it, in a sense, could become somewhat of a gateway to the park system and the trails that run along the Colorado River. There are these kinds of low key but very special places on the site. This Deep Eddy Cabaret is sort of one of those dive bars that, you know, you can visit and feel really special because it's sort of tucked away and unknown. Pool Burger is another newer amenity, but still along the same lines of the kind of Austin funkiness that I think people tend to feel makes Austin unique and special. And then there's an EMS station that's just right across from the entryway, or the building, the ticketing building to Deep Eddy, which the students were meant to keep and in some way incorporate into their design work, but some have chosen to either move it or reframe it in certain ways. The pool itself is used not only in the daytime for swimming, but also in these night conditions that enliven it throughout the day. And then also just to consider that this might not be something that is only used in the summertime, but becomes a full cycle celebration of what Deep Eddy could be. So the students were first tasked with designing a bus stop in that area of the project, and to think about how they might consider alternatives to getting to the site, and also alternatives for transportation in general when you're considering an urban project, not to just default to the automobile and what that leads to in terms of requirements and just the overall experience of a place. And so that was one sort of gesture towards a direction with their urban planning. They did do in the second project an urban layout in teams of 2 that again addressed a kind of transportation network, but also open spaces and playfulness that is, to me, part of what the project requires. They, as teams, strategized how the footprints would be laid out, what sort of system would come into play, what buildings would either stay or go, and really start to take a stab at the kind of density they imagined for the project at hand. And then lastly, they were individually expected to think about a housing implementation and the kind of domestic activities that would come from the kind of architecture and just general thinking in terms of balancing a natural scenario with a very urban scenario. And as you don't know, but you might not know me but there is a housing shortage in Austin. And so the idea of how do you build densely but still recognize the scale of the neighborhood to the north, and just in the general sort of I would say desire for Austin to stay at a low scale and operate, in the canopy of trees, is something that I think the students really had to negotiate. The program was generally a mixed use scenario that you can imagine. They did have to incorporate the relationship of a new ranger station with housing. And so currently there's a ranger station just adjacent to Deep Eddy, which is housed in a kind of temporary structure, if you can even call it that, but it's a kind of relationship to the park scenario that is unique, I would say, but also incorporates housing itself. I have allowed them, or thought that the parking scenario with not much detail is going below ground. And so you'll see gestures to getting them there, but not, spending weeks on parking layouts. But so you'll see that many have just implied that there is parking below. And the basic servicing and requirements of getting someone safely in and out of a building, and mechanical and those sorts of things were important to the studio, alongside the 70,000 square feet of housing that they were meant to show and develop. That's it in terms of just generalized program. We did have some reading, and I would say a tangent on how to think about ecological urbanism. So not just having a duality of landscape or natural environment versus urban environment, but how do we in any way sort of try to overlap these two themes or elements or identities. And so that was something that was talked about and carried through to a certain degree with each project. The students did their own research in terms of, understanding the bigger picture at hand with the neighborhood, the larger, relationships to neighborhoods beyond, and the scale of operations with zoning. And so there was a degree of practicality that was implemented from the beginning in terms of research, but won't be necessarily discussed at length with each project. Again, the program that was even more precisely developed along the way, different housing typologies they looked at, and just degrees of influence that could be something that motivated their own projects. Certain restrictions came from them understanding what the Austin, laws in a sense, or planning guidelines say. And so they could go by what the restrictions were in terms of building setbacks and height restrictions, or they can question that. So there's really everything is open for fair game, and for them to, I guess, argue for what they feel is the right solution to this site. We'll go into that. That's generally the project at hand. We have 5 projects to look at this morning, and so each one will have about 20 minutes in total. They'll each present their work individually, and then we'll give feedback. But I'll just be keeping time, but I don't think it'll be an issue. So I feel like 20 minutes is probably ample time to discuss. So Varsha, do you want to lead us off and introduce the project?
Sure, thank you. All right, are you guys seeing my screen?
Yes.
Yeah. Yep. Awesome. All right, hello, my name is Varsha Eiler, and this is my project titled Eddies, which is an urban enhancement proposal for the Deep Eddy region in Austin, Texas. All right, so I have had a bunch of opportunities to go and visit the site in person, and one thing I really figured out was that there were many little pockets or moments within, this region that we were given. As you can see, there's like a little community garden, a little pocket towards the river, some mosaics, a bus stop, and each moment kind of had its own scale, but there was really no overall cohesiveness. So I proposed a question for myself this semester. How can I create, this one overarching culture while implementing, a smaller community in a smaller organizational system? And my solution was the eddy, which is a current of water or air running contrary to the main current. And going back from the literal definition, the product of an eddy visually is, a small space, a small human scaled space. And I also kind of did a little watercolor depiction as well. So moving forward, this was my bus stop. And one thing I really took into account was reflecting, this duality of the natural and urban scale, but also still considering, the fact that we're near the water and we're near a monument like Deep Eddy. Then I went forward and to the urban design proposal. And basically my partner and I kind of broke up the site into 3 main regions: residential, commercial, and recreational. And then we overimposed, a grid into each zone, and the grid size is informed by the historical and significant architecture that is in the space. So for example, in the recreational grid, it's informed by the community gardens in Deep Eddy. The commercial is informed by the commercial buildings in that area. And then finally, residential, which we are concentrating on, was informed by the EMS station and things like Poolburger. One more thing that my partner and I made sure to include was a plaza that reached within all 3 regions, so we could find a way to connect them. And then this was our final like massing model for the urban design proposal with all of the proposed buildings and the plaza condition. The next phase was some precedent research. I looked at the Blackbirds, which are a set of buildings by Bestor Architecture. And one thing that they're really successful at was this concept called stealth density, where, you know, they gave this look of a simple facade while being able to incorporate a high density. So some takeaways from this precedent were community, stealth density, the sensitive scale, native landscape, and how well the project was integrated into the site. Here is a figure ground diagram, kind of similar to the urban proposal, but you know, more detail. And then we went forward to create GIFs. And this one is kind of the evolution of my form, starting from, you know, the simple grid and then going into the community scheme and then extruding that upwards. Then we get to the final project. This is my site plan. And here you can see the plaza element, you know, bridging the gap and bridging all three parts. And then in the bottom left, we have the ranger station, and then above that we have the mixed use / housing projects. I've also decided to include parking underground, and the parking goes below the plaza. Here is a section cut all the way through Lake Austin, through Deep Eddy, and through the underground parking and Lake Austin Boulevard. So you can really start to see how all of these little moments start relating within each other. This is the second section, which is the other way. And here you can see the underground parking, how it slopes down, and the Colorado apartments and the relation to the bus stop and the plaza. Here's a more detailed section. So this was actually from the white box from this slide. So here you can really start to see the programmatic nature of the building. So this is the ranger station that I'm showing, and you can see the green roof, you know, all of the living quarters, the gyms, the public areas, and then you can also start to see the window conditions and also the facade materials. So I decided to use corrugated metal and also birchwood. And the reason being is I really wanted to break down the spaces and kind of be sensitive in scale. And then I also included windows that, you know, kind of extruded out so users could sit in the windows, and kind of that would help foster more of a community. This is the ground floor plan. So as you can see, there's like little smaller eddies within the project, which was kind of the intention. So first floor has the cafe, the lobby, and the office spaces for the ranger station, and it's all mixed use for the top two buildings. The second floor plan is housing for the top two and also housing for the ranger station. The living quarters, I actually wanted to make that communal as well, just to emphasize the sense of community. And then the third floor plan is the green roofs and amenity spaces. Here's a kind of close-up of how the mixed use floor plan would look. This would be a sort of shop, and every unit is kind of informed by this 32 by 32 residential grid that we talked about earlier. Here's a housing unit floor plan, and then some elevations, so you can really see how the material starts to break down the scale of the building. Then we worked on some section elevations. So here you can see how extruded the windows were and their functions. And then finally, I have some renders. So this is a render from the plaza. On the right, you have the mixed use spaces, and it's looking directly into the eddy of the ranger station. Here is an interior rendering. So this is of the lobby of the ranger station. You have the cafe to the left and the main lobby space to the right. And then finally, I have this overall comprehensive bird's eye GIF of just people moving around and utilizing the space. And that's it. Thank you.
Thanks, Varsha. Varsha, is this this existing building over on at the bottom part of the screen? What building is that?
That's the EMS station.
Okay, the existing one now. Okay,
Correct.
I was just trying to get myself situated.
Yeah.
Where is the Deep Eddy Cabaret and Pool Burger?
Yeah, so I got rid of those two, but that's why I included a sort of like food truck situation, as you could see in that first render.
I'm
Or
sure
they
they
could
have.
be relocated.
I'm sure they have a spot in the mixed use.
Yeah,
Yeah.
or that.
But this is all on the south side of Lake Austin Boulevard, right?
Correct.
Yeah, your whole site.
Really
And also,
impressed with the range of scales that the students you have explored in the studio, all the way from master plan down to unit planning. That's really impressive. And your sense of materiality, like down to that level of details, it's quite, yeah, I'm really like very impressed by that. And your scale comparisons and your sort of the use of various modules that you've overlaid to get to the right scale of the buildings and like the right open space within it also. I think it works really well. I mean, I haven't been to this site. I haven't been to Austin, but you know, your sort of thoughts towards the community as well, like how you intertwine the openness towards the Deep Eddy, that's the pools. That seems to be working really well. I wish, only thing that I wish you could have explored a little bit more is the final set of slides where you've shown me the people movement. That was really intriguing because I worked with a consultant whose background is in architecture, but what they do is this sort of a simulation model where it's very similar to what you've done. They create a nodal point within a project and they do a simulation based on various assumptions. And it would have been really fascinating to kind of like have that tool available to students to explore the sort of like the how people would move about within a project, because as an architect, as a planner, you imagine it in your head, but then there is a tool out there that actually scientifically kind of provides that for you actually. But yeah, I'm really very impressed with the level of explorations you've done at all different scales. I mean, you know, in a working world, to do this, you know, we don't get to do this like range within several months. You know, effort like this would take us at least like 6 months to a year. So yeah, kudos to you. It's really cool.
Thank you.
But yes, to see like the traffic flow in the summer, Varsha, you know, like to have packed this with people, I think that's an interesting take on how this last slide could be fulfilled, you know, to really densify it. Right now, it's sort of like the wintertime traffic flow.
yeah. Yeah, it would be interesting to see it at different times of year. And also, I mean, I agree with Misan. I mean, it's a huge range that you've looked at, and being very familiar with that area, I think it's a really sensitive study to what exists and what could change about it. And so, I don't look at it and think, oh, this would be awful to have. I really look at it and think, yeah, this is the right direction to go for that area. And I do think density needs to increase there. I think it's actually an issue, but it's increasing it in a way that, for me, is preferable to some of the other parts of Austin, where things are kind of losing any of the good parts of Austin and becoming very generic. So I really appreciate that. I think that the part for me that is still, and I feel bad saying this, Varsha, because you've done so much, that to say, well, I wish you had looked at this, but this transition between like this area of this pinkish red ground, sort of seeing what that is and how you move down to Deep Eddy. Is it this plinth that you're kind of sitting on, or is that ramp? Is there something about that ramped surface that could be broken up and used in different ways as part of it? More of a, right now it's all kind of the same, and it's really large.
Yeah.
And so, that's probably in the real world, you would work with a landscape architect, you would work with other people to help develop it, but that would be, I appreciate your kind of, you've marked spots where you're going to plant things, but I think that could really enhance the whole project. But as a place to be right now, at the end of the semester, it's a really strong project, and you presented very clearly. It's a nice presentation.
Thank you.
I really agree with that. I love how your concept of the eddy translated to your bus stop, which I thought was really nice, where it sort of curls around and hugs you to provide some sort of dual space, one looking one way, the other looking towards the river. And I think that's actually really clear in how you're starting to lay out your buildings, where they're sort of turning in these L's that have arms that capture space and protect you, sort of cocoon you. And I really, really admire all of the representation. I think it's really successful, and how you're able to, like, when I saw the program, I was like, oh my gosh, that seems so daunting. I really don't know if I could do that. And you nailed it. And the thing that I really like is how that translates to the architecture, like especially in your apertures, particularly in the building in the back, where you're starting to look at these bay windows as well as the windows above them, which have very different scales. One more civic and one clearly relating to the ergonomics of the body, which I think is really nice. And then even how you're starting to show transparency at the street level, and that sort of fades and becomes more solid as you move through this plaza. I think that's all awesome. And like the materiality actually reminds me a little bit of Mac and Merrill Scoggins' courthouse in Austin in a lot of ways. The way that the limestone's treated and scaled in this really nice way, where you have the striations. And the one thing that I really wonder, because you used the Blackbird as a precedent, which I really love, I came upon that project probably a month ago on a walk in Silver Lake. And there are two things that I think are really successful about it. One is that how it presents itself to the street is very different to how it fronts the hill that it's on, or looks over the hill that it's on, where you start to have these small gables and the scale is much smaller. And then two, how it relates to the topography, where the buildings situate themselves into the land. And I wonder if that could be expressed more here, where instead of a plinth, there's actually quite a bit of topography that you're dealing with. And I think Joyce mentioned that, where that ramp is really clear, but I wonder how these buildings start to sink down and scale themselves within the topography as well, similar to how Blackbird does that sectionally. Really nice job.
I do worry a little bit about that poor EMS station that's just kind of sitting out there in the middle of the plaza. I wonder, Varsha, also if you, going on what you were saying, Zeke, if that area where the, like right over here, if the EMS station could be within that ground even, and then this plaza, if there is, you know, maybe this is a food truck court here, and the EMS guys don't have to be right in the middle of it. I know they need, I guess they need access to get their trucks in and out too. So again, I'm not expecting you to have resolved all of this, but they do seem kind of a little island out there in the middle of all this other stuff that could happen. And you've got a lot of ground there that you could possibly build into. I also
It's
like,
interesting, there was a drawing or a model of from the urban study, Varsha, that I think shows this to be much more developed. You know, like your earlier study, more specifically at the urban layout, I think addresses what Joyce is saying, which I think is a, you know, completely valid comment, Joyce, about the kind of blanket, pink blanket effect that's happening here. So you might just reflect on that for
Okay.
your, you know, portfolio. Sorry.
summer.
Yes.
I do like, Danelle, I really like that 3-week session you did with the urban development or whatever I forget what you called it. But I've been on quite a few reviews of this urban context projects. And this is the first group I've seen where you really went into that process in order to move forward with your project, not just kind of a cursory context observation. And so I really appreciate that. And I think it helped strengthen your project, Varsha. I think it got you where you are with it. So yeah, really nice.
Thank you, guys.
Terrific comments. The timer just went off, so I think it's a good time to close. But thank you, Varsha. Very nice project, as was said. And so, Sebastian, are you ready to share with us your work?
Yeah, I can go ahead. Okay. Hi, my name's Sebastian, and my project is titled The Bars at Deep Eddy. First, I'd like to start just by introducing two of the precedents that I looked into throughout the semester. So first, it was the Botswana Innovation Hub by Shop Architects. My partner and I studied this building at the beginning of the semester, and two of the elements that we really gathered from it was one, the introduction of local artists and just local art into the actual architecture and into the space. And then also the creation of green spaces inside and also around the actual project. And then another precedent that I looked into was Redan 33 by Carlos Marin. One of the main takeaways of this one was the actual separation of the spaces, as you can see in the floor plans. And I feel like that's something that I really kept going back into, as you will see later on. So the story of the bars at Deep Eddy really starts at the bus stop. The bus stop became the first exploration, not just of the kind of gestures that were going to be applied to the project, but also the materiality. The bus stop was, in a way of making a smaller structure of what I also envisioned the project to be like. And then with that also came the idea that I wanted to incorporate those concepts of local artists and having the project also be kind of an homage to the different types of arts in Austin, which led to the creation of a light installation at night. So it allows for the bus stop to have two different kinds of programs, one during the day, but then at night, it's not only the bus stop, but it can also be this place for gathering for the different types of light installations that could be there. From this, my partner and I started to create the urban proposal. And from this, we came up with the idea of creating the bars. We really believe that through the bars, we could find a very interesting way of accommodating different types of programs on the site, as opposed to working with the more horizontal and expected orientation that the site offers. And then as you can see in this diagram, we were able to distribute different types of program, whether it is commercial, residential, also keeping some of the already existing buildings, and also introducing newer mixed use and outdoor green areas. With this, we also went into, the idea of taking what's already there and then turning that into a space for art and gathering, and just really allowing people to take part into the actual project itself. So this is an illustration of one of the tunnels that is actually under MOPAC, and then how it could be reinvented into this kind of graffiti art installation tunnel that also allows for people to hang out and just have a good time at Deep Eddy. And then from that, I turned into the actual concept for my own project. And I knew that I really wanted to go back to the idea of the way in which the bars are able to create different spaces for people to gather, and also to keep going back to that idea of the life that might happen in between these bars. As you can see with the fluorescent lighting, it kind of represents that artistic side and that drive for that more cultural aspect within the project. And then this is my final project. This is the site plan slash figure ground. You can see that it's 10 different buildings on the eastern side of the site. It includes 2-bedroom, 2-bathroom apartments, as well as studios. And it also includes commercial space, residential, as well as the ranger station. Here you can see the different key trees that I worked around. They really helped in beginning to define where the actual buildings would slide into within the track that the actual urban scheme is able to create. And then from that, we go into the ground floor plan. You can see that every single space for the commercial at the ground floor is about the same size. So it allows for very different types of program, whether it can be an art exhibit, a bar, a restaurant, a juice bar, or just yoga studios. There's really a lot of open space for anything that people would want to put in there. Here's an example of the floor plans. As you can see in between the two buildings, you can see that in the middle, the buildings create this kind of thinner alleyway, this thinner bar, which is more of a pedestrian bar per se. And then within this bar is where the project really comes alive, not only during the day, but also at night, as the bars open up and people come in after work and they bring their friends, and it becomes almost like this small, 6th Street, this small little art gathering hangout spot. You can see an elevation slash cross section of the site all the way from Lake Austin Boulevard to the Colorado River, and also going through the Deep Eddy pool. You get an idea for the underground parking, but then you also get an idea for the different moves done to the facade. You can see that I'm beginning to introduce this idea of the greenery, and how you can also introduce this rooftop garden that can be used by the public, but it can also have just community gardens and different things for people to just, grow their own stuff within the residence. Here's a basic idea of the construction, just looking into the idea of, concrete slabs and shear walls. And then you can also see a wall section of the general division of the floors. It is 3 residential floors with the habitable rooftop on the top. And then at the bottom, it's all commercial, all mixed use spaces. Here you can see a view of the rooftop. You get an idea for the different kind of hangout spots that they can have, but also the different flower beds and the different types of community garden possibilities that not only the public can use, but also the people that actually are living at the bars at Deep Eddy. Here you can see this image that kind of frames this Instagrammable moment of the project, which would be the 2 cantilevers at the very end that are closer to the river. I really saw this as a way of kind of creating a final connection of the project to the already existing natural condition, that being the already existing green areas, but also the river, and how in a way the bars are kind of leading you from this urban moment at Lake Austin into a very contemplative space near the river that still has a connection to the overall Austin area, as you get, a really great view of the downtown. And then finally, here's a view of when the project really comes to life at night. It can become this really interesting space for different artists who put their stuff. There can be live music, there can be 24-hour bars. People can come in and out as they want. There could be a lot of different possibilities for the type of programs that could be introduced in this area. And that's my project. Thank you.
Are there any
really-
comments?
Yeah. I was going to let somebody else start, but go ahead.
I find that your use of the vertical striation in the project quite fascinating, and then really exploring what that interstitial space could mean, how that could bring in the local arts, how you're expressing the whole activities that could happen. And it's all really great thoughts at different scales again. And also like the viewing corridor opportunities that it affords for people who are actually passing through the project of the river is really good too. Only thing I just want to point out is the spacing between basically the apartments above the street, how close they are to one another. Have you considered sort of the privacy aspect of the living quarters from one another? Or are you trying to kind of create a whole different, cater to a different lifestyle where people, some people don't mind at all, right?
Mm-hmm. Yeah, so that was definitely one of the aspects that I kept thinking about, would people actually want to live right on top of this mini 6th Street with music and people going on at all times? So I think in this one, you kind of get an idea of how I start to create a more private division between the actual residential area and what would be those very the skinnier walkways. So the introduction of this very thin kind of clerestory window in what would be the living room, I believe, it kind of begins to create that separation between what would be the very busy alleyway in the middle and then opening into the more residential open space with the balconies and the larger window looking out into downtown Austin. I was also expecting that the people living here would most probably be just younger couples or people within a roommate type of situation, like college students. So in my head, I did look at a younger demographic, I believe.
Sebastian, can you show the view that shows the 3 buildings? I can't remember if it was section or elevation that showed kind of all the housing.
Oh,
Yeah, no, yeah, that one. It could even be that, like along with what Misan was saying, it could be that certain buildings have certain types of activities. So it might be that the one that's right on the street on Lake Austin Boulevard has more public, sort of the bars, the more active types of programs. And then as you move away from that, the lower level programs become less active or interactive and more quiet. So that might be a way also to, in terms of the ground level, what's happening there. But I really appreciate your project, Sebastian. Again, it's another really thorough project. I'm going to give Danelle part of the credit on this because I know she pushed you guys really hard, but it shows because it is thoughtful. And what I think is interesting about your project is that it could get taller. Like if you needed to increase density, it's something that could get either taller or more dense. So it has a lot of flexibility in terms of how the area develops. And it's something that, as we already talked about, sort of those striations and the spaces in between become really important. And, right now that area, the only, any restaurants, for the most part, any restaurants, any commercial are right along Lake Austin Boulevard. And it's a very highly congested traffic area. And this kind of starts to set up a walking community. And that would allow you to kind of not get in your car and drive from one place to the next, but actually walk through there and have access to all different kinds of retail spaces. And so I think it's a really nice theme in terms of how it could grow over time. Not just from morning to night, but from now and 10 years from now.
I think it's really interesting at the urban scale with those striations that you've created. And the reason being is there are, in at least in Texas, as I understand, there are two different ways that land was portioned. One was the Jeffersonian grid, where you have your 40-acre parcels like the University of Texas. And then the other was the Spanish porción, which were these long strips that would sit adjacent to water bodies. So if you look at a plat map of the Rio Grande, it's all of these long strips. And so I think that it's interesting that your intuition led you here. And if we're talking about ecological planning, the reason that they did that instead of the sort of ubiquity of the Jeffersonian grid was because they'd have access to water and portage, as well as wetlands to grow things, and then fields up above that for animals. And then up above that, you'd have forest to build things. And so I almost see, I think what Joyce was talking about, there are portions of your project that could take on that sort of both ecological condition and urban condition simultaneously, where you've split everything up in these grids, but you could also start thinking about, okay, what happens near the water versus what happens near Lake Austin Boulevard. And I think you're already starting to do that, but it's really nice.
Thank you.
I also liked your the bus station, how you've infused various arts, how you explained how during the daytime and nighttime through various days of the week, you could have different arts activities happening. It reminded me of something, when you go to Moscow, all their train stations are different. And, people will remember which station by the look and feel of that station, right? And I could see something like this happening in Austin, where you could actually have different, very memorable moments being created by even architecture being the background, but you're actually showcasing arts, and through that you're encouraging. I mean, that's how people would actually identify, and I think that's a very very interesting and very strong idea that I would like to see in the States, where we don't really have a strong expression of our public transportation stops yet that I know of. I think that other than airports, you know. So I really,
Yeah, Austin's particularly bad on that too.
so I really like that idea.
Yeah, thank you. I knew from the beginning that I always envisioned the project for some reason coming to life at night. I really enjoyed the idea of kind of the project itself having that double life, how during the day it can be about the people going to work, working in the little restaurants, in the little yoga studios, whatever. But then as the night approaches, the type of people coming in might switch, or it could be also the residents themselves, but it can go into kind of like this weird underground, exhibit of a bunch of different things and the live music and the food. And I just always saw it as a very colorful thing going on during the night, just so that the project wouldn't just become a very silent thing once it goes dark. I really want it to be very alive at all times of the day. So
This is faculty housing, right?
sorry.
Right. I think it's been really interesting to see your process, Sebastian, and how you have indeed always thought of this in its nighttime scenario, which is completely inverse to what I think typically do in architecture. I think I would like to challenge you to actually just take some more renders of that in between space and see what it's like during the day, because I think it could also be sort of equally pleasant to walk through a shaded open space pedestrian street, and I think that would complement what you've already shown us very well. So congratulations. I really enjoyed the rendering at the end where you're giving us that moment of subjectivity with that one. It's both the last ones I think are really telling.
This reminds me to life.
This reminds me a bit of Deep Eddy Cabaret. Like when you walk in there, it's dark. It's perfect.
Okay.
I think it would be also a good addition. One more thing, just quickly. If for your portfolio, it would be really interesting to take a walk from the bus station the moment you get on the bus, get off the bus at your bus station, and experiencing this alleyway all the way through and through. That scenario visualized would be a very interesting piece of information to add, I think. Because I see a strong connection between the two experience from how you've imagined it as you've explained it.
No, yeah, totally. And at one point, Professor Briscoe and I talked about the idea of the project itself being a movie, which is why I kind of started with the girl at night after she came back from the bars, and then she's kind of reflecting on her trajectory and her day that she spent with her friends at the bar, and then coming back at night to the colorful bus stop. If I'd had like a year, I would definitely have developed everything into like a very alive journey of bus to project. Yeah.
You have a summer.
Maybe.
And he has a job to get to. So congratulations, Sebastian, and thank you for your presentation. I think those are fantastic comments. Great to see. So
yeah, thank you. Thank you for the feedback.
Yes. Dominique, are you ready to present?
Yes. 1 second. Okay. Hi, my name is Dominique, and this is my project for the Deep Eddy neighborhood. So just starting a little bit about the concept that I really wanted to focus on for this project was respecting and kind of respecting and celebrating the natural context of Deep Eddy and also the existing buildings that are there. So in the middle of this collage, you can see what Deep Eddy used to be, which was a deep eddy in the Colorado River. and then adding this element of playfulness with a plaza, and then this mixed use housing project, which is being mindful of both the natural context and also how this environment is changing and becoming increasingly urban. Here's the urban design proposal that I did with my partner for the last project. So we really focused on adding these kind of different areas for different activities. So adding park spaces here and here, and then adding a plaza space that really takes context from these existing buildings. So this is the American Legion Travis Post 76. This is the EMS station, and then the Deep Eddy entrance. So creating a plaza that really connects those buildings and celebrates what's already there. And then these two buildings are the footprints that we proposed. Again, looking at this American Travis Post house to really build my form. And then this is the other one right next to Poolburger. And then also we looked a lot at transportation and kind of adding in bus stops for people to enter and visit this area. So this is the bus stop I designed for the first project. It sits directly across from the community garden. So I wanted to create a trellis system where plants could grow and people could eat fruit. I thought of it as a passion flower growing there. And it would provide a lot of shading in the summertime and then just be a really kind of beautiful lookout place into the river and the community garden. And then just a slight indication of what my project would look like in the background. This is a figure ground diagram, again, showing the two new building footprints. This is the building that I chose to focus on. Again, really looking at these heavily trafficked areas and how I could both respect the natural context and then kind of address this very urban, highly trafficked roads. These are two precedents that I looked at. The one on the left is Welcome by Kengo Kuma. It's a mixed use housing project in Milan. It hasn't been built yet. And then the one on the right is another project by Kengo Kuma, the Glass Wood House. And these buildings, I really liked how they kind of connected with the natural environment. And the one on the left is actually located in a very urban area, but it really celebrates nature, which is something I really wanted to do. Here's a conceptual GIF I created. So starting with this kind of natural context from the American Legion house, and then putting up these really big kind of sheer walls, which would block off the noise and pollution coming from Mopac. And then kind of, extruding those forms. And then lastly, looking at program. And I'll go into that a little bit more in the plans, but these kind of cuts would create community spaces, and then up here, a kind of restaurant and bar, which would provide a really great view of the Deep Eddy pool and the Colorado River. This is a section through the site showing all the way Lake Austin on the back, on the left, and then the community garden right here, and the Colorado River down here. This would be our plaza space, and then just showing that very direct connection with Mopac right behind the building. This is the first floor plan. You can see the parking would be located right here on Atlanta Street. And then these are the different areas. So this first one is a kind of private entrance into the housing above. This space would be a library where people would enter through here, and then a cafe here, which really addresses kind of that cut I made in that courtyard that looks to this Legion house. And then over here is the ranger station. Here is the second floor plan. So over here, it's mostly housing units with these really big balconies that are all connected. I really wanted this place to be a community space for everyone to kind of come together. When visiting Deep Eddy, I noticed that there was a really broad demographic of people going there. There wasn't like one specific group. So I really wanted everyone to be able to live here and visit the space. And on the right, again, more offices for the ranger station. Again, this is, more housing, and then a gym for both the rangers and the people in the apartments. And then showing a little bit more of a zoomed in floor plan. These are the 2-bedroom apartments, which are 920 square feet, and then the slightly smaller ones located on the south side are 650 square feet. And you can see these balconies, they're all connected, they aren't separated, so everyone can enjoy themselves together in this community area. And then ending with, a roof plan just showing kind of how this building really takes contacts from the natural environment and celebrates both the trees and the natural contacts and this existing building. Here is a section through the building, again, looking at MOPAC. And then this is this kind of bar restaurant that would provide that great view of Deep Eddy and the Colorado River up on the 9th floor. And then a section, a longitudinal section through the building showing this library over here, the offices for the rangers, restaurant up here, and then again, more housing. And these big kind of community spaces that are outdoors where children can play, people can visit, you can eat, just a wide range of activities can be done there. Here's a wall section and corresponding elevation, just kind of showing the materiality. I've focused mostly on wood. This I thought of as CLT shear walls and then a kind of steel column system with wood cladding. And then again, kind of looking at how these roof balcony spaces can be planted with vegetation, which would again kind of address that polluted area and kind of combat that by providing fresh air for the people there. And then here's a elevation from the front of the building on Lake Austin. You can see kind of how it relates to this building in the back and directly kind of cuts through it and surrounds it. And then, these spaces that people can exit out onto and celebrate this outdoor area and look towards Deep Eddy, the community garden, and the river. And then an elevation looking from the back. This is the front of this American Legion house. And then, again, these same areas. And the balconies for the units up here. And then here's a render looking from Lake Austin Boulevard. You can see downtown Austin in the background and how this kind of tall building, this tall form kind of blocks off that really polluted area from MOPAC in the background and downtown further back. And then just kind of ending with this image looking out from this interior space to the balconies and towards Lake Austin and downtown Austin in the back. And that's it.
This one's looking north, right, Dominique?
Yes, this is.
Okay, yeah. Dominique, what was it about the Legion building that made it so special that you wanted that sort of everything revolves around that?
I think I just really wanted to kind of respect the buildings there, the Legion House, the EMS station, Pool Burger, and Deep Eddy Cabaret. I feel like are all really kind of important buildings that really make up what Deep Eddy is and the history of Deep Eddy. So I didn't want to get rid of those or anything. I wanted to celebrate them.
Would you mind going back to your site plan?
Yes. The first one at the beginning, or
I think that one's great. Thank you. And so Deep Eddy Cabaret is then directly to the west here, right?
Yeah, to the left of this.
Got it. I think it's really nice how you've started to carve away space as a way to respect the existing site conditions. I think that's really successful. Like that little courtyard directly next to the American Legion building is really nice. And then you start to do the same thing towards the street, which I think is really successful. And then I think one of the coolest parts of your project is that you then translate that into section really well, where you start to have these horizontal planes that slip and slide and create that condition that you seemed really interested in your precedents that Kingokuma does so well with the indoor-outdoor. I think that's all really successful and it's cool to see something in plan and translated successfully into section. One of my questions for you is, if you have all these horizontal planes, what is the conceptual logic behind the walls that are going north-south?
Those were really kind of addressing the polluted area for MOPAC. So I really kind of wanted to block that off and block off the pollution. And then also they would serve as lateral resistive systems because the building is so kind of long and has that horizontality.
Got it. I think that makes sense to me. I almost think that it creates a very strong directionality from Lake Austin down to the south of the site. And I wonder if you could find other ways to do it in some ways. I mean, I think it works. I think everything you said makes total sense, but I wonder if there's another way, like if the lightness of the steel then does the same thing as what those walls are doing, and then you really just have these floating planes.
Yeah.
Dominique, what was it about the library that what was your reasoning behind that program?
I think
that was a program you chose, right?
Yes. Yeah, I think I really
If I
wanted
can interrupt, I didn't mention it, but they had the option to throw in sort of a wild card program if they chose, and this is where it's come from, sort of.
Okay.
Sorry.
Yeah, I just wanted to create a community space where everyone could kind of visit, and there's a cafe here, so I thought that kind of created a direct connection where people could read and then get coffee, and yeah, just everyone could kind of occupy this area.
Yeah, I guess I was surprised because there's a library so close by, just on the other side downtown. There's the new library, but this could become a sort of a neighborhood satellite library, since I mean, the neighborhood itself, not necessarily your housing, but the neighborhood itself is quite a family neighborhood. So that could be a nice addition to the neighborhood. I would like to see this bar that you have connecting the two buildings, rather than just kind of a double door on either side, sort of maybe with further time and development, you could really think about how those walls could, or even at least to the south side, could really open up and become more porous at times of day, whether it's panes that rotate and you can literally pass through them, or slide open. But really thinking about how that bar, rather than sort of having this pretty non-porous front onto Lake Austin Boulevard, how that could start to bring people back through without having to actually pass, sort of go inside the building. You sort of just blur that edge between inside and outside.
I really like your concept of celebrating nature, and it translated really well down to the materiality that you chose for the architecture as well, and the transparency that that cue about the transparency that you're taking from Kingokuma also is reflected really well into your development of the architecture. I really can see myself sitting in this, library, having a cup of coffee and enjoying my book and the nature. I think you're the way you've kind of spatialized through volume and the use of transparency worked out really well, both architecturally and also scale-wise as well. Like what Joyce was saying, that whole the connection between the two could definitely become like an open breezeway. You can use hangar doors or whatever, and you could just be left open during the daytime or during the pleasant times of the evening times where people can freely, flow through, just like nature of the wind and the nature of the light, just kind of without any kind of architectural barrier. Because yeah, the two doors facing north and south, it's not doing that space any justice. But yeah, really well done, beautiful actually. I really love your sections and the last shot of the Houston from the interior of one of the units. It's really well done. I really like that. You stuck to the theme of wood, the timber throughout your architectural materiality, because that just kind of ties all back to your concept very, very strongly.
You took on a challenging part of the site, Dominique. It's probably more challenging, I think, because of MOPAC being right there, and that Foreign Legion building. It's kind of a lost piece of ground. And I give you credit for taking on such really, I think, a more difficult piece of the site, and trying to give it purpose.
Yeah, I really, I agree with that comment about the challenging position that Dominique put herself in. That corner doesn't seem to be able to hold any store or running.
Nothing.
I mean, nothing can stay there because it is such a hard spot. And I think to Zeke's comment about, the reasoning behind the north south walls that you've put into plan, I think you need to show a diagram or something that shows us MOPAC and shows us these bars and the height of what you're doing, and gives almost an immediate understanding of how you're volumetrically trying to control not just pollution, but I think the noise factor is
That's what I was. Yeah.
that is, to me, more experiential than anything. I'm sure we're experiencing lots of pollution being on that corner, but I would say it's more so the noise and what you could be doing with those walls. So I think that those points have been brought up, but it's something that you have to have in a visualization that conveys that. And going back to what Misa said, like the connection to nature as a concept, and that is a mitigator of the things that don't allow us to connect to nature. So I just would encourage that to be maybe something that supplements your work. But really, I agree with all the comments and compliments of what you've done. Well, if there aren't any more, we can move on. Thank you, Dominique.
Thank you.
Terrific
Thanks.
presentation.
Thank you so much.
And Chris, if you want to load your work, that would be great.
Yeah. Okay. Oh, let me get this out of the way. So, hi, I'm Christopher. I'll just jump right in. So my project started very broadly, developing an urban plan with a partner by borrowing a strategy used by Studio Gang to sort of look at what all the important places on the site offered. And then from that, you can figure out what you might want to enhance or add in the site. Notably, the area around Deep Eddy seemed to lack any amount of dense housing, and all the businesses that sat between Deep Eddy and the sort of more northeastern area created a suburban condition that wasn't great. So coming from there, this shows what we wanted to develop, mostly fitting housing into the upper areas, as well as trying to develop places for leisure and community throughout. So using our diagrammatic visuals, my partner and I drew out a bit of a grid that we could use to roughly develop the area. And we decided that we wanted to preserve, again, those core buildings that other projects have looked at, especially Deep Eddy itself. So we set out some areas that could contain them in a unique condition. From there, we laid out a plan that defined some new buildings, some shaded and unshaded areas, and some sort of cultural niches that we wanted to leave in the hands of the community so that the residents and locals could express themselves and have a strong influence on the vernacular culture. Generally, we tried to push larger developments up against Lake Austin Boulevard, which is the larger road to the north, to protect the pool and park from noise in the sight of heavy traffic. And then to promote walking and biking, we tried to keep the developed areas very porous and connected with shading paths meandering everywhere. And this model is one of our first ways of blocking out the area and looking at how lower floors might be open and easily passed through with the cardboard, which may be a bit hard to see. Yeah. So after developing our buildings a bit, we found that we had created two separate languages. So we decided to sort of split them up into a more residential block and a set of more commercial blocks. They shared most of their features, but we planned for the residential area to have more of a focus on the niches and different strong areas that could be controlled by the community, while the commercial area focused more on public amenities such as bike parking and all that. So from all these buildings, I sort of picked out these lower few from the residential area to really develop for my project. And then moving forward, I wanted to focus on and enhance the social aspects of my development. Between the weaving paths, various plazas, and residential balconies, I was hoping to create and strengthen social ties between the local and visiting communities. So here's a bit of an animation showing how I developed the area and modified the grid and footprints a bit so that they played a bit nicer with the trees and other features of the site. I made sure to preserve the central avenue that the first grid created though, because it just seemed to be a very strong movement that created a nice connection through the site. So here's the first few stages of that animation, so you can see them a bit more easily. This shows the set of frames that transition from the first grid down to the final footprint and massing. And then from there, you come to a more close-up shot of them. By lifting up the bulk of the building, I was able to preserve the little avenue condition while still maintaining the density that the earlier footprints could have offered. And then furthermore, lifting up the massing provided a good amount of shade for what ends up being a sort of important plaza that opens up into Deep Eddy itself. So here's a broad section cutting through the major avenue that project creates. And then by flattening out some areas and creating staircases between them, I hope to create moments of socialization and gathering rather than the constant movement promoted by the just sort of sloping hill that already exists on the site. So beginning with my site plan and then shifting into my ground floor plan, you can see the paths and open areas that carve through my project. For the most part, people would be entering onto the site, walking or biking down the main avenue or coming in from Deep Eddy over here to the right. However, there's also some smaller paths from the more residential areas to the left and access to underground parking here, sort of tucked into the part of the building. One thing that's important to note is that this project is sort of split between a more generic multi-use area or mixed use, that's what I mean, area over here on the left, and then the more specific ranger station bit to the right. And then on this first floor, so the left area just has basic commercial areas, whereas the ranger station has all the offices of the ranger station. So moving up to the second floor, the building becomes connected with a path between the two stories, and the broader area changes from commercial spaces to residential units, which we'll take a closer look at later. And then the ranger station is brought up as a gym that the rangers might want to use, but it can also be accessed by the people who live there as residents. And it's also connected to a whole set of what could be shared residential amenities. There's also this balcony here across from those amenities that is meant to create a connection down to the plaza and the broad avenue that cuts underneath it. So the third floor is largely the same, but the common amenities are swapped out for another unit. And then the ranger station continues up as a living space for any rangers that might be visiting from afar or that need to stay overnight for whatever reason, such as like a special event. And then finally, going up to the fourth floor, the ranger station stops continuing up and actually transitions into a sort of rooftop garden that faces down towards Deep Eddy and the river, creating a nice place for the residents or the rangers to sit and take a bit of a break. So here's a close-up of two of the residential units to give an idea of how the others might look. Primarily, they both open up into areas flanked by the kitchen and other utilities with a clear view out to some sort of sunlight or view. The windows in the units get pushed out different amounts, creating spaces for someone to sit in the natural light and hopefully promoting the connection between the units and whatever the windows look out on. Although this section is fairly limited, it shows how the shared balcony sort of sits over the avenue and how everything gets framed by the building being lifted up. And then moving on to a slightly distorted elevation of the southeastern face, you can really see how the windows and balconies of the residential units cast shadow from being pushed out, and sort of hopefully how they create social connections down to the various paths around the area. Oop. And then taking that view further, here's a render looking down through the avenue. Again, it really shows how the building lifts up to create a central path, along with how the push-out windows create shadows and interest along the facade. I've kept this project fairly graphic and shied away from strong materiality, but I do want to mention here that the lower commercial area and the whole ranger station are sort of envisioned as some sort of more stony material to sort of anchor the rest of the project down onto the site. And then here's a bit of a summary slide, and thanks so much for your time. That's what I've got.
Thank you, Chris. I think what's really interesting about your project at first glance is, one, how it's arranging itself. Even if we were to look at all the other projects, right, there's the Cartesian grid, or there's the slots of space. And this site strategy is really interesting because it's taking into account trees, existing site conditions to form more specific geometries, I think, which is really cool, which almost gives it like a medieval character, like a la Peter Eisenman or something, which I think is really nice. And I really admire your representation. I think your representation is so clear, which is awesome. And another thing that I think is really successful that relates back to Deep Eddy is, I think like one of the coolest things about Deep Eddy is how it's a gradual manipulation of the ground plane. And like in that sense, that gradual descent into the water makes it something that's accessible. And I think you took a lot of time in caring for how the ground plane is treated and how you're dealing with topography in these very specific ways, similar to how all these sight lines are created in your site plan, which is amazing, down to even like looking at your unit plans where you have your 5-foot radius for your ADA in there. Like I think that's a super admirable quality of this project.
Misun, do you want to go ahead, or do you want me to?
Yeah, sure. I really appreciate your sun study diagrams. And like what Zeke was saying, you establishing the grids based on the, what's existing. It's very dynamic. And I mean, one thing that I wanted to, that would have added another level of interesting moment is, you've done all these shadow studies. I'm wondering if your volume could have been carved more 3-dimensionally as well, vertical direction, sun angles, which would have kind of defined your, establishing all these grids and your building shape being, generated out of that as well, like, having the nature, the sun, kind of carving away and shaping your building would have been really interesting also, One thing I wanted to ask was, in your intro slide, is there any significance to the way you've composed the character of is it a King Kong?
Yeah, the big juice land monkey.
Yeah, I really like that. You know, you have these moments where you've inserted these graphics, and you know, overall graphics and visualization very clear, very strong. I I like it quite a bit. I was just curious, was there any kind of significance behind that?
Yeah, that's something that maybe didn't carry over so much into my final project, but that was more so related to the cultural niches in the overall plan and sort of how locals might create their own sort of wacky culture. So the monkey is just sort of an example of how that vibrant culture can come through.
Yeah, I think it's a very strong scheme because you know, this project, the way you've kind of generated everything from the context and everything can only exist in this one particular site. It is, you know, grounded into this particular site. And I think that is something that as architects, we always look for context. We always look for the cues from the surroundings to bring into it. And I really appreciate your thoughtfulness.
Thank you.
Yeah, I agree with those comments, Chris. All your diagrams, your explanation of how you got to where you got was really clear. And could you go to your, I think it's maybe the image right before this one, your rendering of the building itself. Yeah, this was the only one that kind of disappointed me a bit because and I agree with Son, I think you could do more. You're looking at light and sun so much, there could be more carving. But I felt like given all your exploration, which is great, and how you came up kind of with the overall form and location on the site and the paths through, this felt so generic in the rendering. And so I was a little bit disappointed. I was like expecting this like sort of, I don't know, really unusual or kind of some different way of visualizing it. And you don't have any people in it. So it feels like such a different character than all the other drawings you did, which are so much about the sun and occupation. And, you know, I see pathways with steps and brick and patterns and sight lines to different places around your site. And so I would say, you know, this might be a rendering, given all the really strong things about your project, this rendering doesn't help show those off. So I might even take a couple perspectives, you know, moving through it. So you start to experience some of these really great moments that you have. And I'm going to pick on you, Chris, because I know you can take it. But you guys really think about whether you want a 2-point perspective or a 3-point perspective, and what you gain or lose by doing one or the other. For me right now, Chris, I find the 3-point distracting. Like I want to be, I don't think it's helping either explain your building. So again, I'm guessing you ran out of time on this and you didn't have time to kind of add in all the extras, but I think it's a project that's worth showing in some better perspectives and renderings.
And just to clarify, is the like third point of a 3-point perspective the central bit that's sort of looking down?
The third point is the one up in the sky. It's the one going up. So a 2-point, I can't believe you guys learned this in first year. You should know
I
this.
remember 2-point, but I don't remember going over 3 points.
We didn't do 3-point.
Exactly.
We didn't do 3-point.
Confusing and distracting.
Yeah, your computer did it for you, and then not realizing it, you didn't know to correct it. But in a 2-point, all your verticals stay vertical. And there are times when you might want to do a 3-point because your building's really tall and you want to emphasize this view of looking up for some reason. But this might be an instance where it's not super helpful. And you've got a nice project. So I want you to show it off in the best way possible.
I think one thing that could really help this is because you've showed so much care in your site plan to the ground plane, it'd be nice to see those textural elements giving scale to this perspective here as well. Or even there are some of those smaller scale, like swooping roofs and horizontal elements that I could even see coming into play here that even might start to frame your view of this building. And I think all of the points that were made about the sectional quality relating to the planimetric quality are really valid. And even how you start to think about aperture, where there's a fairly regular rhythm to your windows in this volume to the left, but on the right-hand side, it actually looks more like how I'd expect your elevations to look, where there's a bit more whimsy or care to specific moments that you're framing, whether it be to protect from the sun or to a view.
That makes a lot of
Yeah, I
sense.
think your commenting about scale is a really good one, because when I look at this, I don't know if this is a drive-through for a car or if it's a pedestrian path or both. So those kinds of things would really help. I was also just noticing on yours, Chris, these vertical fins and how they kind of start to repeat on the left part of the building, the left building, where they're very regular, and maybe goes to what Zeke was saying too. And then on the right side, they're almost more about boxes. They're more box-like rather than fin-like. And so maybe just, I'm not saying one's right, one's wrong, or it can't be both. Maybe looking at that and then looking at how that translates to the ground. Like maybe those linear ones that are on the left could actually start to translate to something more that becomes really important.
And showing the internal activities would also really be helpful.
Yeah.
Yeah.
We've saved up all our rendering comments for you, Chris.
I
No,
hope
that's
you're
totally
hearing
fine.
all of the valuable feedback that you're getting, Chris. I think that they've really hit the nail on the head on all points, and you've done so much work, and your work is so completely thorough up until this point. And you even said to me with your submission, like, I ran out of steam and time, and I know you know that this isn't where this particular view of your project should finish, and I have no doubt that you will make this right. So I
I hope,
congratulate
yeah.
you, because I know you work very hard, and your work is very, very thorough and clear. So I just want to congratulate you on that part. Okay, thank you, Chris.
Thanks, Chris.
So Riley, we have one more.
Good morning. My name is Riley, and I just want to welcome you to Deep Eddy. So these are some images that I've collected from around the site. I was really inspired by the materiality of the site and how it has such a connection to Austin with its like heavy use of limestone, but still keeps that quirkiness that Austin really has with the mosaic and the kind of like painted metal that's around the site. So I begun the semester with playing upon this materiality, and I created this kind of funky bus stop that took into limestone that's so present around Austin, and then, you know, messed it up a little bit, created something kind of fun with that. And then following that, I moved on to the urban plan with my partner. And before I get into that, I wanted to kind of take you through Deep Eddy from my perspective and kind of what I noticed happened inside of Deep Eddy. So one of the prominent things about Deep Eddy is kind of the noise pollution that's on the outskirts of it from all of the cars and the traffic. But as you get inside of Deep Eddy, you kind of lose that sense of being in such an urban area, and you enter this like natural world, and it's kind of like an escape. And so me and my partner really wanted to play upon that escape and celebrate the natural landscape that Deep Eddy has and expand upon it in our urban plan. I also was very inspired by notes of my past and things that I've experienced in my hometown, and just where I grew up and where I traveled when I was younger. So on the left is Vitruvian Park, which is in Addison, Texas. I went there a lot as a kid and in my teenage years and stuff. It's a very informal space. That's basically just landscaped, and they let you do whatever you want. But they really uplift the space by creating, like adding these Christmas lights and stuff, and they hold events and everything in this empty informal space. And then in the center would be Clyde Warren Park. If you've been to Dallas, you've probably heard of Clyde Warren Park. I was really inspired by kind of like the food truck area that's inside of Clyde Warren Park and how people move throughout Clyde Warren Park space. And then on the very right is the New Orleans row housing typology. I visited New Orleans a lot as a child. My childhood best friend is from New Orleans. And so I've just loved the quirkiness and the personality that New Orleans has in that space. So moving forward into the urban plan, what me and my partner did basically was remove all of the existing buildings and relocate the EMS to this top corner over here. So that had better access to the roads and stuff and wasn't just kind of like lost inside of the landscape. We also got rid of all of the vehicular traffic within the space and added a underground parking garage over here. And then over at the top, we have kind of like a carpool drop-off Uber space. Next would be the footprints of the buildings that we created. I kind of tilted the buildings so that it would point towards Deep Eddy, and also so that I wouldn't have such a like large south-facing facade across everything. And then we added this paved hardscape space so that you could have a plaza for food trucks, maybe take my bus stop that I had earlier and blow it up a little bit and create an overarching like underground or shaded space. We also made this atrium space over here to play upon the slope and kind of even it out a little bit. So getting into the actual design of the structure, I wanted to play off the road housing typology. And so I took these little cubes and I arrayed them, and then I started shifting them around, which ended up with me shifting them more to create these like balcony spaces. And I got my form from that. You can see from this section, what I did was to once again, like play upon the sloping ground. I situated it to where you walk into the second floor of the building actually, and then you have the landscape which will lead you down to the bottom floor. These bottom two floors of the building are retail space, and then the top two floors ended up being kind of like a condo type housing. As far as the facade materiality of the building, I kept with the limestone for the retail space, and then the top spaces are their own individual shade of painted metal siding, and then they also have this trellising for leaves and stuff to grow to continue that landscape and connection to the nature that we wanted to explore. As far as occupation and as you move throughout the space, if you are someone just visiting the space, you can either enter up these steps to the retail spaces on the second floor, or you can go down to the bottom floor of the building and kind of go inside of Deep Eddy. and continue to enter these retail spaces. It would be like a coffee shop. Maybe an artist could have a studio space there. Wanted to keep it flexible for them. And then if you are a resident of the space, you would enter these steps that would take you up to your 2-bedroom, 2-bathroom complex. And so you can kind of see here, you just go, first floor is just a kitchen and living space. And then the second floor has your 2 bedrooms and 2 bathrooms. And then I wanted to continue explore this atmosphere and occupation of the space and kind of like the noise and everything in the space. So I created a video atmospheric rendering. The main thing that stuck out to me about Deep Eddy was just kind of like the noise and the spatial experience of everything. So that's what I really wanted to capture through this. And that is my Deep Eddy proposal. Thank you.
Thanks, Riley. Your presentation really makes me smile, Riley. It's just this first page actually is so nice and has sort of that whimsical quality, but all about people, all about the experience, the videos, looking at sound. And, you included traffic. There's a lot of traffic on Lake Austin Boulevard. And I love that you're acknowledging it. It's there and you're thinking about that relationship of what's along the street. And then as you move away from the street and how it gets quieter and more, there's more trees, there's more grass. One thing I think about when I first came to Austin, and Danelle's right, I do go to Deep Eddy a lot, not this last year, but it always feels like you're on vacation somewhere. Like it's very removed from the cars and the traffic and the city, and you feel like you've gone sort of to this other place. And I appreciate that you're trying to maintain that feeling and expand that quality by sort of creating, in a way, you've created this barrier along at Lake Austin Boulevard, and you're allowing then people to filter through to a larger resort that's back there before you get to the water. So I appreciate that a lot, and how you presented it was really great. I love all the videos, the graphics, and this idea about sort of what's the same and then how are they different? That they might be same materials, but then you're using color. Again, I know you like using color. I remember that from early on. You always found ways to kind of, whether it was just in the presentation or in the project, but I like that you're trying to bring that in to this project and give it its own character. So I really congratulate you. I think it's a project that feels like you.
Thank you.
It's a very personal project, I think, to you, but I think it also has things that I think it works. I would watch your orientation, actually, of those buildings. You may have avoided the south, but you got a lot of west facing.
Yeah.
But you do have the vines and all that stuff, so that helps. Can you go back to the plan? Go ahead. Sorry, Zeke.
Well, one thing that I really, really admire about this presentation is that it rejects the sort of architectural top-down diagram in favor of something perspectival or experiential as your concept, starting from the park that you mentioned in your hometown and all the places that you have really admired throughout the years, which I think is a hard thing to do because architecture school so frequently teaches you that everything is about top down. It's about the mass of the thing. And so I really think that's super awesome. Like everything you've done and how you presented it, I think like with like what Joyce was saying with the audio and the sensorial aspects of the videos, so cool. And your representation and plan is really strong too. And I think it's another way to approach the site planning where, again, it's sort of its objects in space, but also scaled with plantings. Like your site plan is so nice in that way. And I think the one thing that I wonder then is you're addressing familiarity with this. And it makes me think of building typologies and how you could look at the buildings that you're developing and aesthetically their qualities or particular, like the aperture, like does it look like a building is that you've seen before, or is it a new building? And I almost wonder if it's sort of like a new urbanist thing where it's like this looks like a building, its buildingness is apparent here, and there's a certain familiarity to it. Really nice job.
Thank you.
I have to echo the comments so far. Yeah, my understanding of your project site with your presentation, just kind of completely opened my knowledge of that site. And I really love the fact that you took us through the site and reconciliating that with your project's concept. Sort of like really, I mean, I don't think I've ever seen anyone actually do a site study in such an intimate way. Like it's very specific to your point of view, which echoes throughout the entire project's concept. So that's really well done. Also, your section at the street, the division from the street into the nature side of the site, using architecture to do that, I thought was really, really smart, actually. One thing that I would have liked to have seen is, taking your project and putting it into your video, the actual site, because you started with showing us what that site actually sounds like, feels like, it would have been really interesting to kind of insert your building into the actual video and kind of do a collage of it, so that you can kind of start with the reality and kind of end with a bit of an overlay technique, visualization. And I think that would have kind of they would have made your concept presentation a little bit more strong, I think. Helped. I mean, it's already strong. I'm just saying that if you had a bit more time, that could have been one technique that you could have kind of retained from the beginning, and then you echo it again at the end.
Riley, can you pull up your plan, again, your site plan? Yeah, thanks. Yeah, I agree, Nissan. I think that's a great suggestion to kind of have a walkthrough that incorporates your buildings. Obviously, more time and all that stuff, but I think it'd be really nice to see that. Because again, you've taken, I also really liked, Riley, that you included a drop-off place, like a point to get off of Lake Austin Boulevard, either drop someone off or picked up by Uber, all those kinds of things, because I think I see that happening at Deep Eddy a lot. There's people that come into that parking lot just to drop someone off. It just makes it even more congested and more of a nightmare, and sort of keeping that even out of the site is, I think, a really smart idea. I think if you were continuing, you'd want to do more sun studies, looking at these bars and these kind of loose L shapes, and really see what you're getting in terms of sun, and you know what units are what advantages do each of the units have? Like one might be premium for view, but one might be premium for something else. And then what types of activities, continuing along this idea of experience, what kinds of activities might take place in the one that's further, the area, large outdoor area that's further east, and then what might take place on the one that's closer to the west side. And are there little things that you can do? Is it one big flat area, or does it step and ramp in certain places? Those kinds of things, because that will divide it up as well. Like maybe some of those planted areas also are transitions between levels. I mean, I think what's great is, yeah, there are all these other things to keep looking at, but the foundation is there.
I think one of the things that's so successful about this site plan is how even Deep Eddy looks like one of these objects. And then the plantings and the paving is another layer of scale. And I think, like Joyce was just saying, it's worth considering what that next scale is relative to the site fabric that you've created, which is really rich right here. So maybe it's like even thinking about what kind of trees are in these little plazas and what kind of shade they create, or are they fruiting, or whatever it may be.
I think that's been one of the, well, one of many challenges this semester, but is that the role of the architect is really absorbing landscape architecture, or having to, I think, include that, and not just with this project, that it has such a relationship to the trail system and the Colorado River, but I think in general, I would say architecture is taking on board much more of the role that we at one point in time didn't really think about or consider. And so I appreciate not just the way Riley's project, but all the projects have had to grapple not only with making a building at a scale they've never really been challenged to do before, but also that they're taking on the hat of an urbanist and a landscape architect. And I think these are really valid comments for all the projects this morning. I think we're just about out of time. Are there any last comments for Riley or for the studio in general that you'd like to share?
I'll just say that I'm really impressed with the work, guys. I think some of our local developers could learn a thing or two. I feel like so much of the development has nothing to do with what's here, and the nature of this city or town, whatever you want to call it, and is really just kind of a much more generic, you know, obviously cost-effective development. But I think you guys have all looked at some issues that are really key to keeping Austin from becoming Houston or Dallas, if that's something that is important to you. And I think for this studio, it's been very important. I think it's important. And so, yeah, congratulations. Plus, it's nice for me to see where you guys have come since first year. So congratulations.
I'm also so deeply impressed with how you were able to, everybody was able to both represent their work so clearly and also address the urban scale, which is something that maybe it's just a personal thing. It just scares me so much. So it's really admirable that you took on such a huge program. And I would encourage you to always think about the urban as you move through all your other design studios as something that can even drive concept beyond formal abstract qualities. It's nice to always tie your buildings into a larger context. But really awesome job. Super, super great work.
Definitely, I've seen so many impressive projects today. Actually, it gave me goosebumps looking at these projects and the quality that you guys were able to achieve within the semester. And as an architect, I do think that more and more we should be thinking just via, not just with the building itself, but what's happening around the building, and thinking broader will always inform your building much better. And I think this exercise, your biggest takeaway should be that, like, in the future, when you start, when you start designing a building, it's beyond just the property lines. It's beyond just the block. It's actually, the village, the town, the city. Like, you need to think about that scale in order for your project to be, long-lasting, future-proofed, more than anything. And one thing that that I come across a lot in my urban planning projects is the importance of transportation, because, as you know, that really shaped the American fabric, and that's actually what's shaping a lot of the master plans all over the world. Roads, roads, roads. And as you know, in the near future, hopefully, cars take less precedence than the actual human scale activities and those kind of things. And so I would encourage everyone to think about not just our built environment by itself for ourselves as human beings, but also, like, in terms of what can we do to this whole transportation network that really is establishing much of our built environment that we experience all over the globe at this point. And that is actually one of the reasons why I found the second project. I think that was the project
Sebastian.
art, that pedestrian friendly alleyways that stems from arts and everything. That I find, that's why I think that project, will kind of, I'll walk away and think about that project a lot, I think, because you're really kind of finding in other people your actual human experience more than through any other experience into your plan all the way down to architecture. So really good job. Amazing, actually.
Thank you all so much. Your comments and feedback on their work was, as I said, so dead on with what you saw and some struggles they've had, and also the things that they've done really successfully. So I appreciate so much your time today, and I think the students have gained so much by your perspectives this morning. I appreciate it.
Thanks, Danelle. Thanks, guys.
Thank you. Enjoy
Thank
the rest
you.
of your day. Misen, we'll see you at 12:30.
Is
Is
it the
that
same link?
It is the same link. Yes. Okay.
Congratulations.
Yeah.
Thank you, Joyce. So kudos, guys. Good job. Well done. Super duper work. I'm so proud of you. So those who are in the second session, if you can just join a little bit early in case there is any sort of something I should know about, that would be great. Otherwise, I'll see you all at around 12:30. Okay. Hey, Marianne.
Hi,
How are you doing, dear?
I'm doing okay.
Okay. Do you want to test or share? I'll be presenting something first, so I don't
Mhm.
want you to share yours right away, but did you want to test anything?
I can just
Do you
test to make sure that it
maybe?
looks. Yes. Are you seeing my screen?
Yes.
Okay, then I think it should be good. I tested my GIF already, so I think that should work.
Okay. Eric, do you need to test anything, you think?
I don't think so. Everything works.
Yeah,
that I've
I
seen.
think it's probably just business as usual. Okay, just in case anybody had any issues. But we'll be starting shortly. Yeah. Rasa, how are you?
Good, nice to see you.
Likewise, it's been a while. Tekena, is that you?
Hello,
How are you?
it's me. That's my head. I'm
Yeah,
good, Danelle. Good to see you.
I saw you picking up from there. How are you? It's I hear we'll be seeing you in the fall.
Yes, you're going to be seeing me live in August.
Fantastic.
Yes,
That's
yeah.
such good news.
Yeah,
I'm
I'm
so
super
thrilled.
excited. Yeah.
Good.
Yeah, looking forward to it.
As are we. And there's Vince.
Hello.
Hey,
How are you?
Vince. I'm good.
Nice to see
I'm
you
good.
all.
Yes. Well, it looks like we're all here, and it's that time. The bell has rung. So what I'll do is introduce our guests, reviewers, and then I'll introduce the project to them, and then I'll let the students get started. We'll have 5 student projects to review, and they'll be presenting their work through a PowerPoint, so directly showing you each slide that they would like. We have with us Mi Sun Lim, who is coming to us from Los Angeles currently. She is a principal with 5+ architects and is someone who I know very well. She was a colleague of mine when we studied at Yale University, and we studied urbanism and some housing situations together. So it's so nice to have her with us today. She studied at the University of Berkeley, and then, as I said, Yale University, and is now practicing in really internationally, but primarily in Dubai and Los Angeles. We also have with us Tekena Coco, who is also coming to us from Los Angeles, and where he's based as a designer. And his work really crosses between the arts, architecture, and landscape architecture. And I am very pleased to say that he'll be joining us for the next 2 years as our future emerging scholar at the university and school. So welcome to Kenna.
Thank you.
And yes, and we have with us Rasa Navasatite, who is our in-house lecturer and someone who comes to us with a wealth of background in large-scale city architecture. She actually led the research cluster at UCL Bartlett on this topic, and really focuses on urban design and what that means to the architectural scale. Thank you for joining us, Rasa. And of course, you know Vince Snyder, who we've had on a review already this semester, but I'm always pleased to have with me for future discussions. And he is a professor here at the School of Architecture, teaches across the board with curriculums, both undergraduate and graduate. Currently, are you teaching a studio in the spring this semester, Vince? Or
No, I had 2 in the fall.
2 in the fall. Yes, he usually doubles up in the fall and then gets a break to breathe in the spring. So thank you for joining us, Vince. And I'll just run through the project. It is one that is, I think, very deeply rooted in Austin and its culture and its ability to straddle the urban and natural conditions of our city. It's located at what we call Deep Eddy. As its common name. It is a swimming pool that is a public pool along the Colorado River, and really is adjacent to one of the major thoroughfares in the city, the north-south MOPAC highway system. And so you see the pool there just along the river. And historically, it is the first pool that was ever built in Texas. So it does have this nostalgia factor. And I think actually is a very special place in the city, and not just because of its relationship to the trail system that we have, Town Lake, but also its proximity to the downtown area. To the west, we have a university apartment housing situation done in the 70s. To the north, we have one of the old Austin neighborhoods, Eiler Neighborhood, which has a sort of quintessential bungalow scale to it. And then, working east is just a series of other amenities, public amenities of like tennis courts, a high school. So for those of you who don't know Austin, this is a sort of unique condition that I felt was ripe for maybe doing something more than just allowing this pool to exist and be a place of a destination. There is a situation, I would say, with the parking and the entrance and the experience of arrival that I am hoping that the project addresses and remedies. So it's you're immediately confronted by a parking lot that's completely dysfunctional, and getting into this ticketing booth is not one of an enjoyable experience. There is a trail that goes along the river and leads you up to it, but it's not very well defined. There's a community garden just to the west of the pool and another park system just to the east of the pool. So it has a lot of conditions that I think are ones that you would want to have on a project like this already, but I would say they're not configured well. They're very disjointed. And so the idea to remove that parking scenario and really just distribute parking, if you will, underneath is something that all the projects have taken as a given. And the context of the place itself is in a way very unique, or has this very lowbrow dive bar type of scene to it. Deep Eddy Cabaret is sort of one of those special places that you can stumble upon and I think find yourself feeling like this is old Austin. And then there are places like Pool Burger, which have the sort of Airstream type of food venue scenario that I think also something Austin culture identifies with. There is another building besides Deep Eddy entrance, which is the EMS station. So there's a nature of, say, civic or medical situation. There's also a ranger station on the site that is only being housed in a temporary scenario. So that's something that we're addressing. I wanted the students to think about not only the traffic situation in the summertime, but also that it's not just a daytime situation, it's also a nighttime venue, but that we might try to do something to the site so that it's a year-round place to enjoy. The first project I had them look at was the design of a bus stop on the site. So for my direction with the project was to consider alternatives to just driving your own car to the site, to think about taking public transportation, to maybe reinstate other forms of transportation and really try to redirect the attention away from the current situation, which I again feel is a little bit dysfunctional. They've then looked at urban scenarios and created their own urban layouts. So in teams of 2, they were to design and investigate and research what the potential of an urban strategy would be, whether that's top down or bottom up. And then lastly, they individually designed housing and an addition of a new ranger station for the project. So this is the general program that they had to consider for the site, thinking about, of course, parking underground and any multimodal transportation alternatives, servicing, potentially a wildcard program. But really the bulk of what they were meant to define was the 70,000 square feet of housing. We did do some reading and have discussion about an ecological urbanism approach. And so not just trying to maybe have a dialogue between the natural and the urban conditions, but how do we actually start to cross these two potentially opposite situations with each other. The students did some research on the overall consideration of the the neighborhood, its relationship not only to its immediate context, but the broader city of Austin, looking at multiple situations with traffic and pedestrian and other forms of program, and thinking about the realities of what a project of housing might be for this particular site. Housing is an issue for Austin. Tekena and Nisan, you already knew that, but it's something that we're having to strongly reconsider and think about, and how much density do we put into a place that has none whatsoever, and how do we potentially provide for housing by either traditional typologies or other. So they did do research on ones that are currently known. Street sections are just what you would imagine, with very little context in terms of a built environment and in the direct relationship to the site. They did think about who the user is, their age distribution, the demographic, and then thinking about some of the restraints that might be given for such a project in its practicality, but with the open-ended, I would say, challenge to question or consider what should be there. So it's really open-ended in that sense. I will let the students explain their work and potentially fill you in on more that I have said myself. So we'll start with Mary Ann. We have 20 minutes per student, which felt like in the first session was just the right amount of time to give them ample feedback. So, but I will be keeping time. So I'll let you share, Mary Ann.
Okay. Do I need to, for the GIF to work properly, do I need to make sure that it's like video settings are on or something, optimized for video clip? I think, I'm not sure. Okay, well, it'll be fine.
No, thought you checked it.
Okay, hi, my name is Mary Ann, and this is my approach to reforming Deep Eddy in a way that encourages movement into it rather than around it. One of my main concepts that I focused on throughout the semester was really just this idea of movement, dynamics, flow. How are people getting to the site, and why aren't people coming to the site? And at this point in time, there's MoPac pushing people past Lake Austin Boulevard, running parallel to it, the river going parallel to it as well. There's all this movement around Deep Eddy, but not so much encouraging people to go into that specific site. Even the trail loops around right before someone using it would get to Deep Eddy. So I wanted to focus on how I could use my design to encourage movement within the site. So I started with this bus stop, which design was semi-loosely based on wave and this movement of kind of a forcing tunnel, pushing you as you arrive at the bus stop towards the site. It's pointing north towards what would be my building, and south towards the trail that leads to Deep Eddy. I just wanted it to be very fluid and have openings from both sides so that people could be moving in either direction from within the site or from outside of the site. With my partner, Cole, we approached the urban scale. And one of the things that we really wanted to do is focus on placing our residential housing very close to Deep Eddy in a way that encourages movement and creates this plaza sort of scenario that closes in the site, not to the outside world, but encourages people to stay within it, shop, eat, go to the pool, go to the park, relax, and not just stop by and leave. So this entire site is including this shaded area here. And so as you can see, MoPac, the river, Lake Austin Boulevard, and the trail just avoid the Deep Eddy pool. And so Cole and I together looked into ways, how can we make it a more encouraging entrance? How can we open it up to pedestrians more, make this, rather than just a 3-foot sidewalk, how can it be something that encourages people to walk into it and around it and visit it? We have introduced bike lanes and nature on this outside where there's not so much and it's all behind the building normally. And we introduced areas of exercise and points of entry that encouraged all different kinds of transportation, including Uber drop-offs and parking, underground parking, handicap parking, and accessibility of all kind, including the bus station. And before going into the design of my building, I started with the programmatic use of the ranger station, how I wanted to make that most comfortable for these people who are going to be looking after this area and this park, and in keeping people safe and keeping it clean, and how can we most cater to their comforts. And so I put a lot of emphasis on how they would be living in their bedrooms, and then also into the lobby space to encourage people from the community to come and talk to the rangers and learn more about the area, ask questions, and be involved in their community. This is just a formal diagram showing how I arrived at the basic design of my building. Just 2 blocks coming together that then were shaped around the streets, the angles of the streets, to encourage this kind of arrow pointing towards Deep Eddy. And some of my precedents that I used included a lot of studio gang and these ideas of outside areas that create a secondary living place. It's not just within the apartment, it's the outside, beneath, in the shopping area. How does that become a space and not just outside of the building? How does the balcony become livable and not just, room for one single chair? So to get to my form, these kind of waves, this movement, I used a GIF of water moving and used a grasshopper script to remove lines from it that would then become the forms of the different levels that created the balconies and the overhangs that provided shade. So this is what the building looks like in the site overhead, and how it kind of creates this block that encourages this movement around the site to the community gardens, to the bus station, and movement in from this transportation hub. So this would be a first floor plan that's left open to mixed use of any kind, stores, bathrooms, restaurants, and then the different points of entry and egress for the residents, as well as the ranger station, lobby, and electrical and storage. Then moving up to the second floor and above, there are all different kinds of residential floor plans, because I wanted to encourage people of all different economic levels to be able to live in this, and not just, single families, but post-grad, multi-room apartments where people can live together and have all of that mixed in and have this great community feeling to it. And this is just a closer up view of what, an apartment or 2 would look like, and how the space is encouraging these views out across the balconies and towards downtown and Deep Eddy. So this shows how the building sits in relation to the lake at the bottom right-hand corner, and how it pulls people in from this street side, pushes them through this passageway that's cut out of the first floor of the building and down towards the lake and Deep Eddy. And this would show more of like how life is just going on day to day within this specific section, how you can see there's so much life, encouraging people to go outside onto these large balconies and move around, eat outside, lots of joyful life happening within the plaza. And this is showing as well from Lake Austin Boulevard towards the lake in this direction, how it is in its length, encouraging people to move towards the water. And materiality wise, I really was looking at concrete, glass, and rusted steel, which you can see here in these elevations. And this is kind of how I would hope that the balconies would be separated out, these little coves that encourage families to be outside and offer views towards all different parts of the city. And that's it.
Hi, Mary.
Hi.
Hey, really nice. I like how you've kind of created an intensity away from the actual pool itself, and you're like dispersing like kind of activity around the entire parcel rather than like, you know, maybe concentrating things in one place, and that's really nice. The other thing I like is the idea of the kind of wave, and the sort of you sticking to it as a kind of maybe aesthetic driver of the project. And I was wondering if you actually thought about how, you know, the architecture itself is adjusting in some ways, and working with this idea of the wave itself, like the building. I think you've shown it as kind of like a balcony condition, but I was curious if there's any interest in trying to like make that kind of be operational in this kind of in the interiority of the apartments and in the way they're masked.
Definitely, I did. And it doesn't show through as well in this part of the render. But the form of the building was also shaped by these waves. It wasn't just attachments as the balconies. The building pushes in at some points, and on the other side, parts of the building that would extend like this, rather than being the balcony, would be this glass curtain wall following that curvature and pulling maybe a living room out and offering a panoramic sort of view around. So not just balconies, but being able to pull that actual form of the building and push it based on that wave.
It looks quite beautiful in the rendering. It's a bit different from your plans, actually, because I've had difficult to like project this kind of formal language looking at the plans alone. But it's interesting how the exterior kind of pushes it more. And another thing, like why the curtain? It seems kind of, you know, when I think about water and all the things you say, the curtain seems it seems like Arizona, like really dry, not, you know, kind of orienting towards something that's wavy or wet or liquid.
I think it just reminds me kind of old ships, like how they've been weathered, and it's a sort of kind of old, not old, but used, lived in, and how water can affect it and create that reaction. And I think that that kind of idea played into it with the water kind of theme.
Yeah, that's good. I mean, it'd be nice if like say that in when you say cotton, like, you know, the kind of naval referencing. Totally get it. Thanks.
Gotcha.
I was really intrigued by your earlier introduction when you started talking about how you wanted to extend the Deep Eddy and the sort of like the adjacency between the architecture and the water. It's sort of like, you know, you're kind of privatizing this public amenity in a way. And there's no right or wrong in that sense, but, you know, the thing that was intriguing was like how that kind of translated back into your balcony, the undulating balcony expression, and then tying it back to the the concept of the water, the flow of the water. I'm wondering, like, you know, like I have to agree with you, like, it's quite beautiful. I'm wondering if there were other features of water that you could have kind of brought into the materiality, perhaps, or shape also, like the whole ephemeral sense of water, the sparkles that you get, big sparkles versus tiny sparkles, and reflectivity of the water, which is very magical. So I think, you know, it's quite beautiful and well done, but maybe like if you had more time, you could bring in a bit more of the water concept into your the materiality.
Yeah. In regards to your first comment about how it does kind of seem to privatize that area, I think it just seems to be the things that I forget to say that I think are part of my concept, like within that concept, the formal sequence diagram, part of the form that I was creating was not only influenced by the streets, so far back, but also punching this hole through, which seems very small and subtle. But in doing that and using the curvature of the waves, I created this kind of passageway that pulls in as you're approaching from either side. So people just on the street, walking by, running by, biking by, get kind of pulled into this tunnel that's like forcing you in. And then once you're in there, you're kind of, it's privatized, but once you're there, you're kind of like a part of it. Once you're in, you are within this experience and it's no longer outside of your reach, if that makes sense.
Mm-hmm, mm-hmm. And I actually, you know, I actually like that you are trying to privatize a public amenity, because, you know, that is it's probably going to be a very, what we call it, the unique selling point for the project. So I like that concept very well, and I think it's really well executed.
Thank you.
I think another thing that would have been we kind of like, say you had one more semester on this project. I'll be kind of interested in seeing maybe how this reference to water actually plays again on the volume of the building, like this kind of elevational reading, right? Could it be, you know, that something that isn't necessarily flat on the top, or maybe, and I'm sure you probably gave it some consideration. I guess it could probably be kind of the limitation of the time, and maybe you're unable to execute them. But I was wondering if that was, if you kind of, you know, thought about this idea, and that, you know, the building could itself kind of begin to behave like water.
Absolutely. I considered it probably specifically in the most I considered it was if I'd had more time, I would have approached the use of the rooftops more, and how maybe form structure on top of the roof could create, you know, shading for maybe a rooftop bar or something that could have these undulating forms on top, not just horizontally, but vertically, and creating that three-dimensionality that the movement of water has. So that's something that I had considered, but I just wasn't able to approach that in the project. But definitely, if I had another semester, that's something that I would be looking into, is giving it more, not just horizontal movement, but this vertical flowing form as well.
Right. Yeah, just I brought it up just because as you think about things, sometimes you're like, do I want to like totalize an approach, right? Or do I want to hop in and hop out of it? I mean, you know, being a student, you actually have the choice to like stick to a sort of, you know, a reference, and know when, you know, you have the choice to pull in and pull out. It's like it's your project. But you know, I was just wondering how, you know, how that is treated. Sometimes you overdo things when you actually totalize a kind of reference, and it becomes a bit too much. And you have to know how like apply it with a level of kind of subtlety, and jump in and out of it. I do think the building is beautiful. Say that from the exterior, with just one move of the waves of the kind of balcony condition, a bit different from studio gangs in some ways, but relates to it. I think the curtain is a thing that maybe kind of is quite nice, even if the materiality is a bit somewhat odd in the way it appears. I was wondering if, yeah, I guess it's, it's you're on the TED, you don't have to think about guardrails, but
I had
what would they
there
have
some
been?
small guardrails, but they didn't make it into the rendering. But I said they'll be as safe as they can. We'll just ask them to not jump off the balcony, and I think it'll be all right.
Oh yeah, I guess you can land on the pool if you do jump off the balcony.
Yeah, exactly.
Jump really, really deep.
But in regards to thinking of it more in totality, that was something that Professor Briscoe really encouraged me to deep dive into it, rather than just like dipping my toes here and there, being like, oh, I want some aspects of water here. And I think that kind of makes me nervous, like being so committed to one concept that I'm scared that, it might just be the wrong idea. But I think that I tried to do that. And if I could continue on, I would just keep going, push the idea as much as I can in all aspects of the building. So.
Rasa or Vince, do you want to add some final comments? We're almost out of time, actually.
Roz is always so polite, so I'm gonna let her go.
I should go.
Yes, please.
I wanted really that you would be first, but thank you very much for letting me in. Very, very nice narrative and very nice comments already given. Maybe some few aspects I could add. So of course we expect seeing this beautiful inspiration from the water to wave in and out. So I'm excited by that. It's the most interesting part. And I would also have wished, which comments have said, what kind of aspects could be more multiple in your proposal, but then continuing on this nice inspiration you have showed with the animation and as a very beginning of the project. So maybe I see as an impression, I was also impressed by your collage and where you placed this Vienna station like an art decor element, the transparency and the steel like combinations, this lightness. I also inspired your station, the station idea you designed, which is very, let me say, a very like a strong entity as an element, maybe shaded system, a shadow invitation, because it's hot in a long time of period of the year, and maybe it gives you a different temperature measure coming in and waiting for the bus or that is also amazing, and also reminds me a bit, it's totally opposite logic, so excuse me to mix it, materialities. As Zaha did stations in Innsbruck for skiing, there was a version of what I like about this, not the exclusive point of Zaha Hadid made train stations, but this aspect of sequences of elements leading the tourism, inviting to go up and down the mountains from the city to the views. So the same way, I think you're waving in and out. I just compared that entity. Those elements could be more like train station, could be an element of bus station, an element of restaurant, an element of maybe what the Tekena is mentioning, that waving in and out those elements, they could come back to your plan just as an impression. And also maybe other aspects, this transparency and solidity, shadow, dark, warm, light, that can maybe also wave in and out. Not necessary maybe in a plan if you choose it, but I liked a bit of material aspect of your translucency you choose for a facade. But what if, as Mi-soon was mentioning, invitation of water or invitation of light would wave in maybe through some kind of relationship in terms of bringing diverse programs on the ground, like a restaurant in and out, sitting people gathering with little gaps, could give you a potential of further on temperature differences or invitation through organization, principles, how the ground is related to the building. I think that inspiration is for me very deep, and I see so many visions from your project. So thank you for that. But maybe the point of be a bit more stronger, don't lose that. Encourage yourself to trust and continue, not to lose that entity. Thank you, Mary.
Thank you.
Yeah. Oops. I'll be quick. Thanks, Raza, and hello to everybody. It's nice to meet you, and Mary, it's nice to see you again. I'm probably going to keep my comments short, not only with Mary but also with the rest of the students, because they've heard a lot from me before, I guess, on an earlier review, and some students like Mary I've had in a previous studio. So I really want to give the visitors, the chance to get their comments out. Plus, I'm also, I think next week, going to see some of the students as well. So
Yes.
Anyway, but just very sort of quickly, Mary, there's a couple of things which I think, in terms of to add, just to continue with what was being said. I think that one thing that maybe that wasn't emphasized that you emphasized, and I like quite a bit, was this notion of sort of an additional living space outside, and I think that's one thing is really underutilized in Austin, is that experience. It seems as though we're sort of an air conditioned kind of place, which it's beautiful this time of the year, but or we had the winter storm, so it's kind of like, okay, I'm either inside or I'm outside. But so much more time can be spent, as we know, in the city. When you're out in the city, that's the really wonderful thing about it. You can spend a lot of time outside. And of course, that's what the river and that's what Deep Eddy represents. So I think that's a very important aspect to pick on and to develop. So I like that quite a bit. The thing, though, you really emphasized was movement into the site as opposed to around the site. And I guess I would push you with these other aspects that you're interested in, really to just sort of in emphasis, I think what everyone said, but certainly Raza emphasized, which is to go stronger with it. I think to be a little bit more bold about it. But I think in order to do that, and you know what I'm already going to say, which is that how do you test that, right? How do you test that you're doing what you want to do? And how do you test, have I gone too far? Have I not gone far enough? And I actually think that you haven't gone far enough. When I look at the opening between the building is sort of, that's supposed to be this thing to bring people to the site. It's really, you can see it in your little diagram here, but I think also in your other drawing, is that's not really at the scale I think of that you really want to bring sort of people through. That's one aspect. And so I would look at that again. The second thing that I guess I would have to say is that the other question to ask is that, and why do I want to bring people in the site? Because there's people attracted to Deep Eddy anyway. So I'm trying to figure out, what that means. I'm not discounting what you're saying. I'm just saying that I think one has to go further to sort of develop what your idea is to sort of push against it. I mean, I think it's more of a line, more of a notion that sort of intuitively, this seems to be a virtuous aspect. But then the question is, why is that? It's a little bit like asking the question about sitting out, having more living space outside, and start to answer more of those questions as they come up. And lastly, I'll talk about the sort of, testing. So I noticed on your one rendering, that the top of the building seemed to be curving. And for me, that's a direction that, I've seen actually in final review as lately, for some reason, there's something going through the studios where, people have these rectangular buildings, and then they've been doing the curved balconies. Yeah. Like the Aqua Tower. And as Takena pointed out, that you're doing something other than that. And I agree with that. So I like the fact that it's taking a different direction. But for me, there's other kinds of questions, which is like, okay, why are there two in many cases. There's a kind of overlap, for example, and you need to sort of consider those kinds of things like, you know, leaves and bats and birds and other kinds of things in there. Is that really a condition that you want? The other one is that all of the sides of your building are treated pretty even-handedly. And the thing is, you know, the sun is moving in different parts during different times of the year. There are in fact different views. So you have mostly everything treated as glass all the way around. And so then the question is, again, what are you using to sort of test that? And I don't think you have to, you know, you talked about a time constraint, which is always an issue, is to just try a couple of examples. Like I know, okay, from here is going to be my most intense sunlight. Here's going to be the least. Here's going to be where there's the strongest view, and just sort of test a couple of those aspects out to see what they're doing. The other thing is that in
Vince,
your,
I don't mean to interrupt, but
yes.
I think if we're going to give
Okay.
everyone equal time, we really need to move on.
Okay, sure.
I'm sorry to have to stop you, but we're sort of well over the time that's
Okay.
allotted per student.
Yeah,
So
no problem.
thank you for the comments. They're always very valuable. And thank you, Marianne. Really nice project. Well presented. So if Greg, you could pull your, I don't mean to be a hard person about this, but we have to get through 5 people,
Yeah.
and at this rate, I don't think we would.
Okay,
So,
well, you know, I appreciate the being on time thing.
Yes.
I just got from a review that had like 3 students, so my timing's a little bit off.
okay, no worries. Okay,
Hello?
yes.
All right, cool. Give me one quick second. I'm just getting ready. Give me one second. I'm sorry. It should be already good to go. I don't know why it's acting so weird. All right, cool. All right. I'm so sorry about that. Let me quickly share my screen. Do you guys see it?
Yes.
All right, cool. So hello, everyone. My name is Gregory Mugley. I'm familiar with some of you, specifically Vincent Snyder, and I just kind of wanted to preface this with saying the focus of this project that I tried to interpret was that Deep Eddy has a kind of already allure to it that I wanted to really kind of hope to improve in a way. And I didn't want to kind of feed into this whole idea of like trying to replace something that doesn't need to be replaced. So that was kind of like that's the explanation for why I named this an attempt to improve, not replace. So, all right. So here's a collage that early on in the semester, my partner and I created that was an attempt to kind of grasp that kind of folk, kind of really kind of historic vibe and kind of just appearance and history that Deep Eddy has. You know, it's a place that, you know, the oldest pool in Texas. We already know that, those kind of things. But again, like the small little things that just kind of permeate in the area that kind of makes it really unique. And it's not big, massive scale things, but just small moments like the gorilla in front of the juice land. That kind of spawned a little joke between my group member, myself, and Briscoe about where the monkeys live. Just like the flamingos just on the yards, you know, that's stuff you wouldn't see mostly in this year, but you'd see it back in the 60s when people started doing it there, you know. We're trying to kind of create a collage that was an exemplification of what is so cool about Deep Eddy. So moving in, we had to use a strategy by a studio gang that they used in Brooklyn specifically for crime prevention. And what it did was it analyzed key points within a neighborhood and what are the characteristics they had and how do they connect them so that those characteristics could be shared between the community. What we had to do is we had to adapt it to our own system that would work more prevalently in Deep Eddy because it's a 2 different contexts. And within that, we developed a grid system based off of the 5 different key points. And this was kind of more so just a unique way of trying to create a grid system that was not the conventional orthogonal kind of shapes that you would mostly see in the area and just in general with like building anything. So this gave us a really nice template to kind of work from to kind of establish really interesting footprints. From that, we kind of just began to plot out and try to kind of roughly maps out what are some of the key areas and what are some important moments within the space and what we could do to it. You can see there the 3 historic buildings that we sought to preserve. were the EMS station. Well, that's EMS stations, pardon me. That's Legion House, and then that's Deep Eddy proper. We sought more so to maintain those because they had a lot of historic significance, and there was no need to replace them because, again, we're not trying to go in there and trying to remove that's already there, you know? So then here's a figure ground. These two central footprints that I chose to highlight are the ones that I chose to develop. We found that these five buildings in the cluster on the left are more so suited for residential housing. And this is the moment we kind of went our own separate ways. And I personally just kind of thought that those two buildings were the most interesting ones, not only from just kind of a position standpoint, but just from like a shape standpoint. I thought they were they'd be a nice challenge to kind of play with. So moving forward, this is just a simple kind of like frame by frame of how the footprint and eventually the massing of the building was done. Again, it's heavily established on the footprint, and every single move was based off of the footprints. The subtraction from the buildings along the grid at 0.4, the carving out the atriums at 0.5, like that's all based off of lines that are provided to us from the grid. Again, it's trying to work within that so that the weird shapes that the grid provided us would still be prevalent, and we don't try to kind of make the shape fit into something that it's not. So then this kind of came up to the point, then how do we design or how do I design the facade? What do I do about it? And so I kind of had a conversation with Briscoe, and a big thing that we talked about was kind of like this sense of kind of banding with metal. And then I kind of went back and I just thought about what I did for the present research about a building called the Paxton House. And I think that thing that was really prevalent about this, that was really interesting, was the use of linear members in a way to kind of create a facade that was broken up and it wasn't feeling so static. But I feel like Paxton House, because of the fact that the pieces of wood are for the most part on the same depth and they're only just a difference in height, I think that was something that I wanted to move away from. I didn't want to do that exact thing. So then I went back to the grid. Briscoe came up with a really good idea of applying this grid that is already so weird, as opposed to just using it for a footprint and then some massing stuff. Why not project it onto the walls? Why not project it onto the vertical element of the building? So I proceeded to do that. Here's a GIF that kind of represents what I was theorizing with it, where these kind of like different bands of different depths, of different kind of lengths, of different kind of sizes and stuff like that. And the idea is that with the different depths and the different kind of sizes, they would make the facade look a lot more dynamic and have a kind of a really cool, interesting kind of, I guess the word would be kind of just not make it look so static, not make it look so just dull, make it look dynamic. So then here is that system in a really simple sense. You take two different kind of lines, and then obviously you make them into fins, and then you introduce cutting grids, and you allow these lines based off the grid to cut along those pipes, and then you produce a pattern on the wall. Then these become fins that have different depths. This is the first prototype, and one of the buildings will have this style, but then I produced a second prototype. I produced a second prototype that introduced a higher density of fins and a more variation within the depths of those fins. You notice here, here's just a kind of longer elevation of the building. The one on the left is the second style of the production of the fins, where there's a greater amount of density. There's a little bit, they're more kind of tied together, and that banding, that kind of movement is a little bit more obvious. I kind of wanted to see how those two different styles would look. And I thought using the one that was more dense and a little bit more kind of reliant on those kind of those movements would be better suited if they're closer towards the Lake Austin Boulevard, and then having the one that's a little bit more sparse to be closer to the Colorado River. So again, you see the two differences. And here's a more close up of the facade. Again, it's very prevalent, the difference in the density. And I think if I had to go back, I definitely would have preferred to probably just have an extra day so that I can apply this pattern onto this pattern as well. It was somewhat of a time consuming process, but I think it was definitely worth it. And again, yeah, if I had just extra time, I'll definitely go back and try to apply that same pattern onto the other buildings, so there'd be a little bit more of kind of like that interesting kind of depth and everything. So here's a section of the building A, that's a building on the right, highlighting the kind of the circulation. There's two sets of stairs, one elevator. And in general, the building is mostly, it's a very small building, but the idea that I want to do is kind of try to keep all the circulation on one side of the building, so that way the apartments could be very long. And then here's another section. I wanted to show an earlier section because I wanted to show again the evolution of the facade. Originally, the facade that I had was very flat and very static and was mostly reliant on wood members. The current facade now, with the depths and the fins, it's a primarily metal facade. And I'm trying to show this one to kind of highlight how the big part of this project that I went through was changing a lot of the external elements of the project, not so much the internal. The apartment layout, the circulation, things like that, that didn't really change. But what did change was how the building looked and how
Greg, your presentation is, I think you should try to wrap it up so that you can get some feedback.
Gotcha. Okay, so I'll go quickly through it. Here's a ground floor plan. Just general, what I thought was having a 3-tiered courtyard, an upper level that kind of had an entrance to like Austin Boulevard, a lower level that was more in line kind of just in the middle with some steps, but also having some slippage in from the east with Deep Eddy, and then a lower level. And here's a building A, and here's building B. Here's a restaurant, here's a cafe, here's a ranger station, and again, you can see the circulation or the vertical circulation. Apartment A, again, just apartment layouts, just, yeah. Here's the top floor, again, apartment layouts. Difference is that there's a open space here that can be utilized by the public, and that's kind of a main thing that I wanted to focus on, or just have it kind of a feature that they could use. Here's a balcony space as well, just to provide to them. Here's a building B, again, just more apartment spaces. And here's the top floor. The top floor has no apartments on it. There is just a conference room with a bathroom. And then this was another thing that, again, I just ran out of steam, ran out of time. I wanted to kind of develop something here, and the idea would be an urban farm, but I just didn't get around to it. So here's a render A. I just try to kind of highlight that kind of idea, this kind of community, trying to show, again, also the fins of the building, but also, again, trying to highlight the courtyard. I think trying to establish an inner courtyard that could allow kind of ease of movement and ease of rest within it is important. And I try to highlight with this render just in a really simplistic sense. And here's another render, again, trying to highlight, again, those fins, how they can establish awnings, how they kind of emerge from the wall, how it adds an extra kind of sense of just, again, dynamicism to this wall. And here's a little monkey, again, just to kind of, again, going back to that joke that I had with Briscoe. And so back to the GIF, because I like the GIF, and that's the end of my presentation. Thank you for listening.
Well,
I like the kind of this.
Sorry, I think you lagged out.
I think he's frozen. Does someone else want to?
Yeah, I can step in so we stay on time. I'll make it so that way I can keep it quick, which is that the one thing I would push you on, Gregory, is to think about your section in relationship to your plans. So your plans, there's a methodology that, you know, I'm not quite sure about at this point, but it looks like, you know, you definitely had something in mind in terms of how the different pattern that you're putting on the ground, you know, shape the building and plan. And I think that you would also then use something similar to that, looking at section, you know, in other words, your sections look like they're of a different building, you know, so that the section, you think about it, that if one did sun angles or views or whatever, that those might be clipped at you know, at the different, you know, breaking the essentially breaking the verticality that you have in your sections now. Does that make any sense?
No, it does make sense. I think that's true. I think another thing is like the plan didn't have the facade, so I thought it'd be confusing. But I think you are making a good point. The tying together between the plans and sections, there's definitely a difference between those two. So yeah.
I mean, to make a long story short, right? You would have slope roofs that would be indicative of the same kinds of cuts that you have in plan, just to make it clear. Okay,
Gotcha.
Thanks. Thanks.
I really appreciate your the expression of your concept of all the diagonals kind of now manifesting on elevations. When you right before you got to the renderings, I was actually imagining a different palette of materiality, because to me, when you were walking us through the elevations, your exploration of the, you know, the density as well as the pattern on the elevations, in my mind, I was picturing more of like almost like a bird's nest. You're building almost like as like a, you know, like that ties much closer to the nature aspect of your site. And then I saw your, and then you brought up the renderings, and I'm just thinking, like, why is there a gap between your black and white elevation drawings to your renderings? And I would think one of the things that maybe, maybe the rendering is what you ultimately envisioned. It's so maybe on the elevations, there's a way to visualize it a little closer to your renderings. Because yeah, like a lot of the organic sense, in the sense that you're introducing this dynamic aspect of the patterns back on the elevations through patterns, I would think that starts to emulate the nature a lot closer. So in my mind, I was thinking it would be more wood timber based, much lighter, much more, a little less dark, for the better words.
I think for me, the inspiration for it was more so kind of like corrugated steel, things like that, where it's a material that already makes use of those kind of bands. And I think there's also a fear that having wood exposed in the sun for a long period of time in Texas, I think would cause just kind of degradation and would cause more maintenance. So I think I was pushing more sort of towards like a permanent solution. But I think, yeah, having a different palette, I think that's an idea that, I think that would be a really cool idea, actually, just simply, And I think like my GIF even alludes to that, and I just didn't do that. So
yeah, it's I don't know if you can hear me. I got locked out, but I'm back now. But yeah, what Misam says, actually, there's something kind of significant about it, in the sense that you had this idea initially about this, the rusticness of the place, and absolutely, a more naturalistic looking material would have probably served you better. In a way, sort of tying in this idea of kind of rustic kind of aesthetic. Building sort of embodies that in a kind of really that one-to-one manner. I think it would work better than, like imagine would a monkey want to climb, steel, or would it want to climb, this thing that's wood? I think it would probably be the wood. So and there's no problem sort of fixating on the kind of external sort of exterior condition of your building. That's an architecture project in itself. But when you do that, you have to sort of kind of really think about it harder, and you have to maybe kind of be able to deviate sometimes, because you have like this grids that are very diagonal. But I think when you're thinking about the idea of it being kind of rustic, this kind of vibe, maybe you begin to break away this from the system you've created of like very straight diagonals, and like things begin to sort of mix and get a bit more, I guess, unruly, right? So kind of like how this place is, it's kind of like the reference, of like like craft thing, So it would have been nice if that was kind of, your building has a very like techno feel to it. If it was less of that, but in material and form, I think it would have been a bit closer to this idea of like the rusty, kind of the rustic.
Yeah, no, that's a good point. But then I just have one question then, like, how do you preserve wood in an environment like Texas then, so it doesn't degrade so rapidly?
I think we have technologies that are able to do that. It's the way you treat it too, and that could be another kind of segment of research, obviously. But focusing on, you might have to really dig deep into it and obsess over another very particular thing. But if your project is a kind of envelope kind of situation, then I think it may have been warranted to look into the possibility of treating wood. You could have wood in very dry environments.
Or even
ways you have to
terracotta.
engineer them.
Sorry, you could also consider terracotta, which is often used because of its sort of earthy sense of it, in place of wood in a lot of other regions. The same kind of, that needs to take into the weathering consideration.
Okay. Yeah.
And of course, there's other, there's wood species that are resistant to insects and UV and all that.
Gotcha. Okay. Yeah. Okay. I'm definitely gonna look into that, because I think you guys are making really good points, and I think that'd be really interesting just to look into. Yeah.
I really like the elevations, by the way, just like me some, more than the renderings. Just wanted to say that. The elevations are really quite nice.
Rasa, last comments?
Last comment. Yes, thank you for presentation, Gregory. I enjoyed this playfulness you show on this main video, referring to the concept as well, like maybe some information, inspiration and impression. I like the moment of graphical aspects you're referring to disconnect, connect, intersect, like that playfulness, but they maybe, of course, we see that it happened fragments and stages maybe in the project. So I wish I could, or it inspires me to say those dynamic lines, dynamic intersections, dynamic segments. First, they played nice part for me in a ground building to ground condition. Then you segment it, and it really affected the nice views, I think, and nicely done like intersections and formatted the opposite, not the line, but the opposite as a volume. And this as decision, but I would have continued, and maybe those lines, sticks, dynamic up and down could become fragmented, connected, disconnected. So in terms of burger place, bridge, which is elevating but not connecting. Yes, it could really nicely juice bar a terrace stripe, and you could really playfully go on the way you had this collage I see in organization of multiple entities around it, and the same way how you made it. So I see more ideas within it, extensions. Also, what nice was from the comments before mentioned, also maybe to incline and the ramp and make a dynamic of interaction, like landscape elements such as skateboarding areas or something like more dynamic in the interaction with human performing and coming and experience. It just inspires me to think about it. Also, like those little aspects, I think was maybe fragmentally appearing, but it's just like color. I really love color, and that was a topic before. Can color invite and dissolve and come down and privatize and express as well some signals, like which you have in surroundment. So I think it's nice fragments, but could be maybe more inspiring. Inspiration is amazing. So I wish this would be more performed. Thank you in your project.
Thanks so much for reviewing.
Thank you. Terrific comments and terrific work, Gregory. It's really great to see a student that just designs up to the very end. And so he's really been pushing to do more, like as of this morning. So that's great. So thank you. And we'll move on to Anna.
Hi, how are you? Let me share screen. And can you see that? Yes, okay. As mentioned before, Deep Eddy presents a very special condition with the environment and the community. So I decided to focus on designing a project that created spaces for intersection for different people and activities. And then another focus was to form a strong connection with the site context and environment. So one precedent that I focused on was this project by Moss Architects. I was inspired by their facade and how it provided ample shading, but maintained an interesting connection with the outside. And so applying that to my building, applying that to my building, I found that it provided really interesting and pleasant shading throughout the day. And then for the form of my building, I took the rule system me and my partner defined in our urban strategy, which was to take the construction lines of what we found to be the most important buildings of the site, the Deep Eddy ticket booth and the EMS station and the American Legion Travis Post 76. And those kind of created a base for our building footprints. So I chose to focus on the middle building, right, in relation to the EMS station. And then taking those lines again, those construction lines again, I created a new footprint that was a little bit more of what I needed for the program that we defined. And with those lines, I extruded them to create program spaces. And then I kind of played around with where they could go, trying to create those intersections of different activities, which the three main activities I was thinking about was work, play, and resting. And then there's a study model that helps me a lot, kind of lay that out. In my site plan, you can see my building faces the Lake Austin Boulevard. And then you can also see the facade edges or pipes on the outside of my building footprint. It doesn't completely wrap around the entire building, and that's for the purpose of differentiating program from the outside. So then occupants can enter from the street side through the front here, and then here in this space you can go into this commercial or like coffee space or cafe, and then on this side you can enter the residential lobby or go towards this area towards the rangers offices, and then a shared workspace. Rangers have their kind of own private entry on the west side of the building, and then back here it's a connection to out towards the EMS station. Sorry, I think I skipped. Okay, very good. And then on the second floor plan, there's the rangers dwelling units, and then one residential unit, and then this area would be a shared gym space for both rangers and other occupants. Okay, sorry. And then in the third floor plan, there's 3 more units, and then another space where designated for like an arcade or game room, and then a outdoor open court space. And then lastly, the fourth floor plan provides 4 more housing units. And then here's a close-up of one of the units. They're all laid out similarly with open floor plans with large open views and spacious balconies. And then the facade kind of gives privacy to the interior. And then this section kind of focuses on the different activities I'd imagine that would happen on the site. And then it also shows my building's relationship towards the other 2 buildings, the EMS station and the Deep Eddy ticket booth. And then this section also is kind of more focusing on the pockets of spaces that the facade provides in relationship to the building, and then how it also moves away in different areas. So like in here, it would be that like open court space on the 3rd floor, and then a balcony for the unit on the 2nd floor. And then again, my elevations are more focused on showing how the facade is in relationship to the building and how it moves away in different areas. For example, on the 1st and 2nd floor, they are angled in a different direction than the 3rd and 4th floor to differentiate the housing units, and then versus like the rest of the program. And then a zoomed in version of my elevation and sections to kind of see that a little bit more clearly in the connection between the 2. And then an image of showing what I imagine the street side of my building versus like the Austin context, and then an image showing what the facade might look like with plants and different activities happening on that balcony. And that's all. Thank you. I can move back to my ground floor plan, or is there a drawing that you would like me to move back to?
Okay, I'll get things started. I'll make it short. Okay. the thing is, Anna, is that you know, I like to you that you've gotten this thing. Looks like your plans were you know, were thought out, and I like the, you know, that you've taken the time to think about what those spaces might be like. For instance, in the corridors where you have like the entry into the rooms recessed, and you know, those kinds of things. You might want to push that a little bit more to see what those, you know, what those sort of rooms as corridors might be. But in general, the plans, looks like you've spent a fair amount of time with them. In the apartment that you were looking, it looked like in essence you had a larger volume that was placed in, that you circulated the other elements relative to. So anyway, I appreciate that. I want to talk very quickly here about the facade, which is that I guess the concern I have, and something I guess that I would push you to think about, is that the animation that you had, that you showed with the sun, it seems as though like you designed, you know, this cladding because it's presented as pretty uniform in all the directions. And it doesn't seem as though the sun studies were actually modifying that in any way. I'm bringing that up because when I look at the plans, you know, you have several layers. You know, some are like a single layer, some are two, some are three. Like there's a sort of thickness that's implied there. And one would think that, you know, that had to do with, again, views or sun or something like that. But again, it seems to be a bit indifferent with regard to whether it's north or south or east or west. And so I guess I would just push you to realize that this is not a kind of applique. It's not just sort of like an applied sort of style. But rather you can actually use that. I mean, you know, you work through the plans to make sense out of them, and the architecture itself can be quite significant in the development of the facade itself. That's where the architecture could reside. I'm not saying that's where it should reside with any given project, but it certainly can reside there as well as in other places. So I guess I would just push that and for you to think about, you know, are you being indifferent, you know, sort of intentionally at that sort of level, or is it, or can it be a sort of controlled, you know, defiance, which is that, look, I don't, you know, I want this idea of something that wraps entirely around the building, like, you know, a great many sort of animal skins do, but their density sort of increases and decreases as, you know, depending upon what they're doing. If they're letting water out or keeping water out, they close out. If they're opening things up, you know, you know, it stretches and that kind of thing. I just think there's a lot more potentiality in the surface for you to look at.
Yeah, that makes a lot of sense. Actually, I think that is something I think I would change moving forward. Thank you.
Yeah, the detail, I mean, the detail can be the architecture. I'm not saying, again, that's always the case, but I think in terms of how you develop your project, you're very much sort of positioned in a position to have that. You positioned yourself to be able to develop that.
Okay. Anyone else?
I tried. No.
I really like yours. The plans are very well developed. I mean, pretty impressive for third year. So that's great. I was just wondering, because initially you talked about like the diversity of activities, and I was wondering if you thought about the alternative of having more than like one building, so that way you could spread out the kind of activity around the site rather than maybe concentrating things in one building. You know, the idea that the architect itself is operating to kind of anchor to what your initial kind of wishes were, that you have different people come in and different sort of kind of uses happening, diversity of program. It seems like concentrating on one building edifice seems to maybe do the opposite of that. Although you do have like the basketball court, which is a kind of program I'll say maybe could appeal to both the residents and, you know, visitors around. So like it would be maybe interesting to see how maybe that it's not so tied into the building so much, but like sort of is somewhat dispersed outside of the residential units. to have a kind of exposure beyond just for the residents, and have one that kind of pulls in everybody else who comes to that site. And so it's just a question about, you know, one building versus multiple buildings, essentially, and how you pull out things from the building outside.
Yeah, that makes a lot of sense. I think something I did want to do at the beginning was to do 2 buildings, but it was kind of a lot for the semester, you know. So with like the urban proposal, I think it'd be kind of a similar situation with the other footprints and taking the context and of the other buildings, and then applying the program and splitting it so that there's more movement on the site. But yeah, that makes a lot of sense.
I really liked your the colored cube stacking diagrams where you've kind of moved pieces around representing the various different activities and programs for the project. Like I was thinking, like, you know, you can also kind of explore ways where maybe bits and parts of that kind of disconnect or separate out and lives in the public realm, you know. When I saw your renderings, the final rendering from the street side, the building was quite fortified, whereas up until that point, your patterns on the elevations, to me, it lends itself to kind of being a bit more like delicate and a lot less heavy-handed on the elevation. So on the street side elevation perspective, I think you could further develop it with the consideration of the human scale. And because I mean, I know that, you know, it's a very noisy and undesirable condition happening on that side of the project, but then maybe there are other interesting ways to mitigate without having to kind of completely turn your back on it. But and also this whole stacking diagram of the activities, if there were ways to kind of correlate this into your really well planned out and developed plans and sections also, to kind of highlight, because what you're doing here is your interest is all in this sort of like the activities of spaces. And I wish like your black and white plans and the sections could integrate this spirit and concept into it. Because I don't even think I've ever known about like columns when I was in college. I don't think any of my undergrad works actually included structure. I even in the previous presentation, I saw mechanical shafts on the rooftop. Yeah. I was kind of blown away by that. So really well done.
And I just want to add for a point of clarity. I mean, we're not talking about you know, facade development in that sense, but something quite simple to, I think, get past what Misun is talking about, where it's just, you know, like it comes down to the ground and it just, you know, it seems a little stark that you could just take a few places within the building itself and then go, okay, do I want a view here or do I want to let sun in here? And what would be that coming in? And then you could take those, you know, the sticks that you have in essence, and those could be spaced further apart, for example, or pushed closer together to be more dense, just in terms of a general idea. So it's not, I guess for me, the larger thing is to try to figure out what, I think there's a propensity that we have of, you have all these things to do during the semester and that they can be treated sort of even-handedly. And I'm just saying, you know, to go when you produce something that you're that you have an affinity for, that you feel, oh, this part I really like. I'm saying it's okay to go ahead and spend more time on that, and that becomes something that you can develop quite quickly, if that makes more sense.
Yes, it does.
Thank you, Anna, for presentation and was great comments mentioning a certain aspects. I like the comment of a sport and of a play, which you show us, and those colorful diagrams shows the aspect which I could compare like to the idea of the pocket and layering. Like when I see your project, I got inspired a lot by the reference you chose, and I think if that is about stop the voice and maybe refreshing the hot areas, hot times in the year by being sports outdoors, in terms of indoors in your project, but outdoors in terms of you have fresh air floating through, or a bit of wind prevention and greenery. I think it's beautiful aspect to have also some sport activities, let me say, which would also could create like a bit of less visibility, more privacy within the group. I don't know how to explore it, like those sensitive moments, like sometimes we do some activities and we are in the city or close to the nature, but also within together in this your pockets outer, from the point that if the building has the wall around like a wooden fence, how I call it, these entities placing the privacy and a bit from the neighborhood, I like a bit an aspect of make it a high, tall, not handrail, but like wall, but not seeing this as wall, as a skin, as a pocket, as a transparent translucency issue appearing here. So it's kind of a nice entity from that point. I like the wind and the circulation of those aspects. It could be prevented. I think this layering aspect is very, very interesting, and maybe I see your programmatic distribution could also layer with. I think the zoning out and in is also very interesting within this facade element becoming outdoor and indoor. So some kind of impressions here from your residents. And of course, that light very nicely could also, within the layering in and out, could have been or inspires me like as a further inspiration from your project to work with. So I'm really interested in your project to have a very unique aspect, something sometimes a space in the city within the city. So pockets as outer indoor situations amazed me. Thank you.
Thank you.
We have 16 seconds, so maybe we'll just say thank you, Anna. I agree with all the comments given. It's nice to see how far along you've gotten with your plans. That was something I didn't mention in the beginning that I really wanted them to focus on, because it does seem that we don't always, I think, focus on our orthographic views as a way of design generation. And so we spent some time, and I believe Anna really took to that as a strong effort, and I think that it's paid off. But I agree that the facade treatment is probably where you could now spend a little bit more time and where you ended. So it's nice to see that you at least got as far as you did. So thank you.
Thank you all.
Yeah, it's okay. So Eric.
Hello. Cool. Hi, my name's Eric, and this is my proposal for the Deep Eddy urban revision. I'm just going to start off looking at the bus stop as the first phase of our project. So here, just sort of locating the site within the Austin landscape, sort of looking at our relation to Zilker Park, and then zooming in closer next to Mopac and the river. So for my bus stop, I was really inspired just by materiality, such as like the steel and structural glass, as well as how I could use these different units, individual units, to create different experience. So for part 2, our urban plan, one precedent that was important to me, as I had visited the IAT campus prior to doing this project, and it was something that kind of stayed in my mind, just sort of the open green spaces and how the buildings were arranged. So the first thing my partner and I did when looking at the urban plan was identify places of transportation, whether that's on foot or by car, and then we linked those nodes with pathways. So we organized our site sort of in 3 different sections. We had a residential sector, which is off towards Lake Austin Boulevard, to sort of create a street condition and act as an introduction to the Deep Eddy landscape. And then we had a pedestrian highway, an open recreation space. And he was just sort of looking at some images of what we kind of envisioned for residential sector lifted off the ground, some underground parking, above ground transportation, and then sort of looking at different functions that could happen across the site, such as living, working, playing, and all that. And then here's just sort of a view showing our underground circulation for the parking. So for the second, I guess, third phase of our project, after the ice meltdown, we had focused on one building, and I chose this back building right back here to develop, and sort of getting an idea of what materials I'd like. So I started to play with the mesh screen as well as structural glass, which had come from the bus stop prior. So for part 3, the ranger station and urban housing proposal, just wanted to start looking at some images that I'd taken at the beginning of Deep Eddy, sort of act as inspiration for my design, as well as some views looking across the river that I wanted to highlight with my building, as well as towards downtown off to the left. And then here's just an overall figure ground study looking at my building in relation to the streetscape and the large open grassy spaces. Something that was important to me was thinking about as Austin keeps developing, sort of my site acting as like a refuge from, I guess, like urban density, and sort of being able to come like this green open area as Austin keeps expanding. So here's sort of looking at contour plans, so you can see these large terraces in the site and how my building sort of sits above Deep Eddy and the river. So here's just a GIF showing the formal generation of my building. So starting off with a simple form, cutting out a hole, applying my facade, and then just sort of developing that further to work with apertures and things of that nature. Here's just some simple axons and elevations of my final facade, just to get the idea. And here's just a GIF sort of showing how I developed that exterior facade, sort of starting off with this grid shape, and then applying different patterns, and then giving those patterns either a glass or other material property. So here's just an axon looking at my overall site, and then getting a little bit closer on the roof plan, sort of focusing on this one building, and sort of seeing how this looks in elevation in relation to the other buildings in the Deep Eddy landscape. So here's the ground floor, showing on the left is the park ranger station, and on the right would be the entrance for my apartments. And then going down a floor on the right, looking at the gym for the apartments, as well as the service area for trucks and other vehicles. Some surface level parking, maybe I was thinking for EVs or some special access parking and motorcycles, as well as how those parking spaces open up and present themselves to the landscape. And going up from the ground floor, so this is the second floor plan. On the left, you can see private offices for the ranger station. And on the right is a study area and a lounge area for residents. And then above, this is the upper units where I have my, I guess, different apartments. So you can see that I have a wide variety of different bedroom and bathroom conditions within my building. And then sort of here looking at how those with more so my plan. So you're just a building section looking at the different layers or the 3 different portions of my building, sort of the top canopy, this middle glass section, and the underground section, and then a long view to sort of see the similar ideas. So here I wanted to focus on my site elements and the creation of those and how these work within the landscape. So for my bus stop, I had moved it towards the edge of the road and then used these hexagonal, I guess, site elements as a way to direct views and movement through the landscape. as well as create opportunities for people to play and sit on them as well. And so here is also looking at the ones that sort of work for the pit and how I can use those on the left to create stairs and then apply plants on top of them to create shadows and other interesting variations of texture. Just an axon looking at that idea. So going into the interior, I just wanted to mostly focus on the windows and how those, that randomization can kind of create interesting spaces within the apartment units, as well as focus on the views outside. And sort of, so here we see the gym on the lower floor, which you can see how that would be interesting to look at those hexagonal concrete forms. And then an office on the lower floor of the ranger station. Here we're looking at the upper floor of the ranger station. On the left is a private office and a workspace or a kitchen space in the middle. And then from the exterior, looking at sort of this ranger station on the left and the apartment entrance on the right. And then sort of how the bus stop approaches and how that sort of acts as an entry and gateway for the site. And then looking at a couple interesting views and experiential elements that I would think would be interesting for the user to see. Looking over my building in relation to Deep Eddy and how those buildings sort of work together. And then looking at this from further back. And something else I want to do at the end was just think about how my building might look, you know, further down from now with, you know, if this was ever to get developed with how crazy Austin's been getting, I just wanted to see how my building could also serve as a connection between downtown and sort of this new space on the right. So this sort of acts as like a gateway or corridor between this west side of Austin and downtown, sort of like the riverside on the east. So that's all. Thank you.
Hi, Eric. Just a couple of comments here. The aspects of the project that I like, and I wish you had done more with them, which is this kind of directing the view with the concrete blocks. They look very kind of not quite naturalistic in a way that is kind of pushing back at the kind of Miesian greed situation, right? I don't know if you've seen any of these projects that use as a kind of like core the kind of weirdness of this kind of concrete thing. Maybe one of the cores that lead up to your horizontal mass could be actually one of those things, right? Rather than like a cotton wall envelope, right? Just because there's a very kind of heavy institutional feel. It looks like a campus rather than like a place where people could, like a leisurely place. It looks like like a university research institute or something, right? And I think that's because of the volume. You're so closely tied to the idea of like a Miesian city. So maybe there'll be other ways to like kind of begin to like dissolve that, right? You retain some aspects of it, but you begin to sort of maybe interrupt it somehow. So that's, this concrete thing plays in a way. And think about the way the thing touches the ground. Maybe it touches the ground in the same way you're treating the landscape with this view thing. Right? Could be one option. The other one is, I'm thinking maybe the floor plates aren't so like irregular. So you have this kind of uniform flatness, very Miesian, very modern. And if you're thinking about a residential building, maybe the plates begin to kind of dance a little bit, right, off the grid, off the sort of core, right? They would take even the possibility of not having the two cores in the same kind of linear fashion. Maybe one is twisted. You have a kind of diagonal situation happening. So that way you don't have this sort of architecture band and sort of nature, right? That the architecture kind of shifts and maybe kind of insets itself somehow deeper into this kind of green nature thing. So you're not like, it's not like what's the Le Corbusier's vision of Paris, where it's like grass and then like modern edifices. So, but I would say, yeah, I really am impressed by the amount of details you have in your plans. It's really impressive. Just think about how your references could be kind of a bit more loose and kind of a bit more playful somehow.
Okay.
Eric, as you know, I saw it at mid review, and I want to compliment you on moving things ahead pretty substantially. I know you don't sit around, and so I appreciate the energy that you put in it. You took several of the comments that the other reviewers said and addressed those. And I guess I'm curious as to the changes that you made, particularly with regard to the site. What parts do you think are more successful, and what parts do you think maybe not that you would return to, but maybe return to in part? Was there anything that you thought that was lost, or you feel pretty comfortable with everything?
I feel like the further I get away from my building, the more it gets lost within the site. Sort of as kind of once you get past like this area of entrance, it kind of things start to get addressed less. I feel like that could be something that'd be interesting, at least in terms of over here would be something that could be an opportunity within the site that I haven't fully fleshed out yet. I feel like this big one.
Well, let me just put one more thing and then I'll let you go, which is something to think about, which is that, so you have a pretty strong sort of material aspect that's carving away at the ground level, which is really, helping, I think, given another meaning to the sort of Miesian boxes. And so I think those could actually even be in stronger dialogue at this point. I think the strength that you did here last time was that the holes that you punched were really sort of bounded on pretty much on all sides. And so this opens it much more up to the rest of the site. But as an example, I would take that, whatever the materiality would be, and I'm not, now this can be a stand-in, you could try other things, but it may work. Is there material it could come up and become the bus stop? Because I think the bus stop is also working. The thing I think that it's an improvement over last time is that the bus stop is operating at scale of the building and at the scale of the site, as opposed to a little add-on, that was discussed last time. So, it's tying together with that sort of cut in the site. So that could actually, if you would expand that even further, I think, in other words, if you sort of had this, for lack of a better word, a sort of like this, animal that's underground, this thing that's carving away at different pieces. I think that could be like, you could go a little bit further with that, and that experience that you're getting at the street, that sort of change that you want, can be more throughout the site, as I think you're indicated. That's also what you'd like to do as well. Mm-hmm. Anyway, I appreciate your energy very much.
Sweet, thank you.
I find your massing and the execution quite elegant. Even the way you've introduced those landscape elements are quite interesting and beautiful, actually. Only thing that I'll continue to develop, if you have the time, would be to sort of bring the residential cues to the outside, because right now, like what was said before, the typology of the architecture doesn't readily say residential. Mm-hmm. So, I think the courtyard idea, the core void, is quite interesting too. It's just that, while overall it's quite elegant and beautiful, there's got to be a sense of, people live there. Mm-hmm. People sleep there. People want to take refuge there, instead of giving off this sense that it's a place of work more than anything, where people don't have enough time to kind of, engage in other activities, like, having a cup of coffee on the terrace or what have you, that, within the randomness of the pattern, beautiful pattern that you've created, I think there are a lot of opportunities for you to start carving away, like chip away at it, to start revealing the internal activities of people living there, residing there on a daily basis.
Okay. Thank you.
Last comments?
I will thank you, Eric, for presentation. Amazing amount of work. It's really like I appreciate putting an opposite aspect to the site that is really nice. Also amount of work, as it was said, but I'm really amazed about your landscape elements. They're so free and very much like those comments from before. When I see some graphical entities, they're so beautiful in fragments, segments, maybe collage way, I would say, of sequences of the work. They're beautiful and amazing. The level of the detail is so much inspiring me. And then I see the landscaping elements, they kind of, that was maybe a bit a cool and great step to step in and out in different content, because for the city, we lack of such landscape. So it would be beautiful, amazing, like a land as architecture, becoming the facade, becoming the terrace, becoming this human void from your landscape. I'm amazed. But if you come back into the landscape in terms of here, like we visit nature in a park, I would rather wish this human void performing outside inside within these landscapes. So I think it's interesting that you even tried a different content to see the metropolitan surroundment. I think that fits it even more. It reminds me also some traveling moments when I go out in a big train station in some city. I see the residential blocking the voice and the views and making something very much internally, which I think it would fit more. So it was a great step from that. And yeah, the bigness, the scalability of those blocks, giving the fly over the city, it becomes also fluid a bit, like flying elevated elements. So it's really like, there are fragments which are amazing, and there are fragments I think could become done differently, but yes, congratulations.
Okay, thank you.
Great. Thank you, Eric. As was said, an amazing amount of work, and I so much appreciate your motivation and attention to almost every detail that you can think of.
Thank you.
Yeah, good
So
effort.
we will move on to our last presentation. Jen, are you ready?
Hello, my name is Genesis, and sorry. Sorry. Okay. Hello, my name is Genesis, and this is my proposal for urban development at Deep Eddy. My goal with this project was to question how we can bridge nature in the expanding built environment and hopefully create a deeper appreciation for ecological urbanism. To begin this project, I first took a detailed look at our site, which is located in central Austin, just west of downtown and Mopac. It's outlined here in red, and I first noticed that with the residential neighborhood to the north, graduate student housing to the west, and downtown just minutes away, our site had great potential to create a vibrant spot for all walks of life. So with that in mind, my partner and I mapped out our urban plan, and with this, we took a less is more approach with pockets of programmatically adaptable gathering spaces. We wanted to design an intervention where families could come and swim and play on the lawn, elderly could come visit the historic pool house, and young adults could experience nature and an added nightlife scene. We did this by adding a car drop-off and an underground garage for increased parking, relocating the EMS station and ranger station to a service corner in the upper right-hand side, and adding 2 housing structures and a central plaza that frames and connects this historic spot to the pockets of nature and adaptable spaces around the site. This now leads me into the structure from our urban plan that I chose to design more in depth, which is this building here located on Lake Austin Boulevard. For the building, I wanted to design a dense mid-rise apartment structure with mixed-use spaces and a touch of nature, so I looked at these 5 projects for inspiration for my work. From there, I explored my ideas quickly with this massing model that uses sponge to represent its potential for nature and extrusions for programmatic delineation. Taking a deeper look at how I derived my form, I first started with the building footprint, extruded up and cut into it. I then adapted the massing for visual intrigue and to make room for mixed-use programs. Finally, making sure to consider accessibility, I finished the form with extruded out balconies and opportunities for greenery. Now looking more closely at how that massing fits into the site, you can start to understand through this section how the building stands as a barrier between the busy street and new park environment. Located directly on Lake Austin Boulevard, but facing away from the street towards the Deep Eddy pool house, the structure helps to frame the plaza and create a sense of place. The front side facing the pool is further developed here in this elevation. This drawing shows the depth and material differences of the front facade and how it relates to the human scale while visually dividing the public versus private spaces. Metal paneling is used to clad the public programs while a dynamic living wall covers the private housing to help insulate the building from sound and heat while creating a community of both people and plants. Now here's an immediate site plan of my building. As a pedestrian, you can enter the site from any direction, but the main entrances are on the south side to create a deeper relationship to the park and Deep Eddy pool. Looking at the programmatic layout of the ground floor from left to right, this floor has a restaurant, the lobby for the residential units above, a rentable commercial tenant space in the middle, and the first floor of the new ranger station. The second floor of the building is a little less public, but includes areas for the tenants on the west, park rangers on the east end, and a second floor loft for commercial tenant space. The third through fifth floors are exclusively for tenants and are laid out almost exactly the same, with the only difference being the placement of the balconies, which have to be placed thoughtfully to allow for the roots of the trees to go down while the branches of the trees grow up. And this can be seen in these next few plans. When you get off of the elevator on any of these floors, the hall leads to the different units and an additional fire stair on the east end. The units range from 900 to 1,200 square feet and are designed with a young demographic in mind, with mostly 1 and 2 bedroom units with private balconies. Zooming into this typical unit to take a deeper look into its spatial planning, you can imagine walking into this unit with the kitchen to your right, which opens into the living area and balcony, while on the left, there's an extra closet for storage, a private bathroom, and spacious bedroom with natural light. Jumping now to the 6th and top floor, the spaces are laid out the same as the lower floors with the addition of a private rooftop area for the tenants, which incorporates a small community garden and more exclusive outdoor area in comparison to the public park below. Next is a transverse section through the building where you can begin to understand my consideration for open space with high ceilings and large windows to allow ample natural light and a greater connection to the outside condition. Next is a section through the building. This one shows more of the materiality and how it's reinforced concrete to hold up the trees. And then this elevation just further shows some of my plants on this elevation. And then here's a bird's eye view, experiential view of the park plaza and how my building helps to frame the park while incorporating nature to help bridge the dense built environment and the natural greenery of the site. Yet it also comes alive as its own musical instrument with the swaying of leaves, chirping of birds, and a home to a greater community of both people and nature. Finally, this is the approach of the building from Lake Austin Boulevard, and the building helps to create a new type of signage for a space that isn't just densely urban or ecological, but a unique combination of the two. Thank you for your time, and I look forward to your comments.
This is a really well-developed, executed project for sure. Really well done. And I really love your facade, how the living facade and the statement that you made about the sound of the wind and the nature being evident and be able to experience by the residents, even though even though the site is within a park. I really appreciate this because it kind of brings in the whole realm of the biophilic living, right at the heart of architectural solution, and your consideration for the tree roots. I mean, that's quite profoundly impressive to me. Yeah, really well done.
Thank you.
Hi, Genesis. Yeah, it's going pretty exceptional project for your level. I really like the building. I'll say I prefer the elevation, the drawn elevation and the rendering. Sometimes I wonder if this rendering are even helping. Just because it looked too realistic. But the elevation is so nice. I didn't think when I looked at the elevation there were like green walls. I thought they were like maybe, painting or something. But I'm like, man, if this is like a tiles like put in making a wave thing, it'd be quite nice. I think you could reference nature and you could actually bring in nature, not sort of kind of didactically or performatively. But it could be an image of nature. I know it might seem a bit facile, but I think in this case it looks prettier, or like it looks more attractive if we're just like this kind of tile thing, the green and the waves. It's quite lovely, that elevation. One thing I really liked also was your attention to what the kind of landscape strategy was. I thought it was you gave a lot of thought into it, and that it was really nice, that sort of like programming and working with landscape, and then actually not just like actually having that be implicated on the architecture itself, with the trees, and the landscape kind of comes into the building. And that you could have trees in the balcony, which is like, a difficult proposition where you seem to kind of make it work here. It looks like you have enough depth and width for the wood balls of the tree, so this could be done. You give you a lot of credit for that. Good.
Thank you.
Yeah, I would, Genesis, if I remember right, you went first last time, is that right? So you and Eric sort of flipped the bookends this time. But anyway, I'm very much impressed in terms of, I mean, and it was just a couple of weeks ago when your project was reviewed, and I remember a number of the comments that the reviewers had, and I mean, then you had a larger site consideration as you did now, and so that's been there, and you've been pretty straightforward about what your intentions were, and you really took, I think, the critiques that were given before, and push that within a really relatively short amount of time. I think there was a number of issues in terms about the larger block and how it read, and I think you've resolved that. I think the differentiation in the facade again went quite a bit further than what you had before. Your plans are very well sort of worked out in terms of thinking about how you occupy those. Maybe it's some other time. There's a few other things in there that I think there's some minor things that I'd like to change that I think are more in keeping with what you're trying to do. But we could always talk about that at another time. I like very much also, I was thinking the same thing that what Tekena was saying. I actually really do. I mean, I like both representations. I'm just not sure. I mean, if you could pull off where you have plant material, throughout the year that can actually thrive and have different colors and all that stuff. I simply don't know enough about it. I'm not saying you can't do that. I do know that plants are very sensitive in terms of, which ones can have sunlight, which ones can't have sunlight. I've got a decidedly brown thumb, and so anything I plant dies, which is funny because my wife's a landscape architect, and so I need to pay more attention to what she says. But so what I do know is that that's not an easy thing, and so I think it could be. I mean, one could think about the other materials. In fact, when I saw the facade, I thought that you were in fact doing some sort of either tile or some sort of a kind of silk screen, over glass or something. So it can be all kinds of things. I mean, I'm not concerned about that. And that would be something that would be, I think, quite fun to play with. But I like very much the sort of playfulness of it. And I know that's something that that you sort of, I get the feeling you sort of willed that. Anyway, I appreciate that.
Thank you.
Thank you for presentation, Genesis. Really amazing drawings, amazing rendering as well. I I agree also with the comments and very nice applied. Also very important aspect like garden house in terms of ecology park and garden house in terms of vertical green. Also enjoyed a lot to see us in section and previous and detailed. If you a little bit scroll through your drawings, that you show even the roots in the right proportions in the volume. That was best like compliment. I really enjoy seeing that. Like here on the left side, it's beautiful to see that you took care about not just Photoshop the trees on the balconies or on the terraces. It's really embedded, and that is nice. This situation. I also, when you go a bit into some plans, previous like ground level, you showed some different cuts and situations. I also see that in Austin, I felt that there is a big boundary that housing is either understood as a high rise at the moment, it's coming up, maybe more projects, either is understood as maybe 2 stories condoms, like very much blocked, but not so much as a multi-level aspect. Yes, there are some happening, but extremely occupying any kind of like an environmental from the ambience, I want to say also aspect. And I really like in your project that you kind of start to combine those issues. So the residential layer also embraced the playfulness of outside, inside, and having the on the ground level a kind of additional programs. So this invitation is really amazing. And I think living in such a complexes also will not requires me just to leave those areas, but also I could perform and spend some time on the additional layers. And that I liked in the project a lot. Also, I do appreciate how you made the drawing. So as Danelle mentioned, you took care attention to the plants, and it impressed me that it's a kind of nice relationship between this green, vertical green surroundment and also programmatically diverse within it. So multiple lives of plants and human lives are coming into the relationship here. Thank you.
Thank you.
Terrific work, Genesis, as was said, and really great comments from all the reviewers. Do you have any final thoughts on this project or the studio as a whole? We're coming to the close of this session. And you don't have to if you've said enough, that's fine too.
I'm just really impressed by everyone's work that I've seen today. You know, the range again, that, you know, third year, right? Third year students were able to accomplish. It's very, very, very impressive. Thank you.
Thank you. Any other thoughts from our reviewers? Okay, well, we appreciate your time very much, and the attention that you gave each of the students' work, I think, was just really fabulous to see and hear. And I also appreciate our guest reviewers coming from outside of the school and giving us their time for the day. It's so much a part of what we want at UT is to hear outside perspectives. So this unique situation we're in where we can zoom you in from California is something that has been somewhat of a benefit to a challenging condition. So thank you again for having some more Zoom calls in your life today.
My pleasure.
And of course, Rasa and Vince, thank you so much for your comments. I always love having you both on reviews.
Thanks very much. I enjoyed this afternoon. And anyway, Misun, nice to meet you. And to Kenna, see you next year. Is that right? Yeah, super.
Yes.
Next fall.
Well, yeah, next fall. I meant next school
We,
year,
we,
but-
we think in
Oh,
academic
yeah,
years.
right,
so,
right. Yeah, you guys are hardcore academics. I'm just getting into this stuff. But yeah, looking forward to meeting all of you, the students and the faculty.
And Raza, maybe sooner rather than later. See you. Okay.
Good.
Danelle, I know
Thank
I'll
you.
see you sooner.
Yes, I will be seeing you soon, Vince. Thank you again.
Okay, thank you.
And students, just stay on for a second for our next session. Bye.
Bye-bye.
Appreciate it.
Thank
I'll talk
you.
with you soon, Misan. Thank you so
Yes.
much.
Bye.
Fantastic. Again, thank you all so much. Really great work and presentations. The next session starting in 30 minutes. And I would just say if you want it all to run through and make sure your presentation is showing, but I'm sure it's all fine. We have 4 people in the last session, so it's going to be a little bit shorter. But I still want to keep to 20 minutes just so that it's fair across the board in terms of time. So yeah, let's take a short break. And last session, we're almost there.
How are you doing, Professor Briscoe?
I'm good. How are you, Marshall?
I'm doing great. With due respect, I'm ready to get this over with. I'm ready to be done.
I
So,
bet. I bet you're almost there.
yeah,
Minutes away from being there.
right. Am I coming in clearly?
Yeah, I know you've had issues kind of with your audio stuff. Can you keep talking? Maybe.
Yeah. I don't know. Sometimes it might be an issue. Like if I speak up, maybe does that help?
Yes. Keep talking because it
I think
starts to get fuzzy, and that has been an issue. But
does this work better if I use my computer microphone rather than
yes, absolutely.
way better?
Way better. Yes.
Oh,
That is
awesome.
if we'd only known
Okay.
9 weeks ago.
I think hopefully it stays this way because sometimes I've used the setup and it still has issues.
Is
So
that right? Okay. Well, that
hopefully it
honestly, that sounds perfect. So
awesome.
yeah. Yeah.
Let's hope it keeps behaving itself.
Keeps the balance. Yeah, and I think it's been okay about keeping like the 20 minutes seems like it's enough. I just in the last session knew I had to kind of with more reviewers, it becomes a little bit of a challenge to keep it to that.
Right. Each of them are vying for their own time, which makes sense.
Yes.
I don't think I've ever met Gomez or Aldridge, so
No?
I don't know who they are.
You don't know Cisco?
I don't think so.
You see
So what other classes does he teach?
Construction. I mean, that's his core course. You're right that he doesn't teach undergraduate studios. They're usually graduate or advanced, but he's the associate dean of the school.
Oh, okay.
And
Yeah, I've
has
just never
been.
met him.
Oh, I just assumed everybody knew Cisco.
I might be the only one. So.
Well, not necessarily. Yeah, I think I would have probably said something similar to, Vince Snyder, like, oh, we all know Vince, but Cisco has been, working really focused as the acting associate dean. So that's probably why he's been less in the sort of line of teaching and more in the associates level of operations in the school. So that's probably why. Yeah, but no, he's a really good reviewer.
Good.
And his you should look up his firm as well. They do interesting stuff, and it's very much aligned with, I think, what your work is like, at least in this project.
Oh yes, I recognize his face. Yes.
Okay. Yeah.
Didn't have the name to the face.
I mean, yeah, you've probably seen him many times in the school.
Right. Yeah, my dad is really terrible with names and faces, and I think I got that from him. Frustrates my mom.
Inherited that quality.
Yeah.
Well, it's an easy thing to it's an easy condition to have, in the school or not in the school. You have to realize, like, you haven't been in the school for 1.5 years, right?
Yeah.
As well.
Right. Are you excited to get back to doing stuff in person?
I am actually. As much as I, like that I'm wearing flip-flops right now, it's also, I think, just more conducive for especially the studio environment to be in person. I think we've accomplished a lot this semester with the situation, but I do think that being in person just has a different effect on studio culture and production and conversation. So
I agree.
yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah. What are you up to this summer?
Still working on lining up an internship, hopefully. I have a couple people here in Austin local that I'm
Good.
looking at and talking to. So
Good.
hopefully that works out. If that all falls through, which hopefully it doesn't, I can still work at the gyms on
At the gym.
campus.
Yeah.
So I'll just be working through the summer.
Good. So you'll be here mostly.
Yeah.
Good, good. Well, I know
What
Burton
about
is
you?
very busy. He has a very busy firm.
Yes.
So
Yes.
that might be more than you want to chip off, though.
Maybe I'll be on the lookout.
Mhm. Yeah. Tran, you're on mute.
Hello.
Hi, how are you?
I'm well. How are you?
I'm so happy to see you.
It's been so long. Can you imagine?
No, when they brought your name to my attention, I was like, Tran!
I'm super thrilled.
I'm so happy to see you. I wish we had you in person so I could give you a big hug.
I know. Yeah.
Yeah.
Just to give you a little, I like reach. So I'm on recruitment at BEG, and of course we're like, guys, we got to really connect better with the schools. We want really good talent to come to us. And so I was like, UT, of course, let me reach out.
Absolutely.
And then they were like, hey, there's a spot on a review panel. And yes.
Yes. No, I know it. I mean, I think there's quite a few of our, yourself included, there's quite a few Longhorns there from what I can tell. Like a lot of my former students are there.
Yeah. We, I mean, I always advocate for UT students, and it's a proven result at BIG that like some of the most well-rounded bigsters we have come from UT. So
bigsters.
I've never heard that before. Wow.
That's great. No, I can imagine, we know what we're doing.
Yeah.
Hi, Cisco.
Hi, Cisco.
Hey. Look, we have Tran.
Cisco, it's been so long.
Yeah, I know. Time has weirdly worked in this whole last year.
I know.
How have you been?
I'm fine. I'm good. I'm looking forward to the slightly slower days of summer getting here.
I miss school years. Were you?
Yeah. I've been here, but I still come in most days. So it's been, in that sense, it's been different only in that it's really empty around here. But,
Yeah. We're still virtual. You can see you're sitting right in my bedroom.
Yeah.
Wow. So you haven't been in at all, Tran?
I've been in
the pandemic
off and
started?
on, just to there's certain meetings that it's easier to just go in. But for the most, and we've sort of reopened the office since last summer, but it was all completely voluntary, right? There's only a couple souls that come in. But we're trying to, I got my second vaccine already, and so vaccination has worked out really well in New York, and we're hoping to reopen in July. So
so
yeah.
very soon.
Yeah, but we've had, this last year, people have just sort of dispersed. There's people that's in Vancouver, they went back home to their parents.
I know we're all over the map, literally.
Yeah.
Well, Burton has just joined us. Thank you for coming, Burton. It's so good to see you again.
Hey, Burton.
So I think we have the three reviewers that will join us for our last session. I'll introduce them now just to get things started. Starting with you, Tran Lee, who is one of our favorite and best former students that I absolutely adore and was my TA for a graduate class. And she now works with big architects in New York. What are you working on, Tran? Anything exciting you could share? Or is it all secret?
Nope, my project is public. Luckily, over the years, I've worked with a lot of international projects at BEG, from Vancouver to down in Ecuador, to the Bahamas. The Bahamas is where I've actually now on my 4th project down there. It's the 4th one in construction. Yeah, it's a residential building down there, 8 stories tall. But I oversee the construction phase, but I also, this particular project, I've seen it from concept through. But I've also been involved on just not the technical side, but as well as master planning project. I did one for Toyota in Japan recently. And so it's a range of different work, but all a lot of fun.
Fantastic.
And the class I had with you, the Revit, that was key to how I succeeded at Big.
I didn't pay her to say that. No, that's good to hear that class experience has well worked for you. And it's so great to see you. And likewise, Burton, it's great to have you on board again. I had the good fortune of just seeing Burton, 2 weeks ago? He gave a presentation to that class that you were speaking of, Tran, and the students are just still chirping about it, Burton. It's really, I think, meant a lot to myself and to see your work and get to hear you and Brian talk about your process. It was really fantastic. So if you don't know Burton, you should get to know him very well because he does fantastic work here in the city. And he founded Baldrige Architects in 2006 after having his time in New York and working on a very sort of, I guess, inspirational project as well with Peter Gluck, and that's what brought him back to us in Austin. And we are sometimes fortunate enough to have him with us at the school teaching in a teaching scenario, which I'm hoping we can talk him into, but he is incredibly busy. So I do so much appreciate your time, Burton, spending a little bit more of it with us this afternoon. And then I'm sure that you all know Cisco Gomes, who's our current Associate Dean for Academic Affairs,
Not
soon
for
to
much
be
longer.
a free man and get some rest. And he's often involved with vertical studios and advanced studios and the construction sequence, I think, in the curriculum. And so thank you, Cisco, for joining us today.
Of course, yeah.
And so I'll just go over the project really briefly to let you guys in on what I introduced to the students as a design problem. They're working in their 3rd year core curriculum course that has the theme of environment and urban. And so from that, I thought that Deep Eddy, which I think the 3 of you would know, would be an interesting problem for us to consider the relationship of the natural environment of Austin and how that meets the urban condition. And so not only the natural environment of the hike and bike trail, but also the Colorado River that it sits just adjacent to in the south. And then also, as we know, MOPAC, which is continuing to become more and more of a entity in our lives as we get back out and about. The site is not just Deep Eddy, the historic pool that we know and love, but really the surrounding areas that border this site that I've outlined. And so there's sort of small bungalow-like remnants along the site. There are there is the kind of quintessential neighborhood, Eiler Neighborhood, Austin to the north, which has bungalow scale housing to it, more suburban, and then the Colorado Apartments, which is the university housing to the west. But really to consider how we can make a better experience of entering and arriving and really engaging with Deep Eddy by adapting the parking lot, which is really dysfunctional, especially in the summer, and are placing the parking all below. The students don't go into parking plans, but that's generally the idea, is that we're moving all of that below ground and really trying to operate and think of alternative solutions to getting to the site and how we might really promote an urbanism that doesn't focus on the automobile or the vehicle. I think that's all I want to say about that. And so, as you know, there are sort of these or this dive bar, especially just in front of the site along Lake Austin Boulevard, which, you know, makes you sort of feel like you're a part of old Austin, or the kind of special places that you can still find trickled through the city, and new things like Pool Burger. There is an EMS station that is just north of the ticketing office to Deep Eddy, which I encourage students to work with and keep. And so it was really up to them as to what kind of development could happen here, and what would be something that would be worth keeping or not. And then to also think about the sort of cyclical nature of the site. It's not just about going to the pool during the day for many people, and it's not just about swimming in the summertime for many people. And so how do we even promote a greater year-long experience for this particular area? They started by designing a bus stop, a new bus stop along Veterans Drive, which is running through the site, and thinking about how this might be a sort of first take on materiality and understanding connectivity and the network that could be achieved by promoting a multimodal approach to the site. And you'll see potentially some of these projects showing up. It wasn't required that they show everything throughout the semester, but you will see some of them, and how that led to other motivations in their project. In the second part, they worked with another person on developing what I called an urban layout and strategy. And that was where they were really looking to distribute the large amount of program that the project asked for, and also to just start to think about how you begin to understand urban design, or how you integrate many things that are well beyond the site proper. And then thirdly, thinking about housing and all of the activities and socialization that can go along with that. The program was fairly basic in a sense that we had some program dedicated to mixed use. There is a current ranger station on the site, which is housed in a sort of temporary structure at best, if you want to call it that. And so we are looking to integrate that as an element to the housing, and housing of their own. Parking, I've already mentioned. Thinking about servicing and mechanical, and the practicalities of a housing development, and then operating with at least 70,000 square feet. Some have given more, but that was sort of the minimum to be introducing to the site. And then they had an option of also bringing in some wild card programs should they choose. We did some reading and did discuss ecological urbanism. So not just thinking about the duality between natural environments and urban environments in the city, but how we might in some way integrate those two factors. Students did a fair amount of research, which you won't see on an individual basis, but looking at the different scales of the city, the different sort of footprints and grids, zoning situations. So a certain degree of practicality and research was invested into the beginning part of the semester. And thinking about site section, especially running from Lake Austin Boulevard all the way down through the Colorado River, was a critical one. They looked at, the demographics of the site, and that could play into how or who they developed for. There were certain standards that we said are what a real project would be working with, but they could in fact question that or apply for a variance. And so that's generally what was asked of them. I particularly had them focus on orthographic views for, I would say, a considerable time of the semester, because it's something that has come up again and again that gets overlooked. And so you will see hopefully some of those drawings and other forms of potentially more alternative representations that are meant to engage and intrigue you. So I'll let them take it from here. We have 4 students, but I'm going to keep it to 20 minutes just so that it's in fairness to what the other students were given in the other 2 sessions. Okay. And I think if you have other questions, we can answer them now, or we can just go start with Marshall and see what comes up.
I'll go ahead and start sharing my screen.
Yes.
Okay. So first of all, I'd like to thank y'all for being here. I know that it's a little bit iffy over Zoom, but I still appreciate it. So I'm going to be talking to you today about my Deep Eddy urban revision proposal. And so I'll start off by showing you an introduction of my urban plan, and then from there showing my residential project and how that fits within that framework. So in addition to the site analysis Professor Briscoe presented in that debrief, we also conducted some precedent study, and I was particularly drawn to Superkillen in Denmark. So this plan divided a public promenade into 3 distinct sections, representing market and culture in red, urban living room in black, sport and play in green. And so the ultimate aim of this urban organization was to ultimately reflect and represent the diversity of the local population within Denmark. So moving to our defined site of Deep Eddy, I asked myself the question, how can I reflect the true nature of the Austin experience through its local context and apply it to this particular location? So in particular, I took inspiration from proximity to Zilker Park, as well as the public circulation connection that's facilitated by I-35, and finally, the character of the neighborhoods located to the north. So then finally, applying this to my urban plan proposal, I divided the site into similar based on the use. So first being which reflects Zilker Park with its flexible program and accommodation for community events like community gardens and live music. The highway serves as a connection from landscape to urban hardscape, similar to Lady Bird Lake trails that are along the river. And finally, the residential sector, which draws inspiration from the southern porch typology present in the neighborhoods located north of the site. So expanding it to the urban scale was sort of my aim of this project. And after selecting the particular section to work off of there to the left, I worked on a program breakdown for the ranger station that Professor Briscoe mentioned. It would be located within the housing project on the ground floor. And so I wanted to accommodate their living, dining, and work needs off the projected usage that each. And then looking at the diversity of the program for the site as a whole, each section has its own distinct functions, from housing located along Lake Austin Boulevard to a community garden, as well as the multimodal nature of the pedestrian highway that allows for uses like biking, jogging, walking, bus routes, as well as on the left side there, temporary parking in the form of Uber and Lyft, which is starting to become more popular. Also analyzing this site, I wanted to maintain important views down towards Deep Eddy, as well as the Colorado River, which is located below, and that will be explored later on in my residential project. And additionally, the parking issue was taken into account, so I consolidated it to an underground system accessed by tunnel entries that are located off of Lake Austin Boulevard, hopefully easing the congestion along the roadway. So then moving into my final design for my residential proposal, I wanted to explore the southern porch typology and experiment with it a little bit at a much larger, grander urban scale. I began with a series of operations where a courtyard scheme was extruded upwards and then set back to allow for interior lighting into the residential spaces, as well as the creation of exterior occupiable surfaces. And then I designed a building envelope pattern consisting of multiple vertical members that shade daylighting for the interior and are then folded to create multiple porch conditions around the project. So this results in moments like this where outdoor activities are placed underneath the structure. Right here, you can see outdoor seating for the restaurant and cafe.
So then looking at the site plan, you get a sense of the location of these moments on the building project, as well as the interesting pattern that decorates the surface of the ground. And then looking at the ground floor, it houses mixed-use programs like retail spaces, the ranger station, the public gym, as well as restaurants. And then this break that you see in the building footprint that cuts through the ground floor facilitates movement through the project, as well as directs pedestrians towards Deep Eddy, which further highlights it as a local landmark. And then looking at the floors above, you begin to show the organization of units where each space has an exterior view, and circulation is organized around the central courtyard, ultimately leading to porches that are available for further public use, like live music or sitting down and eating. Specifically at the individual unit organization, it's a series of elongated rooms that prioritize views outwards and are at a scale that better accommodates the younger age group of the local demographic found nearby in the Colorado apartments. And through this project, I wanted to accommodate diverse public use as well, in addition to private. So I wanted to establish a sense of community that Austin is really well known for. So the gym, the courtyard, and the urban porches are all available to the public, and they're shared with the residents that are on the above floors. And looking in even closer for material, I chose CLT floor slabs as well as expressed glulam beams. I felt that they would contribute to a more comfortable indoor feel that I found in my research is often absent in larger housing projects. So I wanted to explore that construction technique. And then looking specifically at the system of vertical members on the project's facade, they define the moments of glazing on the exterior, and they also adapt to the program that's located behind them. So the pattern is more prevalent on the south side where the urban porches are located, and the north elevation there below is more open to allow larger views and light for the residents inside. And so ultimately ends with a result being a housing project and an urban plan that reflects the local character of Austin and how the local people interact with the city itself. And it orients one on the site with views of Deep Eddy and its landscape, as well as the urban fabric of downtown Austin. And that's my project. Thank you for listening.
This lower left photograph rendering, is that on the Lake Austin Boulevard side of the building or on the park side of the building?
That is on the Lake Austin Boulevard. It's from the street looking down.
Okay.
Marshall, can you talk a little bit more about how you wish to establish a sense of community?
Right. So I felt that the overall site itself with Deep Eddy and having that open recreation space was very open like Silver Park. And I thought that that would be a nice, more open community area. However, at the smaller scale of the building project itself, I imagined that those urban porches would establish moments where the public could interact with the private in a sense where the residents of the building could occupy that space for personal use, whether it be relaxing outside and enjoying the weather or going out there and eating. And those moments can also be shared with the public because those areas elevated above are also completely accessible just through the vertical circulation in the project. And so I wanted to make those closely knit.
Do you have a section diagram or an image that shows that idea?
So in a sense, if I'm understanding you correctly, I felt that this bottom left image did sort of establish that because it is within the building footprint and has the local cafe, which is open not only for the residents, for the public use. And it's an open, transparent area where both of those people can meet. And then if it shows it better, this section was meant to show the porches as well as the shared community courtyard space in the center and the public gym.
So that courtyard is, you can still enter that courtyard from the street, and that's the part where you said that people from the outside the community are still from the city can still access?
Yes, yeah. So in this floor plan on the right, that break that happens in the ground floor, that's open access from the street that cuts through that interior courtyard and also opens down towards Deep Eddy. So it's all completely open.
I see. So I think what I'm kind of getting at is that you have, it sounds like very good ideas, but there's not enough proof in terms of getting that idea on paper. And I think with sort of design, you know, everything, any idea should have something to really back it up and really show. And how, you know, the words establish a sense of community or engaging the streets, it really should be very pronounced in terms of the way you do it visually, and as well as doing those section. And if you're going to cut that section, you know, it'd be good to sort of understand how that section related to the street if you're talking about bringing in non-residents to this space. And I can see that better now with your plan a little bit, but if, you know, like even if you were to animate that plan with more trees and then it begins to really bleed and you really put vegetation inside that courtyard, or how you're beginning to bring the public into this nook, that will sort of help sort of confirm that sense. But I think the to me, it's sort of, you didn't address that street frontage and how you begin to engage the building with the street. I think what's really amazing about the New York and what has effectively taken over because of the pandemic is that people weren't allowed to dine inside, right? And so New Yorkers just started taking over the streets, and there's a lot of more outdoor seating, and you know, the city had to literally like take away what they had designated as parking and roadside to now outdoor dining, and they've made it a permanent feature in the city. But it happens more often, I think, in climates like Texas, but not so much in New York. And that began sort of, that street engagement is so pivotal to, I feel, the livelihood of New York throughout the pandemic. And it has a nice scale with the relationship of the street to the buildings within the New York context. And I'd like to have seen what that's like on the site and how your site engages with the surrounding neighborhood and that street section. Because I think that's really key to your idea of how it begins to engage with that larger urban context.
Right.
And then I think the idea of, you touched on CLT and glulam beam, and to me, and Cisco has much more knowledge about these kind of things than I am, but to me, those kind of materials sort of lends itself to prefabrication, modular design, and you know, maybe if you were to take this project to the next steps or in your next studios, think about how that really folds itself into the design. Because I think that's really when you begin to take into consideration construction as well as the design of the project itself.
Right. You're definitely right. I did begin to think about CLT floor slabs, and I saw that like their maximum dimension is 43 something feet. And so I created sort of a structural grid that's 40 feet by 40 feet base. And so that did sort of negotiate how I created my floor plan from the get-go. But it definitely was not explored to its fullest potential.
I see. Yeah. And again, you know, like with every design, clarity of presenting those concepts is really key. You know, you want either a diagram, little exploded axos, something to really says every idea should come with a visual that really hones it down.
Thank you.
You're welcome.
I can say something. Like, I think your first move, which I read is really the division of the site into the built part, the more urban part, in order to kind of preserve the remainder as a very much more, I'm not going to use the word natural, but I'll say landscape oriented condition seeded with built moments, many of which are already there, right? The pool, the historic pool, I think that's a historic building, the community gardens, which you didn't really mention. That makes a lot of sense to me. The formal operation where you establish this band of like the built stuff that's going to somehow really create the urban condition along I've lost the name of that street now, along the street. And then instead of working subtractively from that scale, what you do is within that zone, you establish two kind of additive blocks, and then you manipulate those subtractively. For me, that's a weird formal logic. Like if I were in your shoes, I would have established the band, decided how high it ought to be, and then worked subtractively from that entire zone. Because that kind of switch from a zone to an additive piece to a subtractive piece, I think takes away some of the potential power of that edge condition, because it starts to read as two buildings, and then you're doing some manipulation with them. But I think the strategy makes a tremendous amount of sense. It's sort of a preservation strategy. I'm going to concentrate all the program and parking and all these things I need to have in order to allow freedom of the rest of the site, which is the majority of the site, to have this other character. And then the development of all the pathways and infrastructure, which doesn't really exist in this area like it does in many other parts of the park, I think, that have real potential. I think for me, the one thing, you talked a lot about the porches, and the porches right now are all sort of lean-tos to the buildings. And I think one thing you could have explored was a more aggressive seeding of those porches, not just as allied to the buildings, but seeded throughout the site. So, you have porches that are in fact part of the buildings, but also maybe there's some freestanding porches, for lack of a better word, that find themselves in important moments along these pathways or in relation to other pieces of the existing infrastructure. And then the porches become sort of a broader idea that maybe is the one thing that links the two parts into a single project.
That would be something that, if I had some more time, that would be an interesting idea to explore. So thank you.
I mean, you done, Cisco?
Yeah, that's yeah. That's
everything
else.
If
I keep talking, I'm just going to sound dumber and dumber.
If you've got more, I'll listen. So Marshall, I just was taking notes through this, and some of my notes are duplicative of what Tron said, but I do have various stuff. Now, almost everything I'm going to say right now is negative. I want to couch this with the fact that I do think it's a very handsome building. Okay? It's a handsome building. The problem that I have with it is that once you get out of practice, you find out that if you have a big, long, low building with repetitive elements, it's always handsome. Okay, it just is. It's a great shape. You get that program, it's awesome. I took over a city block, it's low, I don't have to go 70 feet up. The mismatch between what you were saying as you showed the images and the way you have chosen to express this stuff, I found difficult throughout. You talk of these images in particular as enhancing the local character of the area. And if that really were a mandate, I would expect to see more of the local character of the area. Because while this is a pretty building, it could be anywhere, okay? There's nothing about this other than the fact that I can see downtown and I can look through and see Deep Eddy below it that really ties this to anything that it is quintessentially about the site, about Zilker, or about Austin. Some of this has to do with just not having time and having to do with what we've done. But when Tran was talking about like populating with trees and the garden should be in the inside, I think you would agree with me, Marshall, that when you look at this, it's an attractive building. You don't want to be there in August, right? You don't. And that's not just me being glib or ugly. The fact is that with such a handsome thing, these have turned into really sort of austere, uninviting, and mean spaces, which contrast completely with your talk about local character. The other thing that I would absolutely say about it is Cisco was talking to you about really drilling into the porches. Maybe the porch became the theme, maybe something. I think the real question I have about this, because this is school, and ideally you can do this in real life. This is real life. I backpedal there. What is this project, in your opinion, about? What is it about? Give me a really dumb single sentence that tells me what it's about.
This project?
Yep.
Yep.
Yours.
So I just wanted to create a southern porch at an urban scale. That was my goal from the get-go.
Okay. We definitely have got the urban scale. Obviously, it needs to be softened a bit. I guess what I would caution you with is the things that you bring into this project that you talk about. And I also homed in on cross-laminated timber, because who doesn't want to get to work with cross-laminated timber right now? Because it is warmer and it's beautiful, and the Thought Barn building is great. But there's nothing about what I'm seeing in the representation that speaks to that woodiness that I'd be seeing through that glass. And that's something that this could be about, like something that would really draw me in there. And I've got this 2-story like chasm in the middle of it, and it's filled with trees because it's Austin and you can grow anything in there except whatever died in the cold snap. And then the only other thing I would say, just going forward, is it is peculiar to have a site with as much site section as we actually have there. Pave it dead ass flat. Just take this thing completely flat. Forget the fact that you maybe ran out of time and there's probably supposed to be trees in there. I still think that there's a missed opportunity even with this scheme by completely turning your back on the fact that we've got a really amazing section right there. I mean, that's the thing that's so cool about what Larry McGuire did at Pool Burger. Whether or not you like the place, it takes advantage of that section, and it's under Deep Eddy Cabaret, which is disgusting in its own right. And then you've got that alley that they've just got like the guerrilla occupation of between the two buildings, which is now the outdoor courtyard. There's so much that can happen within this site with what you've declared with the porches that I would love to see that developed further. Mm-hmm. And just next time, I would pay attention to all the assets that you have at your disposal and really home in on, okay, so I've only got 3 weeks to do this. What is it that I'm really exploring? And then take that, just follow it as far as you can. The more things it can solve for you, the better your project's going to be. In an ideal universe, you get to the end, it's a project that's about one thing, and somebody's going to rip on you for it being reductive. But it doesn't matter. If you can make your idea solve everything that you've got here, that's where you should try to run. So it does sound like I just ripped on it. I do think it's handsome. I think it's really nice.
Fantastic comments. Thank you, Marshall. Great work. And we will move on to Gabby.
Thank you, guys.
Hi, my name's Gabby, and I will share my screen and dive in. Can y'all see?
Mm-hmm.
Yeah.
Alrighty, so I first wanted to touch on my bus stop, which was our first project. And something I really wanted to focus on with the bus stop was having it be a buffer as you're entering this Deep Eddy zone. And so I wanted to have framing views, and I also wanted to have a living wall in order to emphasize the natural context. And then moving into our urban proposal, I and my partner Varsha separated this into 3 sections. And so the upper section was our residential section, and then commercial, and the green section was natural. And also I wanted to touch on our plaza, which we placed over the road, and that will be the entrance into the underground parking as you go under it. And then additionally, we made a urban collage that we wanted to emphasize our main points, which was the framing of natural views through urban context, grid design, and the combination of urban and natural context. For my president, I wanted to use the Sejo townhomes. I really like the scale of townhomes, especially in this urban site. And so that was something I wanted to pursue. And so as I started analyzing the surrounding context, I wanted to establish an urban president just based on the scale of the surroundings. And I wanted to adhere to that scale and diversify it and densify it. So my main concept is relating to parts of a whole in this village setup that I'm going for. And so I wanted to have it be a fairly modular, fairly established sizing design, but add diversity through brick. And I don't know if y'all can see the GIF working. Let me know if it isn't. But I separated the materiality into the same sectors that I did with my urban proposal. So the natural context is various plants and other natural elements. And then the residential is many different types of bricks. And commercial is related to wood, glass, and metal. And so I decided to not only make them townhomes, but live-in work units. And so for the bottom floors, there will be work and businesses, and then the people who own the businesses will live above it. And so as I started to organize this plan, I started with a module, and I would multiply the modules in order to frame these courtyards where people can gather and interact with the businesses on the first floor. And then I would connect these two courtyards through alignment and continue to develop the scheme through that procedure. So this is a floor print of what I came up with, and I wanted to combine the residential and the commercial zones since I was combining those two into one unit. And I wanted to leave the natural zone fairly untouched because I think that's an important part of the park as well. So as we're going through my section, I wanted to touch on a few other elements. I wanted to add a bike lane on Lake Austin Boulevard because I think it's important to have a buffer in between that and the busy street. And then in between Lake Austin Boulevard and the Colorado River are the townhomes and courtyards. And finally, I wanted to add a dock in order to add something to the natural zone because there's a lot of paddle boards around the river. And so zooming into one courtyard, I divided it into the sectors that I've been touching on. And so on this ground floor plan, all of the first floor is commercial. And then in the courtyards that are framed by these modules is the social zone, and then nature is surrounding it. And zooming into one of these modules, you can see the 4 different types of businesses. And there are 2 workspace options, one that is a singular floor and one that leads up to a mezzanine where there's a little bit of an additional space. And then that mezzanine will lead up to the residential units, which you can see in these plan obliques that I'm touching on. There's the courtyard on the bottom as people can go through and see all of the commercial spaces. And then as you go up, you can see where people are living in these residential units. And so this is just another way I wanted to show the modular units. And these different floor plans can be combined into different modules in order to satisfy different needs. There can be 1-bedroom units up to 3-bedroom units with many different options based on spacing and necessary needs. And so just focusing on the module, I divided it into these zones as well. So there's upper courtyards, which brings the natural context into a singular module, and then the commercial zone is on the bottom and the residential on top, as I referenced before. And this is just a section kind of showing what I've been referencing. The bottom floor is the commercial units, and then as you lead up, you see the living part of the live work unit. This is a render of the courtyard. You can see I integrated a living wall in order to emphasize the natural context I've been referencing, as well as adding in courtyards and seating for the businesses in order to enhance the community and just show how the natural and the urban context are interacting. And this is an interior of one of the workspaces. This is an example of a restaurant. So you can see people interacting on this first floor as it leads up to the second floor where it's a bit more of a private space in which you can continue to work. And this is just a diagram of different urban elements that I wanted to highlight that all combine in order to complete the plaza. These are just elevations showing different views of a singular unit. And I wanted to also highlight this section where I was thinking that my units would be made of structurally insulated panels with a brick facade. And then finally, I just wanted to end on this courtyard render in which you can see the community and the overall just different activities that you can do in this space meant for the entire community. Thank you.
Abby, can you go back to the overall site plan?
Yes.
I'm just trying to figure out so the green squares with the trees are obviously the courtyards, and I see the modules. This, oh, you can't see my cursor hand. This gray color is representing what? Is that building?
Circulation, just how they're interconnected.
So it's pavement.
Yes.
Okay.
Yeah.
And then you mentioned this in the beginning, but this over plaza that was also, I think, access to parking. Is that?
Yes. So there's you can drive under the plaza in order to access the underground parking, and the darker gray that I highlighted is also an entrance to the underground parking. If you can see the entrance off of the Lake Austin Boulevard.
So it's a landscape space, which is a canopy that bridges over the road and
yes.
And roughly speaking, how many dwelling units do you have? Do you know?
I think approximately 60. Or maybe, sorry, I think approximately 40 or 50, not as many as 60. I think that was the goal originally, but just based off of the square footage, it was more close to that.
Yeah, yeah. Well, I don't have a clear thread that's going to connect some of these comments together, but I'll jump in. I do, that it strikes me as a relatively not so dense strategy for a piece of land which is in the center of many things. Like if I had just looking at your site plan, it's probably no denser than the neighborhood north of it. That's neither good nor bad, but it is, it is a reflection on kind of how much you get out of this land. But and I think the strategy is one that makes some sense. Like essentially you have this idea of kind of a mosaic, kind of a field condition of these pixels of units that are each part commercial and part residential. Do I understand that right? Every one of these has a commercial ground floor and a residential floor. Yeah, I mean, that worries me a little bit because there's an awful lot of commercial, like generally speaking, you have a lot more residential square footage than commercial in order to generate enough life. But maybe these are live work units, you can make an argument for it. But it will require a tremendous amount of visitation by people who aren't living here in order to keep that ground surface active in public and those courtyards full. So I think the strategy is clear, and it probably is one that is able to handle the topography pretty well because it's micro adjustable. Like you see this in some Jornutsen did some housing that was in frigid Scandinavia, but inspired by Mediterranean housing, which is kind of on that model. It's like individual units and they just micro adjust to whatever the landscape's doing, which does provide some flexibility and freedom, and that's relatively small scale of each unit, gives you a tool for working around buildings. I don't know, is that Deep Eddy cabaret there, which allows you probably to preserve some of what's there. But there's a tremendous amount, like when I hear that this is all pavement, all this gray, like I would love to see a 3D view, an axonometric view, or a physical model of this, because I think it's not as dense as you're imagining. Like it's easy to imagine this as kind of a Moroccan urban settlement where it's some of those images you showed imply that it's quite dense, and you're often protected from the sun, not by overhead elements, but because you're in narrow spaces and they self-shade the space between them. is it really like that? I'm not 100% convinced yet. Like I think if you force yourself to build an actual model of this, you might add 50% more of those pixel units in order to get the density that I think you're imagining. I mean, other, I'm fascinated by this elevated garden, which you didn't show up. You just didn't, I think, get around to really showing us what it was. But I think that could be an amazing thing that really gives the place identity, and smaller decisions in isolation, like actually allowing people to get down to the water, which I've never walked that path right there, but I don't think you are actually able to get to the water's edge. So I think those kinds of things are nice amenities. But my biggest concern is are you really creating with your planning of your proposal the kinds of spaces that you're showing us across the whole site? Maybe you are. I could be mistaken, but that's my first worry.
Yeah, no, I definitely understand that. I had a physical model, and I think it shows up a little bit denser than it looks like just because of the scale of the site. But I think going back, I definitely would add a little bit more just to ensure that it came off that way.
I mean, a lot of the experience would probably be driven by when you're in those alleys between the gardens and between the buildings. There's going to have to be steps and ramps, and I think that would give a lot of the experiential character, the kind of alleys and crevices that you navigate through. You're kind of lost a little bit like Venice. I think that's a tremendously appealing idea, but looking at the site plan, it just seems like some of these are just really wide, like they're as big as your gardens, all that space there.
No, I definitely understand that. Thank you.
Yeah, to add on to what Cisco is saying, I think it's when you work at with such a large site like this, and it sounds to me like you're kind of free to place things where you want it, right? You got understanding scale, and you used the word scale a lot at the beginning of your presentation. And this comment isn't just to you, it's I think for all of the students in the studio. Really getting to know what scale is really pivotal for your career. First, it starts with the human body, that relationship of the human body to the room, to the building, to the street. Understanding exactly, like research, really take your time to read and study what do those scales kind of mean, right? Why are cities like New York and the scale of Venice, of historic European towns, why are those successful? Tokyo, Japan, what makes those density successful? There's very clear relationship of size. Of the dimensions of the trees, of the dimensions of the sidewalks and the streets, exactly what you're giving to everything, and then vertically. And I think that will then, the easiest way to start is just start with the grid, right? You have your site, the width of your site, the length of your site, start mapping out that grid and breaking down that scale to really know what you can truly accommodate for. And you have a lot of really good thoughts of just beginning the modularity of your units and how they begin to connect and stack up. And there's a lot of different ways that you can play with it. And you've created something where there is a rationale, but when I look at this site diagram, your rationale actually is kind of lost to me. It's how do you really, I think humans sort of seek order, and what is the order to this master plan? How do I travel through this master plan? Because it's really important to understand navigation, like this, I can't even tell, like the sidewalks, is there a strategy to the pavement, to the streets, and you're talking about adjacency so far, but you haven't talked about connectivity. How do humans travel? How do humans get from one place to another? And then understanding it's, again, the relationship of those big streets, the street that crosses and cuts through the two sites, and it's all of those adjacencies. I think that'll really, And, you know, in your next studio, or even if you were to redo this project and, or not redo, but add to this project, right? Measure those scales and then really question what is appropriate and how much density you can truly give to these projects. I think that'll really add a really rich layer to your design.
Thank you.
Welcome. And I encourage you, there's two big projects to look at. One is the Toyota Woven City in Japan. That's the one that I did work on for the master plan. It's about how we begin to weave the streets into sort of like a multi-nodal function. And then the other project is the downtown Brooklyn project that we did, beginning to sort of take over the streets and inhabiting it with urban life.
Oh, look at those. Thank you.
The way you've chosen to present all of this is quite beautiful. I've not seen it ever done like this. And this idea of beginning with mosaic sort of studies that became modular, that you then just walked with, and with the exception of those two interior views in the live workspaces, you know, all of this remained incredibly abstract to me, remained quite a bit more of an idea. My only, and look, I really do applaud the fact that I can see a strategy like this, whether or not it's a valid development scheme, as Cisco got into, something like this being, particularly if it were denser, being really a pretty crazy place to be, and really lovely. Probably does want more green than gray, but and I also applaud the fact that it's not building-y, right? You know, you've done a thing that's sort of beautiful and nuanced, and you resisted the temptation to do something that at the end I'm going to put a big building on it, because it happens. The thing that I would just caution you about is that you obviously have a facility with the way that you've put all of this together, and it is beautiful, but it does seem like at a certain point, the making of the mosaic patterns and these beautiful drawings has gotten in the way of communicating what we really have here. So you have a physical model, but we haven't seen it. Like, I'd love to see that. That sounds amazing, because I really have no idea what we've got here. The second thing I'd say has to do with what Tran was talking about with scale. We do have to pay attention to scale, but at a certain point right here, I feel like the modularity and the 2D design of the mosaic is driving the architecture rather than vice versa. Like, I'm looking at how big the sort of highline piece that rolls over the top is compared to the suburban lots when I cruise up, you know, to the north there a bit. And I'm wondering, you know, what is it like under there? Is that even okay? How does that feel? Is that good? What happens under there? What's the material when I'm under there? Because it's deep. It's deep. It's as big as an urban lot across it. And then there are a suburban lot. I guess all I would say is, don't let the mode of your production, the mode of the way that you are going to show something, take over the ability to communicate what your idea is. At a certain point, as much as I don't want to see this, okay, now be a building, I'd like to see where I actually am so we can test the idea and see if it works and if it needs to be adjusted. But right now, even the renderings you have got the sky mosaiced up and the things tweaked, and it's beautiful. But I'm not positive that this works or doesn't work, or even really what I'm completely looking at right now. And that's not so much a critique of the idea or the project or what you've got. I think it's all quite beautiful. It's definitely a critique of the fact that I think the way you were putting it together started to drive the content rather than vice versa.
I think I agree with that. Maybe I got carried away with the mosaics and everything, but thank you.
Well, yeah, I mean, it's a credit to you that you actually spent your time focusing on the field condition, because I think it's natural, like when you have a field condition with a big figure in it, like I'm going to design this thing. And I am, I want to know what that is. I love that, because the premise, to me, the premise of that is it could be quite high and maybe it has giant trees on it, and it becomes something that operates at the scale of the city as you drive across the Mopac Bridge. Like it is a urban signaling device. Like I think that could be amazingly powerful. But the fact that you actually spent your time on the intricacies of the field condition is a great credit to you, because it's hard. That's a much harder problem. And, we didn't talk about your material strategy, but I really appreciate that you had a really clear strategy for materials, and of course, masonry is the best material. So you get credit for that. But no, the idea that, there's certain materials that are assigned to certain uses and it's all mapped in a very careful way is those are all positive things. So I think, ultimately, for me, a lot of the questions just comes like that, the control of how, like if you just, if you had another month, I would just, could you just take that piece and really work out the logics of the syntax of the mosaic at a slightly larger scale? Because judging by your bus stop, which I think was beautiful, you had that in you. And it's just, this is probably literally 1,000 times bigger than the bus stop, and there's only so much you can do. So yeah, there's a lot of good things here. It is so hard to do a big project. I'm sure it was twice as bad this semester with the remoteness and everything else. But
no, it was super easy.
Yeah.
So easy. No, thank you. Those are great comments for you, Gabby. I think that it's refreshing to have these fresh eyes see it for exactly the way it is. And I think there's a lot of accomplishment and also some work to be done. So yeah, thank you. So Joseph, are you ready to are you here? Yes. You ready to show us your work?
Yes, 1 second. I couldn't get my.
Are you okay, Burton?
I'll be right back. He needs 1 second and so do I. So I'll be right back.
You get set up, Joseph, and Burton will rejoin.
I think what's fun about short studio projects is that like you want to get so much ideas on paper, but at a certain point, you got to be an architect, right? You gotta have a good section, a good plan with scale, everything sort of considerate, and that's. I look at a lot of portfolios for juniors, designers, and interns, and it's kind of like everything's like, well, your idea is great, but like, can you draw a plan? Can you draw a section? Like, how do you really turn this into architecture and be able to?
It's incredibly important. I mean, those drawings are the way we communicate, really,
okay. And how we get paid.
That too. Yeah. Are you off for the summer, Cisco? Does it?
No, I
when
get
does it
through
start?
August 31st. So
Okay.
I'll be mostly here, but
okay.
But I'm off next semester. So
I know
okay.
that's at least there's that to look forward to.
It'll be great.
Yeah.
I'm super burnt out.
I can imagine. I mean, I maybe can imagine, but yeah. You good, Burton?
Oh yeah, I'm back.
Okay.
Let's do it.
All right.
Okay.
Should I get started?
Yes.
Yes, please.
Awesome.
Sorry about that.
All right. Oh, totally fine. So my project is titled The Bars at Deep Eddy. So to start off with my bus stop analysis, when I first visited the site, the thing that really stuck out to me was the material palette that was in the area, specifically the use of brick and the different kind of textures, variations, and all of that. So as a material, it really stood out to me, and it was something that I wanted to explore in my bus stop. So for that, I developed this sort of parametric system for the bus stop made out of a brick perforated screen. And here's just kind of some ideas of it. And I like the idea of the perforation with the brick because it provides shelter, but it also allows for wind to pass through and for light to come through and creates these really interesting lighting effects. So it's something that I explored a lot in this project. And then the sitemap that we've already seen. And then this is my collage from earlier in the analysis of the project. And it kind of just includes a lot of the ideas that I wanted to focus on, include like the condition along the water, different paths intersecting with one another, and the inclusion of nature and biophilia. Sorry. And then this was the sort of beginning process to develop the urban diagram. So what we did is we took the Kohlberger site and used it to kind of create a relative, I guess, scale to keep for the urban diagram so that everything was at least related to what the current scale is of the current site and to kind of keep things within that. And then it developed into this where we took those sort of that bar scheme and then developed it into different areas that are segmented between the paths that go between the different bars and then different programs fitting into the bars in different places. And then moving on to precedent, the first precedent that I looked at was Tianzi Feng in Shanghai, which is an arts community that has been developed a lot recently and kind of had a similar urban scheme where it was divided a lot into bars and was organized in such a way that like it's very, even though it's a lot more, I guess, chaotic and less organized, it's still very set in different areas are set to different programs. And then another precedent that I looked at kind of with the idea of biophilia was Emilio Ambas's Prefectural International Hall in Fukuoka. I don't know if I pronounced that right. And I just was really inspired by the terracing and the inclusion of the gardens. And then this is kind of a first glance at what I came up with, and you can start to see the perforation of the brick screens and how it really, like it's become part of the form. And then this is a program diagram just showing, you can see the circulation, living areas in the top left corner, and then commercial areas in the lower half of the building, and more public spaces in the bottom right. This is my GIF, and this was what I was having issues with. It wasn't working, so I'm gonna share it from a different program just so it at least works. And this just kind of shows how the form develops from the lower levels, and then how the different modules, including the staircase, the terracing, which is the apartment units above the commercial levels below. And then the bricks perforated screens are then added to the facade to provide shading and I guess a little more visual interest to the exterior. And then back to the other file. And this is my site plan. So you can see I kept everything to this one side of the map. The site to really focus on density and to preserve the more natural, I guess, parts of Deep Eddy, because I think that's a really significant part of it. And I didn't want to interrupt any more than I had to. And then moving on to floor plans, that's the lower level and it's all commercial. And then moving up, we're into more public areas that have restaurants and open areas. And then moving into the apartments above that have these terraces. And they all generally have the same floor plan. And then to sections, you can kind of see the, I don't know why it's such a low resolution. How it's sort of stacked and you have these terraced units coming out that are above the commercial area, and they create these kind of open public spaces beneath them. And then this is it set into the site. You can see Deep Eddy in the foreground here, the Colorado River, and then in the upper right corner is where Lake Austin Boulevard is. And again, that same elevation, just kind of showing it, I guess, a little more active with people kind of in the space. another elevation, and then the more perspectives. So part of something that I really wanted to focus on was having like this sort of, I wanted it to like, I guess related to like sort of the Tianzi Fong, where it's like this almost intimate closing, kind of like that alleyway idea, where there's a lot of, I guess, interconnection between the terraces above, which are the apartments, down to the like lively commercial area below. And here's some more renders. This one in the middle is kind of showing the alley from above, and then the apartments looking down to it, and then just kind of the condition of it at night. This is the open public space that's created by the like void underneath the terraces. Some interior shots just to kind of get an idea of what the space looks like. And then the view of downtown Austin at night, and then early in the morning. And that is it.
Okay, I can offer some thoughts. This is the last one I'm going to talk first on, I promise. Yeah, run back to your diagram with the strips, the sort of military bars of the different colors, the site diagram.
Yeah, 1 second.
That one, yeah. That's a tremendously appealing site strategy to me. It's basically an urban plan, but it captures, the organization of these alleys, which in your perspectives remind me of some like alleys in Old Town Quebec. Like they're very intimate in scale, but there's also that view where one of the things it seems like they would do is they would really connect you, especially as a pedestrian, but probably a little bit when you're in a car as well, with, you get direct sight lines down to the water of the of Town Lake when you're driving on the road or walking on the sidewalk there, which I think is appealing because right now you're actually quite disconnected until you kind of wander down and get close. You really wouldn't know that you're right next to the or right near the water.
Yeah.
So I like that a lot. I didn't realize it at the time, but I'm now understanding that the different colors are not really differences in architectural conditions, but are really just mappings of programs. And I think it would be nice if your strips change character a little more in response to these programs, like down here where you have a bunch of annotations. Down here where you have a bunch of red, it's it's maybe more porous or lower or something else. And then here the white bars are taller or thinner, but they're all connected by this urban plan. And the examples you're using, I'm presuming, are like many places in the United States where they weren't all designed by single designers. They're sort of an urban strategy, an idea about how big lots should be. And then it's sort of like, okay, here it is, like buy your lots and build what you want. And that character grows a little more organically, but it doesn't have to be that way. So I really like that strategy. I think in a few places in your images, it's showing up, like its advantages are really showing up. When you go to your actual site plan, I'm going to give you some critiques about how that's different from your diagram. Right. So even if there aren't buildings there, I would still love to see some traces, even if they're site walls or pathways, or, you maintain the texture of that. And you can imagine, and maybe some of it, maybe this part doesn't ever get to be built, but you can imagine over time, as this place evolved and changed, that texture would be kind of built in, even if it's just property lines. Somehow you keep the traces of that larger urban strategy, because when it just becomes 8 buildings that are all kind of the same, rubber stamped along that left edge, it's not nearly as powerful. And I would say even like the idea of that strip, there's that strip of a constant width that connects the road with the water. Like, I think that should be conceptualized as a single strip, maybe changing character along the way, rather than a triad of 3 kind of buildings that are all the same. And depending on what the topography is doing, it might change, from this side of the site to the other. And, you might have an idea about wanting to have terraces facing south, but, if the hills are rolling down and then back up in this part, the terraces might change. And the large scale subtraction in your building, which I also like, the one down low, might also be more locally responsive within that larger idea of the kind of urban plan for the site. So I think you did lose something between the initial concept and kind of what you ended up with.
For sure, that makes a lot of sense.
Hi, Joseph.
Hi.
So I really do appreciate that you've engaged with the site in this direction. The last two projects sort of stayed north of Deep Eddy, and you've started to connect with the water. And I'll talk more about the water, but I feel so there's something that the idea of the terrace is that you have the terrace scheme is really fun. And it's beginning to sort of talk a little bit about the engagement with your neighbors. I think something that hasn't really been touched on so far is just how do people connect with each other? How do you connect with your neighbors? And you begin to sort of extrapolate this vertical connection with a series of terraces. So I think that's a successful thought. But what I find is that you've had 3 buildings, and naturally with this, the topography of the landscape, you've gone down, but you cascaded them up, and then you have all of a sudden have a very strict vertical wall. So the only buildings that you have that's successful with that terrace scheme are the 2 that front the water.
Oh, okay, yeah.
It's kind of like, well, is this really ideal to be looking at the building with this flat wall in front of me? And then still so far, you've addressed this, is it north and south direction? But what is the other direction like? Sort of, what is that connectivity? How do you engage with the site and the neighborhood like that? And then I think the water, that connection, so far I'm still yearning from these projects, and let's see what the 4th one offers. But so much about this, the neighborhood to me is water. And you guys talk about biophilia, but I'm like, water, like that, it's such a key feature. And I'm yearning for something like that in the neighborhood, something more that talks more about the water. And how do you really create like sort of like a microclimate truly in this neighborhood, surrounding by its context, the character of the neighborhood, right? You got to start talking about that character. And you had images of the neighborhood in China and stuff, and your image, to me, it did not feel like Austin. You be cognizant of the feel and the character of the neighborhood that you're trying to present, and be deliberate about that narrative, because you got to be contextual.
For sure, that's a very valid point.
I mean, I do think your building explorations, particularly with the skin, is quite beautiful. I'm a real sucker for bricks and games with masonry, as anybody who knows me knows. I do think that some of this probably has to do with time, but you know, you went full bore and made the building and then repeated it, held it, you know, completely on the, you know, just the west side of the site. And it's, where are you going? What are you doing? Yeah. Okay. Between the go back to that one with the side section, by the way. Okay. The changes from the bottom one, the one that's at the shoreline, and the ones at the top, it does feel like you've made enough of a device here that something of what showed in your strip site strategy, the one that Cisco was talking about, should have found its way into this. Now, I don't know that trying to create like a Kowloon alleyway in Austin is really what I would imagine happening here. But I do like the fact that you chased it and it was your idea and that's what you were going to chase down. It does create a problem for you though, because to show your idea in a way that communicates, it does require some variation. Can you go back up to the strip drawing at the top, the multicolored one?
Oh, wait, okay. That guy.
This does suggest to transplant some serious east-west connections in between these. So if you privilege the bars, you named it the bars, I do not think that this thing suffers. I think it gets better by spreading these out and allowing them to have a little bit more of the site and getting something happening in that east-west. It's almost a little bit like what Gabby was doing. It's like it could almost use some more of that to free this up within your rigid, vertical grid that you've put together. I'm not suggesting that you violate the idea, but I am saying that there is a lot in here that if you continue to work with your green space in your program and worked with this drawing a little bit, there might be a different way to deploy what you ultimately ended up with that would still retain this idea of effectively having, a seriously urban megacity neighborhood in the middle of Austin, right, with these alleyways that take you down to the water. But I would imagine, I would want to know what it looks like with those, renderings, because that's really what you were chasing with those renderings. That's the one. I wonder what that would look like if this were broken up and freed to the east and the west with trees and green space knitting these things together. Because at that point, I do think there really could be a really beautiful and successful idea here. And I'm not saying it's not successful, it's just where I'd take it next.
I totally agree, because I did want to include a lot more green space, but I think just with the, timing, I didn't get to the point where I kind of opened it up more, but I think that is a really interesting idea.
Okay. Well, I think we should move on. The time is up, but thank you, Joseph. We'll have our last presentation, last but not least. Cole, are you ready?
I am.
Awesome.
Hello, I'm Cole, and this is my Deep Eddy urban revitalization project. So this image here is circa 1915 when Deep Eddy as a swimming pool was first created. And so the focus on turning this area from a semi-neglected and forgotten part of Austin into a residential, entertainment, and transportation hub of Austin. So our first project was looking at the transportation part. And so we were tasked with designing a bus stop. And so I looked at these three precedents and that yielded this design for my bus stop proposal. And then the second part of the project was to look at an urban plan. And so my partner and I, we looked at Superkilen by Big in Copenhagen and really took away their use or separation rather of programs throughout their project, creating this collage where we honed in on the idea of creating a central courtyard and plaza that has a physical connection to Deep Eddy and a visual connection to downtown. Looking here, just once again at the context, here's Deep Eddy, this is Mopac, and downtown's this way. Creating this urban design axon, looking here at the program. So the filled circles are the programs that already existed on the site, and then the dashed circles are the programs that we were proposing to add to this area. And then we also focused on the transportation part of this as well. So once again, the filled circles showing the transportation parts that already exist while replacing and renovating the docks for water taxis, thinking of a potential underground subway system for Austin, the bus stop that is located there that we designed, and then also both rideshare and the potential of a landing pad for Uber Sky taxis in the future. And then showing this plan or drawing compared to the conceptual model that we designed. And so here you can see just a figure ground plan of this building becoming what I am proposing for the residential portion of the third project of the semester. And then also making sure to think about transportation and urban design on the Lake Austin Boulevard streetscape side. So with the advent of to-go orders and to-go parking, because of COVID, we made a spot for that for the first floor mixed-use commercial, while also creating a buffer, bike lanes, foliage, and then a large plaza for running, strolling, walking, etc. And so then moving into the third project, which is the residential portion, I looked primarily at the French International School by Henning Larsen in Hong Kong for material, facade, apertures, those sorts of aspects. And so then looking at the site and how the street informs the footprint, and from there creating a volume, and then access and entry points, along with creating voids for community gathering, as well as vertical circulation. And here you can see all 6 of those laid out. And then this showing the sequence of the programs. So in mid-review, I was told that the density of my project was really nice. And so I kept the residential part at a little over 200,000 square feet. And then most of the second floor is rentable office space for the residents, sort of like a WeWork type setup, along with the green areas, which are the community outdoor usable outdoor urban spaces. The ranger station, which we were tasked to look at as well here, a two-level space. And then the entire first floor is all commercial mixed-use space. And so looking at the site plan here, you can see how there's plenty of space for promenade and transportation set back from Lake Austin. And then as a resident of this building, you would turn off of Lake Austin onto the existing Hearn Street and enter the underground garage right here. In this building, here's the existing EMS, and this building right here is Deep Eddy. So then here, this site section goes all the way from Lake Austin down to the river, with Deep Eddy here shown there, the building there, and the pool there. And this section is taken through the access entry point from the Lake Austin side into the courtyard that you can see here, with a view of downtown from there, along with the underground subway system. So that section was right here, this entry, and this is the ground floor plan showing the commercial mixed use space. You can see the shared storage and trash rooms for each of the commercial spaces. As a resident, you would enter here on the Hearn Street side, away from the busy Lake Austin side, and these double doors. And then you could also enter as a resident through these doors here for access to the plaza, so you don't have to go all the way around. And then as a public member, you just come in through this entry, and then you can go to the plaza, and this way it takes you back towards those other transportation sides, whereas this entry and access point would take you down to the river and the trails. And then this is a third floor plan looking at more of the residential parts. While here shows the different sizes of rooms. So you have 1, 2, and 3 bedroom units with their given square footage per unit. And then once again here, the 6th floor, which is only on the bar on the Lake Austin side. So levels 6 through 8. Once again, 1, 2, 3 bedroom units with square footage. And then detailing out 3 of those units even further. So these 2 on the right-hand side are both 1 bedroom units, where this one on the left-hand side is a 3 bedroom corner unit, along with the balcony exposure and access that they have. And then this section cuts through the underground parking garage for the residents. So in the middle of the plaza here, I'm looking from closer to Deep Eddy towards Lake Austin, so looking north here. And then thinking about the facade and apertures in Austin, Texas, this is a sun shading study on one of the windows at noon in the winter solstice, both equinoxes, and then the summer solstice as well. Showing you a partial elevation in section here. And then render from the Lake Austin side, showing the materiality. So this is white metal is the primary material of the project, and then glass curtain wall on the base. And you can see the density here from the plaza side with the subway entrance, people coming across the other street. And then here's that entry access opening point into Lake Austin. And then you can see here's Deep Eddy's, the closest part of the building with the staircase, as well as the ramp right here. And then this view from the perspective of being in Deep Eddy Pool, showing the mass of the building and then also the density that it would attract throughout the year. And then finalizing with this last current image of what Deep Eddy looks like right now. And that is my presentation.
Cole, can you give us some, what's your main concept?
So I wanted to create a dense livable area that was also right adjacent to a new transportation hub of Austin that is not in the central business district, but adjacent to. But for the residential part, it's the density within that transportation area.
A dense livable area.
Yes.
And what is livable?
In my thought, it not only is it, residences and where you reside, but also where you can, dine and shop and eat and buy your groceries. There's a new HEB, I believe, popping up close to this area. So sort of the idea of a walkable city, but I guess livable city where it's all coined in one area. And then you can also go to your job in non-COVID times with all the transportation options that are available to you.
I see. So I don't know. So the sense of what is making your design livable, I don't know what about it really is livable yet. I haven't quite grasped that. And the density aspect that you're trying to create, besides conglomerating the units together, I think you should critically question what about density is good and what about density is bad, especially in a housing context. And because there's sort of, have you read Jane Jacobs' Jane Jacobs' book yet? Eyes on the Street. So it's about the time in New York when people were building these sort of really mega block buildings, and it began to lose connectivity and like a human nature, right? Human-centric nature, and then it talks about sort of like the sense of safety and connection, human connection. Anyways, it's something that you should definitely read. I'm sure there probably are some classes that you'll take that will ask you to read the book, but I feel it's kind of hard to sort of gauge whether this is how contextually appropriate this is to this neighborhood. To me, it feels kind of something that could be something somewhere else. And I'm not sure if you've addressed truly like what is livable, what is dense, and what makes it like appealing for humans, and especially in the 21st century. And I think something else just about the design to me is sort of the, it feels brutal. And it's lost, like it puts itself a very big front to the neighborhood and the city. And I think, if you're in Deep Eddy, sort of what you're yearning for is getting away from that super, super urban metropolis context, and bringing a lot of housing to this area. I'm not sure if this is the site that the people of Deep Eddy coming to Deep Eddy would want to see. And so I wonder if you should sort of question how that factors into the design and how you want to bring density to this area. And then also, last part on just solar shading, I feel if you really looked at the site and orientation and the amount of glass that you have on this building, I think it may get pretty hot.
Can you scoot back to your site-wide massing images, not the renders at the end?
Urban design ones.
Yeah, that go no, yeah. Forward. Okay, that's fine. Okay.
There we go.
My question, and it's related, and it's going to be the obvious question about this project. I do appreciate the rigor that went into it. I really do. I question this move altogether, and I want to know where it came from. What about this suggested a large housing block, multi-use housing block? Because it's very difficult to talk about your project on the merits of your project. It's much easier to talk about it as actually a civic proposal, right? And as a civic proposal, when I look at it, this effectively erases Deep Eddy, right? It's completely a different thing, and it is a slave to this very, very large building. What in density drove this move right here? Was this the first move?
So I can't see if you're annotating on the screen, but I assume you're talking about the building, right?
Yeah, the building, the green one. So I don't know how to annotate on the screen. We use Google here. I'm watching Cisco doing it. It's really fascinating. I don't seem to have a tool that lets me do that. I can like write on my screen, but that's about it. So yes, the green thing.
Yes. So to answer your question, so from the get-go, knew this was going to be a residential dense apartment unit, but then also with the way that Austin is growing, it seems like this lakeshore property will eventually be, succumb to the expansion of taller, more dense buildings as the city continues to grow. So I treated this, and also in previous reviews. So originally the smaller portion of the green building is 5 stories, and this one is 8 stories. Originally it was 5 all around, and I was encouraged to create more density, so I bumped that up a little bit more. I do totally understand how this is significantly larger than anything else that is here. I guess I was looking at it from a standpoint of looking into the future, where you could have even taller buildings here around it instead of these 1 and 2 story little shops.
Understood. But there is an element of this, to Trent's point, that it's like a Robert Moses move right here. At a certain point, I look at this and it's such a massive, and I don't mean brutalist, but seriously, like there is no hesitating. This is changing today. And it's interesting when you think about how this area developed and how Austin, particularly with Save Our Springs, and the reason that these areas probably won't actually succumb to this kind of building, to your point, probably will not, because it's a resource that's disappearing and everybody's acutely aware of it. I was just curious as to, like, I think having the hub there for subway, like if we had public transportation, that would be kind of cool. I'd like that. But I just question the strategy from the get-go. Like I would be out front with a picket sign trying to prevent you from doing it. And I know that's not very helpful. All of this within my saying that I appreciate the rigor that went into it. I'm really happy you chased this all the way down, but it is interesting given the fabric that's in the neighborhood and the stuff that you guys were looking at, all of the little bits and pieces in the community garden and Deep Eddy and Pool Burger and all of that. And it's like, whoa, done.
I think the encouragement for the density led me to this. And then also, I guess any consolation, I did try to soften this Lake Austin side with the voids of the community areas and, opening this up a little bit and into the entranceway.
Oh, I think it's cool. Don't get me wrong. It's just dystopian, right?
Yeah.
You know, you shared that.
Now that I've offended everybody, I'm just gonna let Siska go. I'm going back.
No. Yeah, I mean, I don't mind the sort of bombastic quality of this. You know, like we're adding how many people every day to Austin? We're going to put them somewhere. You know, let's put them downtown and not put them out in Pflugerville. Like, and you know, this would be obviously an expensive place to live, but I think there is some truth to that. And you know, where my real critique is actually is, I think some of your responses to trans questions, right, which were mostly kind of urbanism boilerplate, like, you know, density is good, we need multimodal transport. And they weren't actually specific to your project. They were kind of just arguments for going big and having density, which I agree with. But I would love to see a slightly more precise kind of alignment between, you know, why exactly is my building this shape and this bar is taller and is shorter, and how the subtractions work to some of the conditions Tran was asking about. Like I think there is a way, like this subtraction. This one is quite nice because it's multi-story. It's actually a sectional condition within the larger block. But it happens very, very few places, right? Most of your spatial manipulations at the scale of the entire building are massing manipulations, right? It's stepping down in places. I have terraces. And I would love to see more kind of conditions where you have different kinds of sectional spaces within the block that actually help create qualities of neighborhood, that help create some of these things you're actually talking about, but we're arguing for in a more generic way. You know, I think you could actually do that. Yeah, I wonder about, like, your first move is one about monumentalism. And if you go back to that very first image, when you were showing that, I was getting excited because I thought you were going to completely reframe Barton Springs Pool with, go back to that very first image. Nope, not that one. Maybe it was the next one. It was a collage.
Oh, there you go.
That one. Nope, that one. Yeah. I thought that's what you were going to do, right? Like, I'm going to take the pool and I'm going to in-frame it and completely recast its context. So it changes from a kind of delimited rectangle of water in the landscape to a pool that is surrounded by a built edge that is whatever it is, 5 or 8 stories. You didn't exactly do that. You kept the kind of idea of a building, which is a built frame, but what it's actually enclosing isn't Barton Springs Pool, isn't Deep Eddy. It's this new plaza, which is one of the places I have some questions on. It's pretty big. It's got 4 or 5 trees in it. I think that would require a good bit of development. And I'm not 100% convinced that space that it's making on the inside yet would be as successful as it could be.
I think to answer your point, the decision to not necessarily fully close Deep Eddy as it is in this collage, it was because of a point that was made earlier in the review about like alienating the rest of the neighborhood from Deep Eddy. I toyed with the idea of putting it this close in proximity to Deep Eddy, then had that idea of, well, if I build 5-8 stories up right on the footprint of Deep Eddy, then there really is no connection to the surrounding neighborhood. So that's why I moved it further away and created that plaza where you could cascade down towards it.
And I understand that, but it's a little bit out of sync with the idea of the giant building. Like, you know, if you're taking the attitude of like, I'm going to recast this place, and I think you are, given the scale of what you're building. I don't personally have an issue with that, although yes, maybe it takes away some of these great places in Austin. Like, I think you own that, right? I am recasting quality, and it would very much change what it's like to be a Deep Eddy, right? Because all of a sudden there'd be, you know, 1,200 people looking down at you, and you're there in your bathing suit, or your kids peeing in the shower part of the pool, or whatever they're doing. But I think that's part of the argument. Like, this is a different place if you're gonna make that. So I'm excited about that. Now go back to your massing real quick. Given that it's an idea, the one with the green building.
Oh, sorry.
The site, yeah. Given the idea that it's sort of a monumentalizing move, right? I'm going to in-frame this landscape space. Like, I actually find it a little weird that the step happens. Like, if you wanted more density, I think my recommendation would be, you know, keep the height so it's a clear figure. And, you know, maybe this leg has to extend out somehow. And then all of a sudden you get a piece of the bar, which is which is facing your courtyard on one side and framing the Deep Eddy changing building and the pool on the other side, or something like that. I think the monumental, like I think you can't have it both ways. You can't have kind of the idea of a kind of monumentalizing intent and then start to play with the secondary moves too much. Like you can do it at tertiary moves. I see this step, and this is just a formal subjective preference to be totally transparent. Like that step is a secondary move. I think you have to go from the primary to the tertiary. So then you do the tertiary moves like these subtractions or maybe some other ones I was talking about. So the overall form is intact as a kind of very monumental, pretty like, this is it, take it or leave it. And then shift to the tertiary where you're really manipulating the quality of spaces you move through. So, there's a group of 8 apartments that all move through, this subtractive space in order to get to their front doors. And it creates a little bit of a smaller neighborhood within the larger organization, because I think that intent is there. Like when you showed your floor plans, I was really appreciating that in any one hallway, I have some 3-bedroom units and some 1-bedroom units, because that's a way of mixing socioeconomic, conditions. Like you get families along with the singles and dinks, and then, you kind of get that kind of mixed neighborhood quality. So, and I want to just reiterate too, like there's a lot of care in these drawings. Like the site section goes through your buildings and shows all the way down the water. Like that is really great to see, because there's tons of time.
And I think instead of, if you received a comment that says how, you're disconnecting, then I encourage you, instead of moving it, to really come up with a strategy and a design to actually answer that and create that connection. And then it's also about how you begin to frame the narrative, right? So if you're talking about the future of Austin, years down the road where you really need a lot more housing, then be bold about it and really say that these neighborhoods surrounding Deep Eddy, it's going to change. And then just mass it up and, really create that whole language and really say, you guys, old Deep Eddy is, it's going to shift towards something else different. And we're expecting redevelopment surrounding all of this. And so put yourself in that whole new context and create your own narrative.
I like the fact that you owned it. So, that's the thing that's important. But to Cisco's point and to where I was heading at the very beginning when I was asking about the mass of it, Cisco was advocating towards just go ahead and blow this thing out and really move to the tertiary bits, particularly the sectional things. All of these get to the same thing that it doesn't bug me about it, but that I have questions about it. And it may be a matter of presentation, is I keep finding myself locking up on the why of the shape. Like why, what is this doing? And you have all of your bits where you go through how it programs out. I think something that showed a little bit more what it's doing and why it's doing it would be helpful, like a connective diagram, because I don't quite follow it.
Okay, that makes sense. And maybe more attention to something that creates the massing or shape or footprint than just the streets, but maybe more of a humanistic scale.
Yeah, if it was just the streets, that's fine. But I just lost the step. Yeah, I gotcha. Look, that's how we designed a hotel, so it's not wrong.
Well, I agree with the comments that you have put an incredible amount of work into this, Cole, and I think that there is a lot of accomplishment and that you have questioned the scale that we are potentially going to be asked to operate in some capacity in our city. And I think that Cole did respond to the sort of call to arms of what are we going to do with so many people moving to Austin and not wanting our boundaries to just continue to sprawl, and that Austin just continues to fizzle out into other areas that were somewhat remote to Austin at one point. And so myself included, I was encouraging density. I was encouraging, I said 100,000 square feet, and should they choose to do more than that, then that's, a position to take. And so I'm one for, I guess, understanding the appropriateness of what should be there, but also the reality of what we're going to be continually faced with when that open lot on the corner there has now been cleared. And so I think that it is something that I think is important for students to address, that they're not given an easy sort of infill housing situation that answers everything for them. So I think the comments are really fantastic. And I think that not only Cole has learned from the comments you've made for his project, but I think everyone probably has to a degree. And there were many versions of what this project solution was. You saw 4 of those today. And so it's interesting to see what each session brings in terms of a response to what maybe the correct direction to take is. Are there any other comments that you have for the studio, or otherwise we can let you go on your Friday afternoon?
No, there was
I
a
don't have
lot
a
of
lot.
great, a lot of work in all 4 of the ones we saw. So I really appreciate it's so much easier to talk about an idea when you guys put in that much. And I know it with the remote learning, it was probably a sort of a solitary and thankless task. So nice job.
Yeah, I think I'm really impressed, you guys. I sit in other reviews at other schools, and I mean, and I was saying this at the beginning of the session, I always advocate for UT students, because even at big, UT students prove themselves as being the most well-rounded architects. And that's because you engage with a lot of different professors while you're at the school, with a lot of different thoughts and approaches to things. So continue to push those boundaries, and be bold about what you're doing, but be cognizant about why you're doing it, its relationship and its context. And everything has to have a narrative and intent, a true intent, because a lot of just studio, but even when you get to a client, right? Making sure that the design clarity and the clarity of that intent is very deliberate, and that you're adding something to the world. You want to bring something positive, right? And so really drive in those ideas. What is it that you're adding to this world and that you think can really make it better?
Yeah, thank you all. I don't have anything deep to add. I just wanted to make one general comment, which is sort of ancillary, but I'll make it anyway. One thing I was surprised by in the 4 we saw is no one really took on the task of rethinking the car roadways. And maybe it's because you're more focused on the pedestrian experiences, but that one road, I can't remember which one it is, but the one that goes down to the Texas Rowing Center that's kind of diagonally across your site. You know, in a project like this where you're kind of recasting a large area, you know, those are usually fair game to rethink, as long as you connect it back up so cars can get to where they were going before. And so maybe that happened in other projects, but that was one place I thought that in a few projects, reworking that vehicular road could have contributed to, it could have reinforced the other intentions of the designs. But yeah, it's you guys are in, they're moving on to advanced studio now, is that right? After this is the last intermediate?
Potentially.
Yeah, right. If you get through your portfolio review, okay.
Next
But
week's
yeah,
review.
so right. But anyway, it's been. I mean, this has been such a tough year, so I just wanted to offer my congratulations. It's been hard, and I think I've certainly missed the energy of, and I think the learning that happens from person to person in studio. And so I hope as you get to advanced studio, you will take advantage of that. I think for all of us who have gone through architecture school, some of our strongest memories are the interactions we had, peer-to-peer interactions we had in that environment. Not, you know, only half of which are about architecture, but so I'm looking forward to that myself, and I hope you all are too. But congratulations.
Likewise. Okay. All right. Well, thank you all again for your comments and time this afternoon. Very, very insightful. And I think a terrific conversation on the future of this site, or maybe what's to come in Austin as well. So
Thank you,
thank you.
everyone.
Thanks,
Thank
Nell.
you,
Great to see you,
Burton.
Tran, Burton.
Great to see you guys.
Nice to see you, Tran.
See you,
Yes.
Cisco.
Be in touch.
Bye.
Bye. Thank you, guys. Students, just stay on for a few minutes if you can. Every session is different, and you don't always know what's to come. I think you all handled yourselves incredibly well, and the responses that you gave were very appropriate. So again, I'm proud of what you were able to show and the responses that you were able to give impromptu. I would say, as I did, or maybe reiterate, that everything that was said to each person should be really taken to heart with each of your projects. There are things that were said that were done by someone in the first session. And then there were things that the first session said that were done by the people in the third session. And I always try to pair things up as best I can. And not that that didn't happen today, but I think you should all just be aware of differences that can come about. I want you to remember the urban strategy conditions that you were able to achieve. That's not something that you really take on at all in architecture. Sometimes studios ask you to consider not just the singularity of a building, but how do you design basically an entire campus or a micro city? And that's what you were able to achieve as, third year students. So be very, very content and happy with what you were able to do in terms of scale. And that, I think, I forget who said it, but that every building should be thought of in such a way that you are basically doing somewhat of an urban strategy, and that everything is essentially up for play, because we are, in fact, the creators of the future of the built environment. I think that in general, we have succeeded and prevailed through a lot of challenges. And I know that continually gets said to the point that it's almost, like the Peanuts teacher. We don't even hear it anymore. But I just want to say again that it's not an easy studio to begin with. And it's not easy to do it in a space by yourself. And it's not easy to be challenged with conditions that we just never could have predicted. And so think good thoughts, I would say. Think good thoughts about everything that you've done. And I hope that my encouragement in any of our sessions hasn't steered you wrong. I always just go for my gut. And sometimes those lead to things that I can't imagine. And sometimes they lead to exactly what I thought, and so that's kind of the fun. And it's great to see how much I've seen you develop just in such a short time. I really have. Not just because of my own guidance, but because of you becoming more advanced designers and you taking on more challenging design projects. So I really want to applaud you for that. I wish I could say we were done and we can just pack up our portfolios and head to some beautiful island, but we cannot. We have all of next week to get through. And portfolio reviews are less daunting, I would say. And I have no worries about any of you, and I will pull you through it. It's just another day of a bit of question answering and production that I think is also a good experience for you to hear and go through. So I'll be in touch with a few more details, but I think I've already sort of made you aware of what's involved. I would like for you to submit or resubmit your work if it did in fact change from what you put onto Canvas last night or sometime this morning. I would also like for you to submit everything in a folder to that box drive that I sent you the link to. So that's actually very important for the portfolio review portion of this. So please, as soon as possible, I understand if you need to sleep a little bit, but let's say by the end, before Monday, please get that work. You weren't able to upload. Did anybody else try?
It didn't have like the option to, it just takes you to a Box website and then there's no option to like upload a file.
Yeah, I tried to like, even when you drag it into the Box folder, it just opens the PDF in a different tab. It won't like upload to the folder, even if you're logged in.
Okay. Let me figure out, I mean, I guess I have to send you guys direct emails to give you the access to it. I was hoping just that it would be sort of a fell swoop through Canvas. So I'll try to work on that tomorrow and give you the access that you need to upload. Let me think.
You said upload everything to Box. Were you referring to just like this presentation and the one we may have submitted earlier this evening, or the entire semester's worth?
I think go ahead and submit the entire semester's work. I mean, we're not paying for each, gig of pickle. And so we'll just put everything up there and we'll just have it collected for now. I don't think that we'll be digging deep into like all of the earlier stuff, but I might as well just have it as a full archive. And I would say, especially the GIF files that you've produced, make sure that those are actually working and all of that, because I would like to show those again at some point. I can't think of anything else. And I'll do a final goodbye and all of that, and maybe we can get together at the site after portfolio review. But for now, I just want you to walk away feeling good and hear all the good things that were said about each of your projects. I know it's easy to kind of go to the dark side sometimes and you focus on like that one thing that they said, but don't do that. Okay. Focus on all the good things that were said. And I think that's all I can say. Does anyone have any questions or want to say something else? All right, then. Congratulations. I really mean that. Okay.
Thank you.
Okay.
Thank you.
Bye. Have a good weekend.
Bye.
Thank you.
Bye.